Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. The soft tap of rain on canvas was the first thing you heard. Not a storm, just a steady rhythmic patter like nature's lullaby. It played on the roof of your small tent pitched at the edge of the forest. Through the mesh window, the trees swayed gently, their tall silhouettes hazy in the misty dusk. The campfire crackled, low and warm, painting flickering gold onto the damp forest floor. You sat cross-legged beside it, wrapped in a thick wool blanket, watching the tiny embers float upward like fireflies. The air smelled like pine needles and wet earth with just a hint of smoke. In the distance, you heard the slow hoot of an owl, as if the woods were greeting you in their own quiet language. You were alone but not lonely. The forest had a presence, ancient, vast, and humming with unseen life. You had hiked here to escape the noise of the world, to find quiet. But the quiet here wasn't empty. It was full of secrets. Beyond the trees, a narrow path curled deeper into the forest. They called it the Whispering Trail, named for how the wind seemed to speak through the branches. Some said the trees whispered warnings to those who dared to stay after dark. Others believed the forest only shared its secrets with those who truly listened. You sipped a warm drink from your mug, cinnamon and herbs calming your senses. The fire popped softly. Your eyelids grew heavy. Then, a sound. A rustling in the brush. Not sharp or sudden, but soft. Intentional. Like something walking or watching. You held still. It wasn't the wind. But you weren't afraid. Not really. The fire was still strong. The rain still gentle. Whatever was out there, if anything at all, seemed to be keeping its distance. Still, something pulled at your curiosity. You reached for your lantern and gently unzipped the tent. The world outside was dark green and gray, veiled by the drizzle. You stepped out, boots sinking slightly into the mossy earth, and turned toward the trail. You weren't sure why, but you felt like something was calling you deeper in. The rain had eased to a whisper, more mist than drizzle now, threading between the trees like breath. Your lantern cast a warm circle of light as you walked, the flames swaying gently with each step. The forest opened up before you in ways it hadn't during the day. At night, it felt more alive, like the trees leaned in to listen, like the air carried voices. The path was soft beneath your boots, blanketed in fallen needles and leaves. Your footsteps made barely a sound. Above, the tall pines stood in patient silence, their trunks glistening with moisture, their branches sheltering you like a cathedral roof. The campfire behind you was long out of sight now, but you didn't feel lost. The trail ahead had taken on a dreamlike quality, turning subtly, sometimes vanishing altogether, only to reappear again under your feet. Every so often you saw old wooden lanterns hanging from branches, long unlit. But as you passed, your own lantern seemed to catch their glass just right, and for a brief second each one would glow, dimly then fade. Were they reflections? Or something else? You told yourself it didn't matter. Still, you started to notice shapes between the trees, small ones, low to the ground, too still to be animals. At first you ignored them, but curiosity chipped away at your calm. You paused at the next bend and knelt down. A little stone figure sat nestled at the base of an oak. Moss-covered, humanoid, no eyes, just a smooth face. It looked handmade, like something left as an offering or a warning. You looked around. There were more. 5, 6, maybe a dozen. All watching the path. All silent. A breeze stirred, cooler now, and you shivered. You stood quickly and kept walking. The figures stayed behind, but the atmosphere had shifted. The rain picked up again, only slightly, but enough to patter on your shoulders and hood. Somewhere up ahead you heard a branch snap. This time it wasn't soft. This time it wasn't far. You raised the lantern higher, scanning the trees. Shadows danced between the trunks. You held your breath. Silence. Then, a glint of movement. Just for a second. Off to the left. Low to the ground. You called out. Hello. No answer. But the air felt denser now. The forest no longer whispered. It waited. Then, just when your pulse began to rise, you stepped into a clearing. And everything changed. The clearing was wide, almost circular, ringed with stones and dappled with ferns. In its center stood a stump, ancient and wide as a dining table. Around it were more stone figures, but these were taller, shoulder-high, and marked with carvings that time had half erased. And in the center of the stump, a small flame. No fuel, no wind, just a single flame flickering calmly like it had been waiting just for you. The fear melted from your chest, replaced with something else. The rain didn't touch this place. Not a drop. You stepped into the ring of stillness, feeling warmth brush your face, hearing nothing but your own heartbeat. You were being welcomed. Or tested. You sat by the stump, setting your lantern beside you, and for a while, you just listened. The forest began to whisper again. But this time, the voice was clearer. You sat beside the ancient stump, the small, impossible flame casting light that didn't flicker like fire should. It held steady like it wasn't burning wood, but time itself. Rain tapped faintly on the canopy far above, but not a drop entered this clearing. Even the wind seemed to skirt around it. This was a pocket of stillness in a world that breathed and shifted. You laid your hand on the stump's surface. It was warm. Not from the flame, but from something older, something living beneath the rings of age. And then, without warning, your eyelids grew heavy. It wasn't exhaustion. It wasn't sleepiness. It was the forest, pulling. You tried to stand, but your body felt distant. Like your limbs were tucked in a blanket of fog. The fire on the stump flared gently, like it was signaling something, and before you could speak, your vision tilted softly, and the world dissolved into shadow and light. You were still in the clearing, but not. The trees around you stretched impossibly tall now, their trunks glowing faintly from within. Leaves shimmered with silvery veins. The sky was violet. The rain fell upward. You had entered the dream. And you weren't alone. Figures moved at the edge of the trees, tall, draped in moss and lichen, with hollowed-out faces and antlers of twisted root. They walked without sound. One stopped and turned toward you. Its face was carved wood, smooth and featureless, save for two black slits where eyes should be. You didn't feel fear. Not exactly. The figure raised a hand. Long fingers made of woven bark unfurled like the opening of a fern. And from behind you a soft voice spoke. Do you seek something, or are you being sought? You turned, but no one was there. Just the stump behind you, now taller, like a throne carved by wind and time. You were dreaming, but it felt more real than anything. You tried to speak. Your voice came out like a whisper inside a canyon. I don't know why I'm here. The forest rustled, not with wind, but with approval, like it had heard that answer before, like it understood. Then, movement again, quicker this time. Small shadows darting through the trees, laughing softly, their laughter like wind chimes in the distance. The stone figures you saw earlier were walking now. They moved in little hops and twitches, heads turning too fast, limbs stiff but playful. Some watched you. Some just watched something behind you. You turned quickly. Nothing. But the clearing suddenly seemed smaller, closer, like the forest was leaning in. You took a step back. The flame on the stump flared tall, almost blue now, and in its glow you saw them. Dozens of them, peering from the trees, and they were blinking. But just as your heart began to race, the ground beneath you softened. The stump cracked open, not breaking but opening like a flower, and inside there was only light. Warm, golden. Come. You stepped forward. The eyes vanished. The figures bowed. And the forest, with a long, deep breath, let you go. You awoke in the clearing. The small flames still burning gently. The rain had stopped. The stone figures were gone. Only the stump remained, and the quiet understanding that the forest had shown you something few ever see. You didn't know what it meant, but you felt chosen. And strangely, you felt no fear anymore. Just a sense that the real journey was about to begin. You left the stump behind as dawn tried to rise through thick gray clouds. The rain had returned, gentle as before, threading through the needles above in soft rivulets. You felt changed, like something in you had aligned with the forest's rhythm. The path reappeared as you walked. Not a trail exactly, but a series of natural cues. A fallen log pointing east, moss growing in a spiral on a boulder, an owl feather pinned to a branch as if deliberately placed. The forest thickened. The trees grew closer together, and the air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of something old, wood and stone and time. That's when you saw it. Half hidden behind ivy and low branches stood a cabin. Not ruined, not new. Just paused in time. Its wooden boards were warped with age, stained by years of rain. The windows were fogged but intact. One shutter hung loose, creaking slightly in the breeze. The door stood ajar as if someone had just stepped out, or just gone inside? You paused at the threshold. The forest behind you was still and quiet. Not watching, not warning, just waiting. You stepped inside. The air was cooler here. Still damp from the rain, but heavier. Like breath that hadn't escaped in years. Inside the cabin was one room. A stone fireplace against the far wall, filled with cold ash. A single chair near the hearth. A table with a candle melted down to the base. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars of dried herbs, faded books, bones of small forest animals neatly arranged. Dust covered everything but no cobwebs. No decay. It didn't feel abandoned. It felt preserved. You passed your lantern over the walls, watching shadows move across hand-carved symbols etched into the beams. Trees, eyes, spirals, stars. One wall had dozens of tallies carved into it, as if someone had been counting. And then you heard it. A whisper. Not from outside. From the floorboards beneath you. You dropped to one knee, ear to the ground. At first, nothing, then a gentle, pulsing sound. Like heartbeats, or breathing. The boards were warm. You stood quickly. Something creaked behind you. The chair near the hearth had turned. Just slightly. You told yourself it was the wind, that the cabin was shifting. But the candle on the table had lit. Flickering, faint, but very real. You didn't touch it. You stepped back toward the door, and it closed. Softly. No slam. No force. Just closed. You stood still. Then the fireplace coughed. Not a noise exactly, but a sound like a sigh. Then ash stirred, and from the cold hearth, something began to burn. It was not a normal fire. It had no flame. It glowed like a memory, red and gold and soft, flickering between shapes you couldn't quite focus on. Faces, leaves, eyes again. A spinning wheel, a door, and in the air above the hearth, something wrote itself in smoke. A single phrase, "We wait in the stillness." You turned slowly to the door. It was open again, and the rain had stopped. You left the cabin quietly. You didn't run. It didn't feel like a place meant to harm you, only to show you something you didn't yet understand. You looked back once. The candle still flickered in the window. You followed the sound of your own footsteps, trying not to think about how they no longer echoed. The forest felt quieter than before. Not peaceful, expectant. As you retraced your way from the cabin, the trees whispered low as though passing a message just out of reach. Leaves curled on branches, watching with a stillness that felt too precise to be natural. You glanced over your shoulder more than once. Not because you were afraid, because it felt like someone was walking just behind you. The forest never revealed them, but the feeling never left. The rain started again. Soft at first, then steady. You pulled your hood tighter and kept walking until the faint orange glow of your campfire returned, flickering gently through the trees. You sighed in relief when you saw your tent still standing, the fire crackling warm and welcome. You sat beside it and held your hands to the flames. But the warmth didn't reach your skin, and the fire wasn't quite right. It was burning sideways. You blinked. The flames leaned unnaturally to the left, curling toward a space just beyond the circle of light. No wind, no storm, just a tilt like the fire was trying to reach something. Or someone. You turned slowly, heart picking up pace. There, at the edge of the trees, a figure, tall, wrapped in a long, dripping cloak as dark as the tree bark behind it. You couldn't see the face, only the outline, a presence, watching, not approaching, just there. You stared, not moving. Neither did it. Then the fire flickered blue for an instant. Cold air blew across your back, and the figure turned. Not with haste, not with threat, just enough to melt into the mist. Gone. You stood, stepping toward the edge of the light. The rain had grown heavier now, drumming gently on leaves and your tent roof. It muffled the forest's usual songs. No owls, no breeze, no insects. You were alone again. At least, that's what you told yourself. You returned to the fire. It straightened. Returned to normal. You sat. You watched it. Hours passed, or maybe just minutes, but the thought of the figure, the watcher, lingered. Who were they? A guardian? A ghost? A memory made flesh? You didn't know, but you suspected you hadn't seen the last of them, because from deep within the forest, barely loud enough to hear, a low tone began to hum, like a voice vibrating through trees. A warning or a welcome. Would you like part 6 next? That's where the midnight bell rings, and the boundary between your world and the forest begins to truly blur. You awoke without realizing you had fallen asleep. The fire was low now, just embers pulsing with dull orange light. Rain still fell, softer than before, more like a lullaby than weather. You sat up in your sleeping bag and listened, not to the forest, to the silence, because the silence had a shape now, and something was moving inside it. You stepped out of the tent, boots landing quietly on the damp forest floor. The trees were veiled in fog, thick, silver gray, and curling like smoke. Your lantern flared as you raised it, revealing only a few feet ahead. Then it happened. A bell rang. One chime. Low, deep, metallic, echoing through the forest like it had been struck inside your chest. You turned toward the sound instinctively, but the fog made it impossible to find the source. It didn't come from above, or far. It came from everywhere at once. You waited. Another chime. Softer this time. Then silence again. But it wasn't empty. It was listening. You followed the sound without thinking. Not down the path, but off it, through brambles that parted as if they knew your presence. The bell chimed a third time, faint, almost sad. You passed strange things as you walked. A coat hanging from a tree branch, soaked but perfectly preserved. A teacup resting on a flat stone, half full. A pair of boots facing a wall of bark, as if their owner had simply stepped out of them and vanished. The fourth bell came as you crossed a small stream, its surface perfectly still despite the falling rain. No ripples, no movement, but your reflection looked different. It was smiling, and you weren't. The final bell came as you reached a break in the trees. A circle of standing stones waited there, old and moss-covered, each one carved with symbols too worn to read. Fog coiled tightly inside the ring like it was trapped, and in the center stood a tree stump. Another one, but not like before. This one was cracked down the middle, hollow inside, and just above it, suspended in air, was a bell. Not hanging, floating. It turned slowly in place, invisible strings holding it to nothing. Its surface was blackened and tarnished, but carved with spirals like the ones in the cabin. You stepped closer. The moment your foot touched the edge of the stone ring, the bell stopped turning. Everything went still. Then the bell rang. Not loud, not sharp, but deeply personal. You heard your own name in the chime. Not spoken, but felt. In the bones. In the belly. Like a memory of being called home. And from the trees, someone stepped out. The watcher. Cloaked. Dripping. Closer now. But this time, you could see a glint of their face. It was your face, but older. Wiser. Tired. They raised a hand. Pointed to the bell. Then to the stump. And then, slowly, they faded into mist. Gone. You stood alone, rain falling steady again. But the silence was gone. The forest had found its voice. And now it knew yours. You left the stone circle slowly. Not because of fear, but because the forest no longer felt like a place you could rush through. The path, if it could be called that, opened wider with every step. Trees leaned back. The rain lifted. And the fog began to clear, parting like curtains drawn from a stage. And there, ahead of you, the forest split. Two trails. One bathed in soft golden light, filtered through canopy leaves that shimmered like sunlight on water. The air down that path smelled of honey and firewood. You could hear a distant melody, like an old lullaby played on strings. The other path was darker, not pitch black, but shaded, cool, and oddly silent. No breeze, no birds. Just stillness. The trees there were older, their bark rough and furrowed like the skin of giants. And even from where you stood, you could see faint blue glows pulsing like heartbeats between the trunks. A wooden signpost stood crooked in the earth between them. No arrows, no words, just a symbol burned into the surface, a spiral splitting into two. You stood there for a long moment, weighing your breath, the dampness on your shoulders, the distant bell still echoing in your chest. Then you heard something. From the path of golden light, a child's laughter. Faint, musical, innocent. From the darker path, a low whisper, not threatening. Just a sound, like your own thoughts being repeated back to you. You took a step toward the golden trail. It felt safe, comforting. But something held you. You turned back toward the shadowed trail, and realized something strange. There were footprints on that path. Yours, already there. The forest rustled, not with wind, but with a feeling. You looked again at the signpost. This wasn't a test. It was an invitation. 2 ways forward. But only one of them would lead you deeper into the dream beneath the roots. You closed your eyes, breathed in the rain-sweet air, and chose. You turned toward the darkened trail. As your foot crossed the invisible boundary, a hush fell across the forest, like it had been holding its breath, waiting for your choice. The temperature dropped, but not unpleasantly. The coolness was grounding, the way deep water feels just before you surrender to it. Fog drifted low across the path, pooling at your ankles, soft as smoke. You pressed on. The light faded quickly behind you. The golden path vanished into memory. Ahead, pale blue orbs hovered between the trees, wisps maybe, or something older. They pulsed in rhythm with your footsteps, dimming as you passed, as if watching. The roots beneath your boots began to shift, not violently, just subtly, guiding your feet, making it impossible to stray. You weren't walking so much as being led. And then the path opened. You found yourself in a clearing like no other. A shallow hollow in the earth, surrounded by trees that bent inward as if eavesdropping. At the center stood a great stone, a boulder carved into the shape of a sleeping creature, though what kind you couldn't tell. It had wings, a curled tail, antlers, but it slept. Moss blanketed its back. Tiny mushrooms glowed along its spine. Beneath one curled paw was a stone basin, filled with water so still it might have been glass. You stepped closer. When you looked into the basin, you didn't see your reflection. You saw memories. Not all of them were yours. A child beneath a table, drawing spirals in dust. A woman walking backward through the snow, vanishing with each step. A man lighting a lantern in a storm, and vanishing into the trees. A campfire under a full moon, burning in silence. The watcher, standing in a ring of stones, speaking to no one. Standing just as you were now. But behind you, in the reflection, the creature was awake. Its eyes open, its head turning. You spun around. Nothing had moved. Still asleep, still stone. But you felt it now. A low vibration in the air. A sense that the path ahead had narrowed and deepened. The blue lights began to gather. They drifted from the edges of the clearing, floating in close, circling you slowly. They didn't touch you. They simply spun, soft, silent, slow, until the forest around you blurred. Then the voice came. Not loud, not cruel, just ancient. You chose truth, it said, not comfort. You didn't answer. You didn't need to. The forest understood. The lights dimmed. The fog returned. The creature remained still. But as you turned to leave the clearing, the basin's water rippled. And a single word echoed behind your eyes. Remember. You don't remember how long you walked. The path unraveled beneath you in endless folds of shadow and mist, the roots parting with reverence, the blue lights fading one by one until you were alone. Not just in the forest, but outside time. Your footsteps didn't echo. They didn't even fall. You looked down. No prints. No rustle. No shift of earth or leaf. It was as if you were gliding over the ground, weightless, untethered, drifting forward by thought alone. Around you, the forest grew impossibly still. No insects, no rain. Only trees, tall and straight, their trunks pale as bone and smooth as glass. They had no bark, no branches, just endless vertical lines stretching upward into darkness. A strange gravity hung in the air. It didn't press you down. It pulled your mind outward, softly tugging at thoughts, memories, dreams you hadn't dreamed yet. Then you began to hear it. Not a sound exactly, but the absence of one. Like something was walking ahead of you, but removing each step before it could exist. A presence, moving just beyond the edge of vision. You quickened your pace. It stayed ahead, always just out of reach. The trees began to shift subtly now, their shapes bending as you passed, as if rearranging behind you, sealing you in, protecting or trapping you. You couldn't tell. That's when you saw the arch. It rose from the ground without warning, a wide wooden archway built from woven limbs and antlers. No carvings, no writing, just 2 symbols painted in mud, a circle and an eye. The air beneath the arch shimmered faintly, like a curtain of heat. You stepped through. Immediately sound returned, but not from the outside, from within you. Your breath was thunder. Your heartbeats echoed like drums on wet stone. Every blink, every swallow, every tiny motion, loud now. as though the forest were forcing you to hear yourself, to notice yourself. And then came the whispers, soft and many, somewhere far off, and deep beneath the roots. You couldn't make out words, but one message became clear. You've walked farther than most. The path brightened faintly ahead, just enough to show a figure, small, kneeling in the trail, a child. They wore a long cloak woven from moss and leaves, face hidden beneath a hood. Their hands were pressed to the soil, trembling. As you approached, they raised their heads slightly and whispered, "You shouldn't be here alone." Then the trees behind you rustled. Something had followed you. Something with no feet, no breath, but very, very real. The cloaked child didn't wait for your answer. They turned silently and began to walk, barefoot, deeper into the whispering trees. You followed, unsure whether the sound of your breath was real or just part of the forest's echo. Your legs moved easily now, like you were walking in a dream. You passed under trees with leaves shaped like teeth, over stones slick with moss and symbols too ancient to read. The air was damper here and colder, thick with the scent of wet roots and something older, something like rusted time. Eventually, the trees opened onto a ridge, and below it, silent and silver in the darkness, lay a lake, perfectly round, perfectly still. No ripples, no wind, just a black mirror reflecting stars that didn't exist in the sky above. And there, in the center, was the house, half submerged, its roof broken, its windows dark, its frame leaning just slightly to one side. Vines wound around its beams like veins, and its chimney poured no smoke, though you could swear you smelled something burning, cedar maybe, or old paper. The child pointed down the hill. "It's waiting." You found no path, just wet grass and sinking soil. The moment your foot touched the edge of the water, it parted, silently, as though it knew you. You didn't sink. You descended, like walking down glass stairs into moonlight. The air grew thick and slow around you. Water above, water below. Yet somehow you were still breathing. You reached the house in moments, or maybe hours. Time here moved like tree sap. The door was open. Inside, candlelight flickered. The interior was larger than the house should have been. Endless halls of half-flooded rooms stretched into darkness. Staircases curved in impossible directions. Furniture floated weightlessly, then settled again as you passed. Chairs, lamps, notebooks bloated with ink, and coats still dripping though no one had worn them for years. The child walked ahead, guiding you to a door made of dark wood. On it, a spiral, and beneath the spiral, carved in jagged lines. Everything you forgot still remembers you. They opened the door. Inside, a room filled with mirrors, but none showed your reflection. They showed moments. You, as a child, hiding beneath a table. You older, staring at a fire with tears on your face. You walking through this very house in another dream long ago. And behind every reflection, a second figure. The watcher. Always there. Always near. Sometimes reaching toward you. Sometimes turning away. The child finally spoke. "This house is made from your sleep. Every dream you left unfinished waits here." You turned. But the child was gone. Only their cloak remained, gently floating to the floor. And from deep below, under the boards, something began to rise. Not fast, not violent, just inevitable. It came slowly, as if climbing through syrup time, wood creaking beneath your feet, lanterns flickering despite the waterless stillness. From beneath the floorboards, dust lifted like breath. Not just one plank shifted. All of them. The entire room bowed upward, warping like a living thing exhaling for the first time in centuries. You didn't run. You didn't even step back. Because somehow you understood. This wasn't a monster. It was a return. The floor split open, not violently but with aching ceremony. Boards peeled back in spirals, revealing not dirt, not roots, but stairs. A staircase descending into pure dark. And at the base, a light. A faint flicker. You followed. The air grew warmer as you descended. Not comforting, just aware. Like you were being watched by walls that remembered every hand that had ever touched them. At the bottom, a chamber waited. Stone walls. An old, round table at its center. And around the table, chairs. Empty. Except one. Seated in the farthest chair, arms folded gently in its lap, was the thing that had risen. It wasn't grotesque. It wasn't even inhuman. It was shifting. Its form changed subtly each time your eyes moved. Sometimes a man hunched with shadowed eyes. Sometimes a woman, hair long and dripping with lake water. Sometimes a shape cloaked in tree bark and moss, crowned with antlers. But always, the face almost looked like yours. Not now, not quite, but a possible you. One who had chosen differently. One who never left the forest. It gestured to a chair beside it. You sat. The room didn't move, but the weight of it shifted, like the whole house had inhaled. Then it spoke. The others never make it this far. Its voice wasn't heard, it was felt. In the bones, in the teeth, in the roots of your scalp. They run from the dark. But you walked in. You opened your mouth, but no words came. That was fine. It didn't need answers. It leaned forward, pushed something across the table. A mirror, small, round, covered in a veil of black lace. You've seen pieces, now see whole. You pulled the lace away. In the mirror you saw nothing at first, then fog, then the fire, then the tent. Sleeping, peaceful, alone, and just outside your tent, barely visible in the rain. The watcher, standing, still, facing away from you now, guarding, protecting, waiting. The figure across the table nodded. You're almost ready to leave, but not yet. It placed one hand on the table, and from its palm spilled something like ash and something like stars. First, you must give something back. The lights dimmed, the stairs vanished, and the mirror turned black. The black mirror lay flat on the table. Its surface no longer showed the tent, the fire, the watcher. Only your own reflection, now barely visible in the silver haze, like a memory slipping beneath water. The shifting figure across from you raised a hand and turned its palm outward. You felt it before it spoke. A pressure in your chest. Not pain, not fear, but the gentle ache of something stirring, long buried. Then the voice came. Give back what you no longer need. And suddenly the room around you, the stone walls, the table, the chairs, melted away. You stood in a place between. Not forest, not dream, but memory. Fog drifted across a narrow room. A single lamp swayed above a bed where someone slept, small and curled. You recognized the place. Old carpet, faded wallpaper, the smell of warm wool and tears dried in pillows. This was the room where you had once hidden during storms. The room where no one came when you called out. The room where silence became your lullaby. And there, on the desk near the window, sat a small wooden box. You knew what was inside. You hadn't thought of it in years. The note you never sent. The stone you found on the day everything changed. And the photograph, creased and colorless now, of the one who left without saying goodbye. The shifting figure stood beside you again, no longer behind the table. Its voice wrapped around you like smoke. The forest is made of forgotten things, but you carry what was meant to be left. It gestured to the box. Will you give it back? You stepped forward. Your hand hovered over the lid, and slowly, carefully, you opened it. The memories were small in size, but vast in feeling. You picked them up one by one, feeling their weight change as you touched them. Not heavier, not lighter, just known. You placed them in the mirror, not forcefully, not sorrowfully, just ready. As they disappeared into the dark glass, the chamber grew warmer. The air smelled again of rain on stone, of pine needles, of the fire far away. You turned. The figure nodded once, and began to dissolve into mist. Its final words drifted through the room like a fading echo. Now you may cross the water. The mirror lifted gently into the air, turning once, twice, 3 times, then vanished into the ceiling, and the floor beneath you became a ripple. Not solid, not water, something between. You rose, not walking, gliding, floating, remembering your way upward. The chamber beneath, the mirror, the ash, the fading voice, fell behind like a page turning itself. The walls became trees again. The air became cold, then warm, then wet with rain. You rose into the forest once more, but it had changed. Where you had. The sky above was navy and heavy with cloud, but no longer threatening. The rain had returned, soft and steady, drumming the leaves with lullaby rhythm. And in the distance, just where the roots bent into an arc, you saw it. A fire. You made your way toward it. The trees bowed gently as you passed, their branches forming quiet gates. The forest no longer whispered warnings. It watched, calmly, curiously, like an old friend waiting to see what you'd say. And when you arrived, you stopped, because you were already there. Across the fire, another you sat on a thick stump, cloaked in a woven shawl of moss and night. Their face was yours, their eyes were closed, and they were humming. A tune you barely remembered, but somehow knew every note. They opened their eyes and smiled. Not in surprise, in recognition. Took you long enough, they said. They gestured to the empty log beside them. Sit. The story's almost over. You sat beside your other self, the fire crackling warmly between you. The air smelled of rain and birch smoke. You could hear distant owls now, wind moving through hollow spaces, the soft shifting of forest roots turning over in their sleep. And then, your other self began to speak. There was a traveler, they said, who followed the rain into a forest that few remembered. They were searching for rest, and perhaps for something they'd lost. You didn't interrupt. The voice was familiar, your voice but older, calmer, weathered like river stone. They passed paths that tried to turn them away, heard whispers that begged them to sleep, met shadows that looked like fear, but were only memories wearing masks. The fire pulsed, throwing long shadows behind the trees. And at the center, your other self continued, they met the one who waits, the one who wears your face when you forget it, and they gave something back. They turned to you now. And so, the forest let them go. The wind grew louder, the fire brighter. A crack split the sky, a line of soft silver lightning, and in its flash the forest looked different again. Gentler, less haunted, more real. Your other self stood, brushing rain from their shoulders. You're almost there, they said. But before you wake, you have to go through the last dream. They turned and vanished into the trees without a sound. The fire dimmed. The rain slowed, and in the embers you saw one last path form, made of glimmering stones, each one glowing faintly with your own memories. Some sharp, some soft, all of them waiting. The ember path wound forward through the trees, each step warm beneath your feet, each stone pulsing softly with something you couldn't quite name. Not memories now, not visions, but possibilities. And as you followed them, the forest began to thin. The trees grew farther apart. The rain gentler still, until you reached the place between. At first it looked like a clearing. Mist hung in wide loops around stone arches and collapsed fences, overgrown with ivy and whisper grass. Crows gathered in perfect stillness, lining a split-rail fence as though waiting for something. At the center stood a house. Lopsided, familiar in that uncanny, half-dreamed way. Its windows glowed with soft golden light. Its front door, slightly ajar, swung in rhythm with the breeze. You stepped forward, not rushed, not afraid, just ready. Inside, the air was warm and filled with scent, cedarwood, lavender, old pages turning themselves. No one greeted you, but someone had been here. Tea still steamed in a chipped porcelain cup. An open book rested on the arm of a chair, its pages fluttering like breath. Photographs lined the walls, blurry and faded, some scorched at the edges, but all of them showed you, in different places, with different faces, each a version you might have been. Some laughing in fields of fog, some holding lanterns at sea, some alone, some not, some asleep. Upstairs, a single room waited. You climbed without question now. Each stair felt like silk beneath your feet. And at the top, just before you reached the door, you heard it, breathing, slow. Yours. You opened the door, and saw yourself curled peacefully on a narrow bed. Rain tapped the window. A single candle burned on the desk. You stepped closer. Watched. Listened. The sleeping version of you stirred just slightly, like sensing the weight of your gaze. And then, your hand moved on its own. Not to wake them, but to touch the bedpost. The world swelled gently, the walls stretching outward like ripples. And in that moment you understood. This was the final threshold. Not a place you had come to, a place you had come from. And now, it was time to return. Behind you, the door creaked wider. Outside, the path home waited. Only now, you were carrying everything the forest had shown you. The light, the dark, the watcher's silence, the mirror's memory, and the voice that had worn your own face. The house did not vanish when you stepped through the door. It waited behind you, still and silent, its windows blinking shut like tired eyes. The rain was steady now, not cold, not sharp, just there, like a trusted rhythm, like breath. You stepped onto the path that glowed faintly beneath your feet, lit by embers only you could see. The trees thickened once more, but no longer loomed. They leaned in, watching you go, not with hunger, but with memory. After some time, maybe minutes, maybe miles, you heard it. Soft footsteps behind you, padded, measured, not trying to hide. You didn't turn right away, but when you did, it was there. A creature stood on the path just behind you. Not man, not beast, something in between. It was tall but bent slightly, like a figure drawn from mist. Its body was cloaked in pine needles and crow feathers, stitched with vines and glistening rain. Its head, low and wide-eyed, bore the calm stare of an old dog, or a dream too tired to fade. And though it never opened its mouth, you heard its voice clearly in your mind. I followed you in. I will follow you out. You left something here. But you also found something. You nodded, and it came closer, walking beside you. Just pause, if they were paws, made no sound. Its breath was warm and slow. And as the rain poured over both of you, a strange calm took hold. No fear, no fire, no urgency, just presence. The companion never asked your name. It didn't need to. It had always known you. From the first dream, from the spiral door, from the watcher's edge. The path wound one final time. And there, between two tall trees bent like guardians, you saw the tent. Your camp, still there, still waiting. The fire had gone out, but something glowed faintly in the ashes. A single coal, bright as a heartbeat. The creature paused behind you, and for the first time it spoke aloud. Not with sound, but with truth. You're not leaving the forest. You're bringing it with you. The rain slowed to a whisper. The mist drew back, and you stepped forward. You stepped into the clearing like a ghost stepping back into its own body. The trees bent softly overhead, their branches silvered by rain and starlight. Your tent stood where you'd left it, quiet, open, waiting. And the fire pit, though nearly dead, held that one ember still glowing. You knelt beside it. No words, no rush, just breath. You added dry bark from the bundle under the tarp, pine needles, a whisper of moss. The flame bloomed slowly like it remembered you. And across from you, just outside the circle of firelight, the watcher returned, not as a threat, not as a mystery, but as a part of you. Tall, still, cloaked in stormlight and silence. It sat at the edge of the fire, the rain sliding down its hooded shape without sound. Its face was not visible, but it no longer needed to be. It was you, the part that stayed awake while you slept. The guardian, the witness, the one who kept watch when the world turned cold. You lay back on your sleeping mat, pulled the blanket over your chest, listened to the forest breathe around you. Owls called in soft pulses from deep in the trees. A fox passed nearby, paws whispering in the underbrush. The rain became so gentle it could have been a dream itself. And across the fire, the watcher didn't move, didn't fade, didn't vanish, only watched, like it had always done. Your eyes grew heavy. The fire crackled in slow rhythm. Your limbs softened into the earth below you. The weight of the forest pressed around you, not heavy but holding, like the arms of something older than fear, older than time. And just before sleep claimed you, you heard it again, soft as a hum between trees. You are safe. You are home. You are remembered. The flame dimmed. The mist curled low. And the forest closed its eyes with you. Sleep now. The dream has ended. But the forest remains. The forest was still. Not silent. Never that. But still, like something breathing slowly beneath a thick wool blanket of mist. You lay beneath your tarp, wrapped in your blanket, the earth below warm where the fire had been. The coals had gone cold. The watcher was gone. But the feeling lingered. Something had watched over you while you slept. And something had stayed. Above, the sky was pale gray, and soft rain whispered through the canopy. Not a storm. A steady, rhythmic hush, like the forest reminding you, you're still here. And not alone. Birdsong flickered through the morning, quiet and careful. A blackbird landed nearby, tilted its head at you, and vanished into the trees. You sat up. Everything was damp, fragrant, alive. There was a strange calm in your chest, like the dream had followed you back. You boiled water. Meti. Watched steam rise into the cool morning air. The forest didn't press on you today. It waited, as though it remembered the path you took, the things you gave back, and the truths you left in the mirror. But there was something new now. Something beyond the trees. You could feel it. Not calling. Not pulling. Just being. A presence in the distance, quiet as snow. You packed slowly. Folded your blanket. Checked your compass, still spinning. Checked your map, still blank. Checked the fire pit, cold but calm. And before you left, you noticed something. In the center of the pit, where the coal had glowed, a small, smooth stone, black and pulsing faintly with warmth. You pocketed it. Of course you did. You didn't know why, but you would. The path you chose was new. It wound deeper, but not downward. It rose into the mist, along ridgelines where tree trunks leaned like tired pillars. Moss carpeted every surface. Water ran in rivulets beside your boots. And far above, strange birds called once and fell quiet again. Every now and then, you felt something walking just out of sight beside you. Not the watcher. Not the shadow self. Something gentler. By noon, the trees parted into a wide, sloping hollow. And there, nestled like a secret beneath hanging vines, was a structure. Abandoned. Almost gone. A stone archway crumbling. A wall half swallowed by roots. And behind it, half buried in mud and silence, a doorway, still standing, still waiting. You approached it slowly, not afraid, but aware. The rain grew louder here somehow. Not heavier, just closer. You reached out, touched the stone frame, and for a second the air around you shimmered. A scent rose from the earth, rosemary, damp ash, something faintly metallic. And behind the door frame, though no door remained, you saw nothing but darkness. You crossed the threshold, and time let go. The moment your boot touched the ground beyond the frame, sound dropped away, like a cloth lay gently over your ears. No birds, no wind, not even your heartbeat, only stillness. It wasn't dark, not fully. Shapes shimmered in shades of deep gray and faded gold, as if the light here had been folded too many times, and now only remembered how to almost shine. You took another step. The ground was smooth, cool, and perfectly level. Not forest, not stone, not anything you touched before. And then you saw them. The walls. They weren't walls exactly. More like outlines, vague, enormous, pulsing faintly with old warmth. They reached upward and outward, fading into a sky that didn't exist. On them were carvings, marks, symbols you didn't recognize, but understood in the same way you understand music in a dream. Some were maps. Some were names. Some were questions still waiting for their answers. You ran your hand along one, a spiral etched into a square, and felt a memory. Not yours. Not yet. A voice echoed softly in the space. Not from any direction. Not from the air. From inside the stone. A whisper half formed. Welcome back, vessel. You turned. And at the center of the space now, a shape had appeared, low to the ground. So, wrapped in fur and shadow and time. It was an animal or something like one, curled like a sleeping fox, eyes closed, breathing slowly. You knelt beside it, not to wake it, just to be close. And when you placed your hand beside its flank, the voice returned. The forest remembers you. But do you remember the forest? Suddenly you saw flashes behind your eyes. The watcher standing at the edge of a burning mirror. A staircase that led nowhere but still waited. A campfire in a place where no trees grow. A story told to you by yourself as though you had always known it. And above all, the forest. Endless. Alive. Waiting. The curled creature opened one eye. Not a fox. Not a dog. Not a thing you could name. Its eye held stars. And smoke. And something that might have been tears. It didn't speak. But it knew you. And in the back of your mind, a new word bloomed quietly. Companion. The stone beneath you warmed. The symbols on the walls began to hum. And somewhere ahead, a new path opened, glowing faintly like old firelight under fresh rain. The creature stood, stretched, and walked past you, tail brushing your knee. It glanced back once, then waited. It was time to follow. But this would not be like the forest. This was something deeper, older, wider. And it knew your name. The path curved downward, though there was no ground, only suggestion. The light pulsed with each step your companion took ahead of you, its strange silhouette shifting slightly with each breath. There were no trees here, but it still felt like a forest, a deeper one, not built from bark or root, but from echoes, The air grew thick with scent. Wet loam, burned cedar, a sweetness like sap and forgotten spice. You could feel the ceiling now, though you saw no sky. Just a great pressure like soil hanging above your head, held back by old, whispering magic. The path split, then split again. Each fork a memory, a scent you half remembered from childhood. A sound you've heard only in dreams. A shadow that once visited your window and never came in. You didn't choose. The path chose for you. The companion walked without pause, his breath steady, its tail drawing lines in the mist that curled around your ankles. You passed a tree made of hands. Not human hands. Not alive. Carved from bone or root, each one reaching outward in a soft, begging gesture. You didn't stop, but one hand turned gently as you passed, as if it recognized your presence. Further down you came upon a well. Crack. Brimming with mist instead of water. The companion paused beside it, and from its center a sound rose, not a voice, but a memory made into sound. A lullaby, one someone once sang to you, when you were sick, or scared, or very small. It filled the chamber with warmth and sorrow. You felt your body go soft, your breath slowed. For a moment you almost knelt, almost curled into the moss. But the companion brushed your leg again and the moment passed. You moved on. Finally, the path narrowed into a low hollow. The ground here was real. Damp earth, scattered pine needles, rocks that pulsed softly beneath your feet. And in the clearing ahead you saw a second fire. Not like yours. This one burned blue, cool as starlight, crackling like wind through leaves that no longer grow. Seated around it were three figures, their shapes indistinct. One tall and wrapped in threadbare cloth. One short and wide, carved from something that glimmered like coal. One with no face at all, just a mirror where its head should be. They turned toward you in unison, and the tall one spoke. You've come farther than most. The companion sat beside you. Its fur rose with quiet energy, but it didn't growl. You recognized them, and so did you, though you didn't know how. You felt their names bloom in the soil beneath you. The teller, the emberkin, the one who remembers. They gestured to the fire, and you sat, and for the first time you noticed, your hands were glowing faintly, just like the coal you found that morning, just like the ember in the watcher's fire. The teller leaned forward. Do you know what it means to carry light into the dark? They asked, and your answer, whatever it is, will open the way forward. You sat by the blue fire, the three figures watching, the companion close, its side pressed against yours, warm and steady. The flames made no sound, but still they spoke. Each flicker cast long, impossible shadows against the walls of the hollow. Each shadow danced in time with your breath. The teller leaned forward once more. You carry something from above. Light, yes, but also memory, also choice. Their voice didn't echo. It sank into the ground. The emberkin raised a heavy, glinting hand. From the base of its palm, a soft crackling began, like coals remembering the shape of fire. And then you felt it, the question, not asked in words but shown. When the fire is almost gone, and the night grows heavy, and the forest forgets your name, what do you leave behind to find your way? The one who remembers tilted its mirror face toward you. You saw no reflection, only fog, only potential. Your companion didn't speak, but its heartbeat grew louder beside you, slow, steady, like a distant drum guiding you home. You reached into your pocket, and your fingers closed around the coal, the one from the old campfire, the one that had glowed red in your palm at dawn. Now as you held it up, it pulsed brighter, responding not to the fire, but to the truth forming in your chest. Your voice, when it came, was quiet, but it didn't need to be loud. You said, I leave behind what I no longer need, my fear of forgetting. The story will remember me, even if I don't remember it. The fire flared blue-white, and the stone beneath you shifted. With a deep groan, the hollow cracked open at its center, not in destruction, but as if some great mouth beneath the world had sighed with relief. The three figures nodded as one. The companion stood. The emberkin pressed a palm to the ground beside the crack. From the darkness below, a staircase unfurled, woven from tree roots and bone and something older than wood. The teller looked at you one last time. The forest does not test you. It invites you, and it remembers how you answer. You stepped toward the stairs. They smelled like soil and ancient wind. And as you descended, the blue fire faded behind you. The light you carried, small, steady, was enough. The companion followed. Down, down, and down again, until the stairway narrowed into a throat of stone, where breath echoed in strange rhythms, and the walls began to show carvings again. Not symbols this time, but faces, your own, one, different, from lifetimes you didn't know you'd lived. The stairs ended without warning. One moment, stone beneath your feet. The next, soft earth, cool moss, a hush so deep your breath sounded loud. Above you the ceiling was gone, replaced with an open sky, but not the sky you knew. This one shimmered like wet leaves under moonlight, a dome of dark green and silver mist, where stars drifted sideways, like seeds on wind. You had stepped into a chamber of the forest's memory. The trees here were taller than any you'd seen above, wide as houses, woven with strange lanterns that glowed softly in the branches, though no fire burned in them. Your companion padded forward, careful now, head low, could feel it too. This place was awake. As you walked, faces emerged from the trunks. Not illusions, not carvings. Real faces, eyes closed, calm, sleeping within the trees. Some ancient, some familiar. You paused before one. It bore your shape, older, weathered, so, and around its brow, a crown of moss like tangled thoughts. Below it, etched faintly in the bark, a name you've never heard, but somehow knew belonged to you. A voice floated from the high canopy, soft, neutral, like mist forming sentences. Every time you've walked the forest, you left a thread behind. This is where the threads rest. The path forked again, this time without signs. Left, a tunnel of ivy and blue shadow. Right, a trail lit by fireflies that pulsed like a heartbeat. The companion stopped between them, looked at you, waited, but did not choose. This time you must decide. And both paths lead to something you've already forgotten. You chose. Which path doesn't matter yet. The forest already knows. And as you took the first step down that path, the faces in the trees exhaled. Quiet. All at once. Like the forest was letting go of something. Just as you stepped closer to finding it again. The path was soft, winding, and with every turn memory surfaced. The sound of your name in someone else's mouth. The smell of rain on stone at a door you never entered. The feel of a cloak around your shoulders. In a life that ended in silence. You weren't remembering. You were being remembered. At last, the path opened into a clearing shaped like a spiral. In the center, a mirror. Round. Cracked. Set into the earth like a still pond. Your companion stood beside it, unmoving. And in the mirror you saw not your reflection, but all your names, spoken and unspoken. Each one a version of you, who walked a path through fear, and found the fire anyway. The air grew warmer. The mist deepened. A breeze circled you and whispered, to go forward, leave behind the name you think is yours. Step through with the one the forest remembers. The spiral clearing hushed behind you. Only the mirror remained. It lay flush with the forest floor, half buried in moss, rimmed with symbols that flickered between languages. When you looked down, your reflection was wrong. Not a stranger, but a possibility. You blinked, and your reflection didn't. Your companion lay down beside the mirror, head on its paws. It watched with calm eyes, not guiding, not warning, just witnessing. You stepped onto the glass. It was warm, and impossibly deep. The moment both feet touched its surface, your weight vanished. You didn't fall. You folded. The world bent inward, like a pocket being turned inside out, and you were pulled into yourself. There is no forest here, just rooms, each one glowing faintly, filling the horizon like a honeycomb made of fog. Each one contains a version of you. Some you recognize, the younger you asleep by a fire, the braver you standing at the mouth of a cave, the quieter you riding in the rain beneath an overhang of roots. Others, you don't. One wears a mask and speaks in bird calls. One carries a lantern made of teeth. One is made of smoke and memory and waiting. Each version turns to you, not surprised, not afraid. They nod, one by one, and then step back, allowing you to pass. You begin walking. The walls between rooms are thin, woven of whisper and shadow. As you pass, you feel fragments of old thoughts rise up. It's not fear if you're still moving. Fire remembers everyone who carries it. You never left the forest. You just stopped listening. You reach a final chamber. There is no door, just you. And the first fire you ever lit. It flickers weakly, barely holding on. The embers glow in a shallow clay dish, set upon a stone carved with the same spiral from the watcher's hand. This is the fire of your beginning. The moment the forest first heard your name. You kneel, reach into your pocket, take out the coal. It glows red hot the instant it nears the flame, not to burn it down, but to wake it up. With a soft sigh, the fire swells, fills the room, fills you. Your companion's voice, for the first time, speaks into your mind. The fire knows you now. You may carry it again. When you look down, the mirror has become your cloak. Black and silver, edges shimmering with names. Weightless but real. The cloak of someone who remembers being remembered. And the room folds open once more, revealing a path above ground. It's night again, and it's raining, but you are not the same. You step out of the mirrored chamber, cloak trailing behind like mist given shape. Above you the forest is new again, not in color or shape, but in attention. The trees lean inward, the stones hum faintly beneath your feet. The path winds gently downward, its edges glowing with the same pale blue flame as the fire in the hollow days ago. The rain begins, a hush of droplets through high leaves. Not cold, not unwelcome. It's not falling on you, just walking with you. Your companion pads beside you, silent as always. But now you hear it more clearly. Its breath, the shift of its paws in the soil, the occasional low chuff as if it's speaking with its body. It glances up at you, and in its eyes you see reflection again, not of the forest, but of you standing in a place you haven't reached yet. Ahead, the path splits into 3 narrow trails, each one lit by a different kind of light. A golden shimmer like firelight through old windows, a soft green pulse like a heartbeat in moss, a shifting silver thread moving like river light across stone. Each path hums with a presence, not dangerous, but awake. You wait, listen, and then through the sound of rain, you hear something else. A voice, distant, rough but familiar. Is someone there? You follow it, not down any of the 3 glowing paths, but through a narrow break in the underbrush, where no trail has been carved. The companion follows without question. Branches brush your arms, leaves scatter your breath. The voice grows clearer. Eventually you find a campfire, small, real. Not blue, not magical, just wood, ash, and orange flame. And seated beside it is a person, wrapped in a soaked coat, staring into the fire, muttering quietly to themselves. When they turn, you realize they look like you. Not exactly. Older, tired, with eyes that have seen something beyond the forest. They squint at you, then smile. It's crooked, relieved. Took you long enough, they say. I kept the fire going. Thought maybe you'd come back this time. You sit. The companion rests between you, and for a while the rain keeps falling. The stranger, your echo, your memory, your possible future, tell stories of other paths, other choices, other nights in the rain. Some are gentle, some are frightening. All are true. You speak too, and the forest listens. The fire grows stronger. At some point, the stranger grows quiet, looks into the flame, and says, "If you follow me, we'll find where the forest ends. But only if you're ready to leave something behind." Your companion stands again. So do you? You've carried a name, a coal, a story, but there's still one more shadow left to pass through. The stranger steps into the woods, and you follow. The stranger walks ahead. Their soaked coat flutters like a torn flag. Their steps don't disturb the leaves, but they part for them, as if the forest recognizes what they are. You follow. The companion close beside. The rain deepens. Not harsher, just heavier, as though each drop carries weight now. Around you, the trees shift. They aren't just old. They're watching. Their bark pulses faintly, like breath slowed to ancient rhythm. And the light disappears. Not all at once. Not like night. But like the fire in your hands has grown shy. Soon, even the stranger's outline becomes shadow. They stop before a tree unlike the others. His bark is black, glassy, covered in etchings that move. Not symbols, memories. And when you step closer, you realize this tree holds every choice you didn't make. You see, A version of you who turned back at the stairs. A version who lit no fire. A version who gave in to the whispering voice near the mirror. They are not failures. They are echoes. And this tree? It's listening. The stranger touches it gently. Their fingers leave no mark, but the tree shudders, as if remembering something long buried. They turn to you and speak softly. This is where it all returns. The fire, the fear, the forgetting. You can't carry all of it through. Then they step back and vanish. No drama, no sound, gone. You stand before the tree. Your companion doesn't move. Its gaze is fixed on the bark. You know suddenly what's required. Not a sacrifice, not an offering, a release. The last thing weighing down your steps. The piece of you that still resists the truth, that you are not meant to pass through the forest unchanged. That fear is not the enemy, it's the doorway. You take a breath, the deepest so far, and speak, not aloud but inward. I am not what I left behind. I am what remains. The tree leans toward you. Its trunk splits open, not broken, welcoming. A passage, narrow and dark, and from inside, the sound of wind, and something humming your name. You step in. The companion follows. The bark closes behind you, soft as skin. Inside, no light, just the sound of your own heartbeat, and an old song sung by something with your voice. A voice that never learned to be afraid of the dark. The tree closed behind you like a sigh. All light vanished. No moon, no flame, no reflection. Only the sound of rain through wood, a muffled rhythm like a lullaby from another world. And beneath it, breathing, not your own, not the companion's, deeper, older, like the earth itself was waiting to exhale. You walk by, feel alone, hands brushing the walls, not rough bark anymore, but smooth and warm, like polished bone or old stone, that had been shaped by centuries of touch. And always just ahead, that hum, low, steady, not threatening, just there, like a heartbeat beneath water. After a while, the tunnel opened into a chamber, round, vast, lit by a single source, a fire burning without flame. It pulsed like a living thing, coiled in the center of the space, not a campfire, but a furnace of glowing threads, twisting in and out of one another like strands of memory. The fire breathed, and with each pulse, the walls around you flickered to life. You saw a child crouched by a window, drawing stars on fogged glass. A figure standing at the edge of a cliff, whispering a name into the wind. A hand reaching through smoke to pull someone else up. Each flicker was you. Different times, different fears, same fire. Then the hum sharpened, became a voice, but not from around you, from within. You carried me, through rain and ruin, through stories forgotten and nights that bent the sky. But you never let me burn. You felt it now, the truth behind the fear. You weren't running from it. You were carrying it, nurturing it, protecting something small and bright. Inside all the dark, the companion stepped forward, sat beside the fire, waited. You understood. This was the place. This was where the fear stopped being a shadow and became a lantern. You stepped closer, held out your hands. The fire reached back. It didn't scorch. It welcomed, flowed into your chest like warmth into cold limbs. You staggered, not in pain, but in recognition. The fire was your memory, the heat of every moment you chose to keep going. And now, it was yours to carry again. The chamber trembled, not collapsing, opening. The walls split into tall, arching doorways, where there had once been only stone, each one glowing, each one leading to a different part of the forest, or a different part of you. The companion looked up. Its eyes were no longer animal. They were ancient, soft. Spoke again, not aloud, but directly into your mind. Now we walk as fire. And with that, you stepped through the center arch. The rain beyond was still falling, but now, you glowed from within. No need for torches, no need for maps. You had become the thing the shadows feared. The arch behind you shimmered closed, its stone surface sealing like a whisper forgotten. You stood at the edge of a ridge, the forest sloping down into mist that pulsed like a living sea. The fire within your chest throbbed gently, a warm presence behind your ribs, not searing, not flickering, steady, sure. Above the clouds churned. No moon, Just a dim silver glow behind the sky, like something watching from above the rain. Your companion stood beside you. Its form shimmered at the edges now, less wolf, more wind. Its eyes twin sparks that mirrored your own. It said nothing, but you felt its calm reach across the silence. Then, the wind changed. You heard something beneath the mist. Not footsteps, not breath. A creaking, like a hinge long and used. Then, a door appeared. It stood freestanding at the base of the hill. No walls, no frame, just a tall dark wood slab, with a single brass handle, and a deep vertical scar through the grain. It was breathing, not metaphorically, literally. Slow rhythmic expansions. Inhale, exhale, as if the door itself were waiting for you to choose. You approached. The companion did not follow. It sat at the top of the hill, watching, waiting. This was your step alone. When you reached the door, you saw something etched into the handle. No key, no lock, only trust. You understood. The fire wouldn't open it. The coal wouldn't. Not your strength, nor your will. Only a gesture as old as the forest. You placed your hand on the door, not to force, but to be present. The wood felt warm. It exhaled, and then it opened. No creak, no flash, just a widening, like a mouth welcoming a long-awaited word. Inside, a hallway made of rain. Yes, rain. Falling upward and sideways, twisting in loops, forming soft walls and flowing ceilings that pulsed with every memory you carried. As you walked forward, images bloomed in the droplets. The campfire beneath the split tree, the spiral stairs, the handprint on your wrist, the shadow versions of yourself watching from behind trees. The moment you chose to walk deeper, even when afraid, each memory dissolved as you passed. Not lost, just returned. Back to the forest, back to the story. At the far end of the hallway stood another door. This one wasn't breathing. It was still, but it glowed faintly, and carved into it were 3 words. One more night. When you opened it, you stepped into a clearing, circular, silent. In its center, a single stone table. Upon it, a candle, unlit, and behind it, a figure. Not the companion, not the stranger. This one was hooded, face hidden, wrapped in cloak and shadow. They turned as you entered, and spoke in a voice that sounded like all the others combined. Sit. It's time to remember why you came. The figure across the table remained motionless. Their hood dripped with rain, though no drops touched the candle. Sat between you, a stub of wax, pale and old, its wick curling like a question mark, etched in shadow. You reached for the flame within yourself, the fire you'd carried since the hollow, since the forest first whispered your name. And the moment your breath touched the wick, the candle lit, not with orange, not with blue, but a soft, silvery white flame that made no sound and cast no shadow. The figure nodded slowly. Then they spoke. This flame is the memory of your journey. It burns for what you've chosen and what you've left behind. Their voice echoed strangely, as if they weren't speaking to you, but through you. Then, now you will be asked one question. Not a test, not a trick, but a mirror. You swallowed. The candle's light flickered against the trees around you, revealing no leaves, no bark, only faces, hundreds, all watching, all yours, different ages, different moods, all pieces of you that had wandered through the story. Some were smiling, some were scared, some turned away, but all of them listened. Then came the question, spoken not in words, but felt. A presence entered your chest, filled your lungs, settled in your bones like thunder waiting to break. If the forest let you leave, would you still choose to stay? Time stilled. The candle did not flicker, and the faces leaned in, not to judge, to witness. You thought of the moment you stood beneath the rain and felt seen, the blue fire and what it burned away, the voices in the hollow, the touch of the companion's mind against yours, the silence beneath the breathing door. You thought of the fear, and how it had become warmth, how it had become yours. And when the answer came, it didn't come in words. You simply breathed, slow, true, steady, and the flame in the candle grew taller. The figure nodded, then rose. As they did, the hood slipped away, and there was no face beneath, only the same flame, you carried in your chest. They were you, or something from you. A future, a guardian, a memory. They stepped back, and with that, the candle became a door, not physical, but light solidified, the last threshold, and beyond it, a place not of forest, but of answer. The companion reappeared behind you, eyes soft. It no longer needed to lead. Now it would follow, because now, you were the fire. The doorway of light stood before you, shaped by flame, not wood, its edges rippling like the surface of still water. Remembering a storm, you took a breath, not to steady yourself, but to feel everything one last time. The weight, the warmth, the rain clinging to your skin like soft hands saying, "Don't forget us." Then, you stepped through. No fall, no shift, just a folding, like turning the page of a very old book. You opened into darkness, but not the kind that swallows. This darkness held you, cool and weightless, like lying on your back in deep night, and far, far above, no below, stars, not in the sky, beneath you, as if the forest roots stretched downward into constellations, and each glowing point was a memory, buried so deep it had bloomed into light. You floated there, drifting gently in a space that had no up or down, and as you turned slowly, you saw a shape moving beneath the stars, massive, slow, breathing. A creature? A spirit? No, it was the forest itself, but not trees. This was the idea of forest, the original one, the dreamer behind every branch you'd walked beneath. Its form shifted as you looked, sometimes a woman with bark for skin and eyes like river stones, sometimes a great black elk with stars for antlers, sometimes just the whisper of wind that has no source. It spoke not in words, but in images, and the meaning settled over you, like a blanket pulled up by invisible hands. You came to sleep, but you did not come to forget. You came to be remembered. The fire inside you flared gently in response, not in fear, in recognition. This was what the forest had always been trying to show you. Not escape, not safety, but that quiet, sacred knowing that even your fears are made of light. The forest being extended something toward you. Its gesture pulled together stars, roots, and water into a single form. A seed, small, dark, glowing at the edges. This was your gift, not a reward, a reminder. Take this, and wherever you go, a forest will grow behind your eyes. You reached out. The moment you touched the seed, it dissolved, not vanished, but entered you. And in its place, the light returned, not just above, but within. You opened your eyes. Rain tapped gently on your chest. You were back in the clearing. Morning had come. The candle was gone. The stone table was covered in moss, as though centuries had passed in a single blink. And your companion, lying peacefully beside you, breathing slow, still there, still watching, still home, somewhere far off. A crow called, somewhere closer. A new trail waited, not because you needed to go anywhere, but because now, you could go everywhere. The morning was pale and still. The rain had softened to a whisper, barely more than mist now, falling in silvery sheets that made the air shimmer. You stood slowly. The companion stirred beside you, blinking as though it too had dreamed deeply. And as you took a first slow step toward the forest's edge, you noticed something strange. The trees looked familiar, too familiar. You'd been here before. Not in this story, not even in this life perhaps, but the moss on that stone, the twist of that old branch, the way the roots curled just so under your feet. You knew this path. It felt like remembering a word that had no translation. The forest had circled you back, but something was different now. The silence, the air, the scent. There was water near, not rain, river. You followed the sound. It was subtle, like music heard through layers of sleep. Not a rush, but a steady movement, ancient, determined. The companion didn't lead. It followed this time, quiet, alert, its fur lifting in little waves as the mist thickened. Soon, the trees began to thin, and ahead, through a veil of hanging moss and fern, you saw it, a river wide and dark as ink, flowing uphill. You paused, not in fear, in awe. The water moved against gravity, curling along the rocks like memory slipping backward. Its surface shimmered with strange lights. Stars? Fireflies? reflections of things that weren't in the sky. As you stepped closer, a shape rose from the riverbank, tall, thin, cloaked in wet reeds and trailing silver strands of water from its hands. Its face was not visible, only a single eye, round and mirror-like, where its face should be, and it looked at you. You didn't flinch. You waited. The figure raised one hand and pointed to the river, then spoke without sound. "This is the place where your dreams go, when you forget them." The companion whimpered softly beside you, not in fear, in reverence. You looked into the water and saw yourself, but not now, not here. Other versions, running, hiding, reaching, dancing, dying. Each was a moment you'd once dreamed and let slip away. The river pulled at your chest, not like a current, but like grief, gentle, persistent, familiar. You could feel the pull of every story you'd abandoned, every sleep-interrupted thought that had tried to become something more. "Drink," the figure said, "and remember what you didn't know you lost." You knelt, cupped the black water in your hands, and drank. It was cold, then warm, then nothing. Not absence, not emptiness, stillness. You felt the river move through you, and with it came a sudden aching clarity. All those forgotten pieces were not gone. They were waiting to be seen. When you stood, the figure had vanished, but in the sand where it stood, a single item remained, a smooth, flat stone, carved with an image you couldn't name, yet somehow understood. A door, a hand, an eye. The companion touched it with its nose, and the symbol shimmered briefly, then sank into your palm. A mark, not a burden, not a curse, a key. You turned from the river. The trees were thicker now, but the path forward had cleared. The rain had stopped, but the sound of water followed you, soft as breath. Like the forest now carried the river inside its roots. In the distance, something glowed faintly. Another campfire, but this one moved. You stepped carefully over roots slick with dew, the river song still humming faintly in your bones. Above, clouds shifted like great wings, unfolding behind a sky you couldn't quite see. The glow was ahead, not flickering like fire, but steady, like a lantern held with purpose. You pressed forward, the companion keeping close this time, silent as your breath. Eventually, the trees opened into a narrow clearing, and there, at its center, stood a figure beside a floating flame. Not a torch, not a campfire. The flame simply hovered, a few inches above the moss, casting long, flickering shadows that did not match the shape of the figure nearby. They wore a long, rain-stained coat. Their boots were old, caked in mud and ash. A wide-brimmed hat hid most of their face, except for a jaw sharp as a blade, and skin pale as driftwood. When they turned toward you, the flame dimmed, but not out of fear, out of recognition. The figure spoke first. "You came through the river. Thought I smelled something ancient on the wind." Their voice was like rusted bells, familiar but long forgotten. Not old, tired. They crouched by the hovering flame and stirred it gently with a twig. "Name's not important. I walk this forest at night, between dreams that outlive their dreamers." You stepped closer, but the companion didn't follow. It hung back, ears low, eyes wary. The traveler noticed. "It's right to be cautious. I'm not here to harm you. I'm here because you're getting close. Too close." They looked up, and for a second, you saw their eyes, and they were your own. You staggered back slightly. The traveler didn't move. "Everyone who comes far enough through the forest meets me eventually. On what waits? When the story starts remembering you." They stood and took something from their coat. A small, cracked compass. Its needle spun without stopping. "You've seen things you don't understand yet. That's fine. But they've seen you too." They handed you the compass. It was warm, and when you held it, the needle stopped, not pointing north, pointing behind you. You turned. Nothing. Just trees. Then the traveler's voice behind you. "There's something following you now. Been walking your shadow. Since the night you first lit the fire." The companion growled softly, and now you heard it too. Footsteps. Far off. Too light to belong to something living. Too slow to belong to something kind. The traveler took a deep breath. "It won't catch you tonight, but you'll see it again. When you're ready." You looked back at them. Tried to ask, "What is it?" They shook their head. "No name. That's the problem with it. Just a question that never wanted an answer." They gestured toward a new path. It hadn't been there before, twisting downward, into a deeper part of the forest, where no birds sang, and the trees leaned inward as if listening. "Go. You've got one last thing to remember, before the next night falls." As you turned to leave, the traveler's voice called out one last time. "If you see the lanterns, don't follow them. They're not lit for you." Then they and the flame vanished, and in the distance, a sound rose. A bell? No, a lullaby, sung by something that didn't need a mouth to be heard. The path beneath your feet twisted downward. Each step was softer than the last, the soil turning to something deeper, less like dirt, more like memory. The trees here grew close together, leaning in above you, their branches latticing into a canopy so thick, even the mist couldn't pass. Light faded, but not into blackness, into a kind of gray warmth, like dusk before a long sleep. And just below your feet, you felt them, roots, alive, listening. You moved slowly. The companion beside you placed each paw with care, as if stepping across something sacred. And all around, the air changed. No birds, no wind, only whispers. Not words, not really, just the hush of old things, murmuring to each other. After a time, you reached a hollow in the earth, where the path opened into a shallow, root-bound glade. There, in the center, a tree unlike any other you'd seen. Its bark was deep black with streaks of silver. Its branches reached downward, growing into the soil as though trying to return to something. And at its base, nestled within the roots, was a circle of stones, smooth, dry, and warm. You stepped into the circle. Immediately, the air shifted, not colder, heavier, the kind of weight that comes when a place remembers what happened there. The companion sat just outside the stones, refused to enter, but didn't stop you. You knelt, placed your hand on the center stone, and in a heartbeat, you were somewhere else. Not standing, not dreaming, remembering. You were younger, or older, hard to tell, walking through a rainstorm, alone. Before you ever found the forest, you saw your own face, drawn and tired, searching the horizon for something you couldn't name. Then, a door, a simple wooden one, freestanding in a field of fog. You'd forgotten this, the first time you found your way in, the first time the forest saw you, and chose not to let you go. Your eyes opened. The tree stood still, but its roots had shifted subtly, just enough to form a passage, a low tunnel through the dark. You knew what it meant, a path forward, but also downward, where things deeper than fear wait. The companion whined, just once, then followed. As you stepped into the passage, you could feel it again, that presence, the one from the river, from the question by candlelight. It was near, not waiting, watching. Ahead, something moved, just out of sight, not threatening, not kind, simply true. And truths in the forest always have roots. The tunnel beneath the roots was low and warm, like the inside of a sleeping animal. The walls pulsed softly, not with light, but with memory. As you walked, you saw faint outlines in the bark and earth, faces without names, moments without context, a hand holding a candle, a door opening where there was no wall, eyes watching from a mirror that had no reflection. The companion stayed at your heel, silent now, its breath shallow, and ahead, something breathed back. You emerged from the tunnel into a vast hollow, a cathedral of roots. Massive trunks rose in impossible directions, their limbs tangling in the air like frozen lightning. Above you, the ceiling was a net of leaves, pale and veined like old parchment. At the very center of the chamber was a wide, circular pit, not dug, grown. The earth around it had curled downward, as if pulled by something beneath, and at its rim sat three objects: a bowl made of obsidian, a small bell with no clapper, and a single withered mask, carved from birch. The companion wouldn't approach. You did, and when your hand touched the bowl, the pit spoke, not aloud, inside you. A voice like bark cracking in frost. You are the firewalker, the rain sleeper, the one who carries silence like a torch. The bell rang, but no one touched it, and suddenly, the pit began to move. It didn't open. It unfolded. The earth rippled outward, slow as breath, and something vast rose from below. Not a creature, not a spirit, something older. It had no shape, only presence, like an idea trying to take form. From its center, a light grew, dim, pale, and shaped like your face. You weren't afraid, because somewhere deep inside, you recognized it, not as a reflection, but as the part of you that had stayed asleep. When the rest of you woke up, it reached out, not with arms, with story, and you saw it all. The nights you cried without knowing why, the dreams you abandoned too soon, the things you almost became. This was the mouth of the deep wood, and it did not devour, remembered, and now, it asked you to do the same. The mask on the ground lifted, not by hand, by choice. It hovered in front of you, and offered itself. Wear this, the voice said, and forget nothing. You nodded, and placed it on your face. Darkness, then, not vision, understanding. You were not just in the forest, you were part of it. The fire, the river, the roots, the door, and even the thing that followed in silence. That was yours too. When you awoke, you were lying on your back, beside a cold fire pit. The companion was curled beside you. The forest was quiet, and above you, the sky was not night. It was dawn, a new day, but not the one you left behind. A new kind of day, the kind that only comes after the part of sleep where you forget your name, and then remember it, not as a word, but as a place. You stood, you walked, and behind you, the deep wood closed its mouth, but its echo stayed, with every step you took. The dawn that met you was pale and slow, like a candle trying to remember how to burn. Rain no longer fell, but the leaves still held droplets like pearls, shivering in the hush. The companion walked ahead now, tail low but steady, as if it knew where to go, even if it didn't want to. You moved quietly through the underbrush, the weight of the mask still a presence in your bones, not worn, but absorbed. Something had shifted in you. You weren't just a guest in the forest anymore. You were something the forest had decided to keep. By midday, the trees began to part again, revealing a low valley of moss and shallow mist, and hanging from the branches above, lanterns, hundreds of them, maybe more, each swaying softly, with no wind to stir them, each one glowing faintly, with a fire that didn't flicker. The air here tasted different, metallic, almost sweet. You froze, because you remembered the warning. If you see the lanterns, don't follow them. They're not lit for you. But one of them was brighter, lower, closer to the path, and the flame inside it shifted when you looked at it. Not random, deliberate. You turned to the companion. It was gone. No rustle, no footstep, no goodbye. Only the lanterns remained, all still, except one. Your name echoed, quiet and wrong, not spoken out loud, but under your skin. You tried to step backward, but the forest had changed. There was no path behind you anymore, only fog, and the lantern, still burning, still watching, still waiting. You stepped toward it, not because you wanted to, because you needed to know. The moment your fingers touched the cool brass frame, the flame inside flared, and you were elsewhere, not lost, not dreaming, suspended, a space between things, between before and after. All around you floated other lanterns, untethered now, like glowing jellyfish drifting through the dark. Each one pulsed with feeling, regret, hunger, loneliness, hope. And then one drifted close. Yours. It showed you something. A clearing. Your old campsite. But in it, someone else. Curled by the fire. Wearing your clothes. Holding your compass. Their face was yours, but younger, weaker, unchanged. Trapped in the version of you that never kept going. That gave up before the story deepened. That chose to wake up, before the forest could finish its sentence. You reached for the lantern, and it burned you. Not fire, memory. And suddenly, you were back, staggering on the moss, breath sharp, heart racing. The lantern now hung motionless again, its glow fading. The others were still, silent, except one, far off, flickering in a way that wasn't light, a shadow in reverse. And beneath it, a figure, tall, waiting. You turned to run, But the companion was there, returned, muddy, panting, its eyes wide. It growled once, oh, soft, then turned toward a narrow path to the right, away from the Valley of Lanterns. You didn't need to be told twice. As you left the hanging lights behind, one last whisper slipped through the trees. We only light what we want to remember. And some things, perhaps, were never meant to be seen again. But something had seen you, and now it was walking parallel, just beyond the edge of the trees, where light didn't quite reach. You followed the companion down the narrow path, your feet sinking into wet leaves, each step muffled like walking through someone else's dream. The lanterns were far behind now, their strange glow replaced by the quiet rhythm of your breath and the gentle stir of wind. But the feeling, that crawling presence just outside your vision, remained. It had not stayed behind. It never had. The trees here grew tall and sharp, as if they had forgotten how to bend. Moss dripped from every branch. Pale vines hung low like the threads of forgotten lullabies. You heard nothing. No birds, no breeze, no echo of footfall behind you. But still, you knew, it was there. Not walking with sound, walking with memory. Each place you stepped was somewhere it had already been. The companion stopped suddenly, ears twitching, nose low to the ground. Then it growled, not with fear, but with recognition. And that's when you heard it too. Not a noise, a lack, a space where sound should be, but wasn't. It moved around you in circles, like a predator tasting your name. Ahead, the forest opened into a clearing. What? Empty. So, at its center stood an old stone archway, half buried in roots and time. No door, just an opening into something darker than any night you'd yet seen. The companion would not follow. It sat at the edge of the clearing, eyes locked on the arch, tail still, waiting, or warning. You stepped into the clearing alone, and the moment your foot crossed the boundary, it arrived. No flash, no roar, just a shift in the shadows. A part of the world that wasn't supposed to move, did. And from that wrongness, stepped something impossible. It had no face, only a smooth expanse, where one might have been. His body was tall, thin, smoke wrapped in tatters of wind-worn black. It made no sound, not even when it stepped forward. But the trees behind you bent backward, as if retreating from its shape. It raised one long, spindled hand and pointed at you. Your breath froze in your throat, but not from fear, from understanding, because you recognized it. You had seen it before, in dreams you forgot as a child, in corners of mirrors that made no sense, in questions you never dared to finish asking. It was what followed, when people tried to leave their own story, too soon. The shadow of the unfinished, the listener of abandoned paths, and it had been following you since you stepped beyond your own beginning. It spoke, but not with words. It showed you a memory you hadn't lived yet, you standing at the river again, older, alone, choosing whether to stay or go deeper. And behind you, no companion. The image vanished. You blinked. The shadow lowered its hand, then turned, and walked silently through the stone arch. Gone. No sound, no trace, only a faint chill in the air, and a knowing weight in your chest. You turned back. The companion was waiting, its head tilted, as if to ask, "Did you see it?" You nodded. You'd seen more than you were ready for. But still, you stepped forward, because the story was not finished. Not yet. The sky was beginning to darken again, but not like night, more like a curtain being drawn, a quiet folding of color into shadow. You walked without speaking, the companion at your side, your breath calm now, but heavy. The air was full of that distant scent again, wet bark, soot, and something like burned paper. And just as the path began to vanish into a dense thicket, you saw it, a cabin, nestled between two ancient trees, small, slanted, unassuming, but something about it felt like it remembered you. Its roof was patched with moss, its windows fogged from the inside. A thin stream of smoke curled from a crooked chimney, curling in the shape of a question mark, before it was swallowed by the clouds. You didn't remember building it, but somehow you remembered leaving it. And the companion, strangely, didn't hesitate. It trotted up the crooked steps and pawed gently at the door. No growl, no warning, just quiet trust. You stepped inside. It smelled like cedar and rain. The floor creaked softly beneath your feet, but the sound was gentle, like an old house stretching in its sleep. There were no lights, only the soft glow of a fire, burning low in a stone hearth. And above the mantel, hanging crooked on a nail, was something you hadn't seen since you were very young. A drawing you made, childlike, charcoal and leaves on paper. A forest, a shadow, a door. You explored slowly. The cabin had one room, a chair by the fire, worn smooth with use, a shelf of books, their titles in languages that didn't need letters, a kettle still warm, and a small bed in the corner, layered in thick quilts, smelling faintly of pine. At the foot of the bed lay a journal, blank, but old, waiting. The companion curled up on the rug near the fire, and for the first time in what felt like days, you sat. The fire crackled softly. Rain began again outside, tapping against the windows, like gentle fingertips. And in that moment, you realized this was the first place the forest had built for you. Not to test you, not to frighten you, not even to teach you, just to let you rest. But even as your eyes began to drift, something whispered in the flames. Not threatening, not even clear, just a sound like, "Remember this." You stood again and walked to the window. Outside, the trees stood still in the rain, their limbs heavy with sleep. But far down the path, barely visible through the mist, was a faint flicker of blue. Not fire, not lightning, a lantern, not one of the others, a new one, not swaying, waiting. The companion didn't stir. It was your choice now. Stay, sleep, or follow. But not yet. For now, you turned back to the fire. The chair welcomed you like it had missed your weight. The forest whispered stories you hadn't heard in years, and you closed your eyes, just for a while. The fire had grown low. The companion slept, twitching now and then, caught in a dream it couldn't share. You had drifted too, somewhere between sleep and stillness. Your thoughts curled up around the heat, like smoke around a candle. But something shifted. Not loud, not sudden, just wrong. A breath that didn't match the rhythm of the cabin. A creak that came from outside, when no wind should have touched the porch. And then, a sound like soft metal, tapping once, then twice, then nothing. You rose. The rain had thickened, now falling like threads through needles. Slow, precise, silver. You opened the door, and there it was, the lantern, flickering at the edge of the trees. Blue fire, but soft, almost apologetic. It didn't move, but it pulsed, as if in time with your breath. An invitation, not a demand. The companion woke and watched you from the hearth. It didn't move to follow this time, as if the forest had told it, not this part. This was yours, yours alone. So you stepped into the rain. The path was not a path at all, more a memory of footsteps, threading between trees that weren't always trees. The lantern stayed just ahead, floating as if tied to the fog itself. It never touched the ground, never spoke, but it showed. Every time it pulsed, the forest around you shifted. A moment from your childhood, tucked beneath a willow tree, a voice you'd forgotten, calling your name from a hallway that never existed. The feeling of standing at a threshold you'd never dared cross, until now. The lantern wasn't just a guide, it was a mirror. Eventually it stopped. You stood in a hollow glade, ringed by stones, and silent as a held breath. The lantern hovered above a pool of water, so still, you almost didn't see that it had depth. And in that water, reflected not your face, but two versions of yourself. One turned back, one stepped forward, and the lantern dimmed, waiting for your decision. You knelt, touched the surface. The ripples spread outward, and the two reflections merged, not into a single answer, but into possibility. You were both. You were neither. You were still becoming. The lantern dipped once, then slowly floated toward you. You reached for it, and this time, it didn't burn. It simply settled into your hand, like it had always been there. The flame inside bent gently in the rain, but never went out. And from behind you, a voice, the companion, but older, wiser, speaking in a language you didn't need to learn. You carry it now, the light that remembers, the shadow that forgives. Don't lose it. You turned. The path was back, the rain lighter, and the forest no longer watched. It walked with you, as if proud, as if curious what you'd become. The cabin still stood when you returned, warm, patient. You stepped inside, hung the lantern by the door, and for the first time, its light did not chase shadows away. It welcomed them. The rain faded by morning. It didn't stop, just softened, like someone humming a tune long after the song had ended. The light through the cabin window was diffused, bluish and calm, but something had changed. Not in the trees, not in the sky, in you. The lantern still hung by the door, its blue flame flickering slower now, like a heartbeat syncing with yours. The companion stirred, then rose. It didn't stretch or yawn. It just looked at you with eyes that knew, as if you were no longer a traveler here, but something the forest had finally accepted as its own. You stepped outside. The forest greeted you. No birds sang, no branches cracked, but everything around you felt alive, not in movement, in memory. You understood now. This wasn't just a place. It was a keeper, a breathing vault of what had been, what could have been, and what still might yet become. And today, it had chosen to show you its oldest stories, the ones carved in root and shadow, the ones it only tells to those who stay long enough. The companion led you through a different path, one not made by footfall, but by recognition. The trees leaned back as you passed, their trunks revealing marks, not scars, symbols. You didn't remember carving them, but you understood them anyway, like muscle memory in the soul. Each one told part of your story, but not as you remembered it. One mark showed you running, not walking, your hands red with something that might have been fear. Another showed you kneeling, speaking to something taller than trees. A third showed you asleep, in a bed of leaves, while the forest built a mask around your face. You asked no questions. The answers would come. Eventually you reached a stone, half buried in earth and moss, its surface worn smooth by rain and time. And etched into it, faint but clear, was your name, your real one, the one you hadn't used in years, the one you stopped saying. When the world outside got too loud, you knelt, ran your fingers over the stone, and behind you, the companion sat, watching, not as a guide now, as a witness. From deep beneath the forest floor, you felt it, a hum, soft, ancient, like something waking up, because you came back. Roots shifted, leaves stirred in patterns that weren't wind, and for a moment, you heard voices, not whispers, not ghosts, just echoes of yourself, fractured across timelines you never lived. Turn back, go deeper, stay, run, remember, forget. Each one spoke truth, each one was real, because the forest doesn't deal in lies, only in layers. You sat beside the stone. Rain returned gently. The companion rested its head on your leg, and for a while, there was no fear, no mystery, just belonging. You didn't need to understand all of it, because sometimes, the forest doesn't ask for comprehension, it asks for presence. From the corner of your eye, you saw something shift, not in shadow, but in light. The lantern still hung by the cabin door, but now its flame burned green, and in its glow, a figure, waiting, not threatening, not urgent, just waiting, like a memory come back, to see what you'd become. You stood slowly, the stone behind you still warm, as if your name had just been carved there minutes ago, not decades, not lifetimes. The companion rose beside you, its fur bristling slightly, though not in fear, in recognition. Something was near, not hidden, not hostile, but heavy, like a memory you didn't mean to carry this long. And at the edge of the glade, bathed in the flickering green glow of the lantern, you saw yourself, not exactly you, taller, still, wrapped in the same cloak of forest-woven black you wore once, or would wear soon. Their eyes held the sky. Their voice was the hush between branches. They didn't smile, but they didn't need to. They were already inside your thoughts, already part of the path you took, the part you never spoke aloud. The companion sat between you, watching both, neutral. Then it lay down, as if to say, "This is yours." The other you spoke first. Their voice was soft, but old, aged not by time, but by the weight of staying here. Too long. You kept going, You didn't leave when you could have. You remembered what I chose to forget. You wanted to ask what that meant. But something in you already knew. This was the version of you that turned away at the river, who didn't follow the lantern, who never opened the cabin door. They stayed still, and in doing so, became the forest's echo, its stillborn whisper. A voice paused. They knelt in front of you, their movements fluid, like rain drifting down bark. And from beneath their cloak, they drew out something. A mirror, cracked, framed in root and bone, reflecting not your face, but a dozen versions of it. Crying, smiling, lost, brave, all flickering like firelight on water. They handed it to you, and whispered, "Take it. It's not to see yourself. It's to remember you are many." You accepted, and in the instant your fingers brushed the frame, the forest shuddered, not violently, just enough to remind you. It too was listening, watching, weighing what would come next. The other you stepped back. Their edges shimmered, like steam over snow, and slowly, their form faded, not with finality, but with peace, as if a chapter had closed, that never should have stayed open so long. The lantern's green flame shifted to amber, warm, welcoming, and at last, the forest breathed. You turned to the companion. It stood again, tail wagged once, a blink that meant, "Well done." Together, you began walking again, not forward, not back, just deeper, into where the forest wasn't just a place anymore, but a part of you, a memory with roots, a dream with teeth, a home that only exists when you're ready to find it. You walked until the trees leaned inward again, their trunks bending like they were whispering secrets, only you were meant to hear. The forest had shifted once more. No birds, no wind, no echoes, only the sound of roots, alive and pulsing beneath the earth, like veins through a sleeping giant. The companion didn't speak, didn't guide. It simply walked at your side, its silence full of trust, as if it, too, had heard the call. The path led down, steeper and steeper, until the soil grew soft beneath your boots, and each step echoed like a heartbeat. In the hollow belly of the world, moss coated the trees like fur. The rain no longer fell in drops, but in mist, fine silver, and unrelenting. You reached a clearing at last. You could call it that, because what lay ahead was not sky, but stone. A wide, circular pit, its walls slick with lichen and water. At the center, a spiral staircase made of roots, twisting downward, lit by faint glowing mushrooms, and motes of light that didn't come from anything you could see. You stepped down, one turn, then two. The forest rose above you like a breath held in the lungs of the world. And then, you arrived. The Rootkeeper's Hollow. A chamber so wide it could have held a cathedral. Roots hung from above like chandeliers, dripping slow rain into pools of still, dark water. At the center stood a tree, but not like any tree you'd seen. It had no leaves. Its bark was black as sleep, and its limbs stretched upward in a frozen scream, carved from silence. At its base sat a figure, wrapped in robes of mud and moss, crowned with thorns and candle stubs, eyes closed, waiting. You did not speak. You did not need to. The Rootkeeper opened its eyes. They glowed not with fire, but with memory, not yours. The forest, it rose without a sound, its limbs too long, its fingers like driftwood shaped by time. And when it spoke, the trees above shivered. You carry it now, the flame that remembers, the mirror that sees many, the name buried in stone. You've come far, but to leave this forest whole, you must go deeper still. You nodded, not because you agreed, but because something in you had always known this would come. The Rootkeeper reached beneath its cloak and pulled forth a key. One, grown over with ivy. It didn't shine, it didn't glimmer, but it hummed. When placed in your palm, there is a door, beneath the roots, behind your shadow. Only one who carries the forest within may unlock it. Only one who is not afraid to remember may pass through. You took the key. The companion barked once, quietly. It was not a warning. It was a good luck. As you turned to go, the Rootkeeper whispered, so softly the rain seemed to hush to listen, "Do not look back. When you open the door, what follows will not follow you kindly. You began to climb back to the surface, key clenched in your fist, the forest shifting around you, like it knew this part of the story was nearly done. The rain had stopped, not because the sky cleared, but because the forest had paused, held its breath, turned every leaf and branch toward what you now held in your hand. The key was cold, not lifeless, just waiting, like it had waited for years, decades, maybe longer. You and the companion stood before the tree, not the root keeper's tree, but one older, wider than a house, taller than sight. The bark was smooth in some places, worn in others, and completely dark in the center, where a shadow clung like a scar. And within that shadow was the door. It wasn't made of wood. It wasn't shaped with hands. It was grown, a seam in reality, wrapped in moss and root, barely visible unless you looked too long. And when you did, you saw yourself reflected in it, not as you are, not even as you were, but as you might have been, had you never turned around that first night, had you never followed the flame, had you never remembered. The companion growled softly, not in warning, in mourning, as if something was about to be lost, that could never return. In the same shape, you stepped closer, raised the key. The shadow around the seam recoiled, sizzled like mist on fire, and the tree shivered. A groan echoed through the roots beneath you, deep creaking, like a memory stirred awake. You inserted the key into a hollow. You hadn't noticed until this moment. Fit too perfectly, like the final piece of a puzzle. You didn't know you were building. The lock turned, the seam widened, and the door behind your shadow opened. It wasn't dark beyond it, not in the way you expected. It was a gray place, like fog with weight, where shapes drifted without sound. Memories, fragments, versions of you that had never quite come to be. One of them saw you. It blinked, spoke with your voice. You came back. Another reached for you, with hollow eyes. Another wept, silently, as it faded into the fog. You stepped forward. The companion tried to follow, but stopped. Its paws touched the threshold, and withdrew. This place was not for it, only for you. As you entered, the door closed behind you, softly, without a lock this time, and inside, the fog thickened. You walked, alone, but never without presence, because within this strange corridor of what could have beens, you felt something calling, not with a voice, with a pull, toward the center, toward what lay at the heart of the forest's oldest truth. The gray corridor stretched on, though there were no walls, no floor, no sky, only mist, only you, and the faint echo of every version of yourself you never became. Some drifted past you, their feet not touching the ground. Some wept without tears. Others laughed without joy, but all of them watched, not with blame, not with envy, just understanding. You followed the pull, not a sound, not a light, a feeling, like gravity reversed, drawing you not downward, but inward. And then, you saw it. The chamber at the center of the fog, round, so, lit only by a floating ember that hung in the air, pulsing like a heartbeat. In the middle of the room, a chair, wooden, carved from a fallen limb of the forest itself, its seat worn smooth by time, and seated in it, or something shaped like you. They didn't look up, didn't blink. Their body was hollow, like a shell sculpted from smoke and ash. But their hands were yours, exact, real, still warm. One of them held a feather, the other a bone, both trembling. You approached, slow, certain. The hollow self raised its eyes, and for the first time, you saw what you were hiding from. Not fear, not pain, but choice. This self had never chosen. They had stayed in the fog, weighing the possibilities forever, never stepping forward. The price of never deciding, of staying suspended in the gray, between before and after. They looked at you, with the eyes of someone who had seen every path, and walked none. They held the feather toward you. This is what you were, they whispered, when you ran. Then they held out the bone. This is what you became, when you forgot. Then they raised both together. But this is what you must carry, if you wish to leave whole. You reached out, not to take one, to take both, and as your fingers closed around them, the hollow self exhaled, A sound like wind through the oldest trees. Their form collapsed into mist, not vanishing, returning, rejoining you. The feather and bone in your hand. Marsh. The soft and the solid. The light and the enduring. And in your chest, something shifted. A warmth, a grounding, a knowing. You weren't leaving this place empty. You were taking back a piece of yourself. Long buried beneath rain and ash and dream. A door appeared behind you. No key this time. No threshold. Just a way out. The fog began to lift, and somewhere far above, you heard the forest breathing again. The door opened without sound. Beyond it, gray, gold, the soft wet hush of a clearing, just kissed by rain. You stepped through, and the world welcomed you back. The companion was there, lying by the campfire. It looked up slowly, ears twitching, as if sensing the shift in you. Before it even saw your face, you had left it behind, to walk through the fog alone. But it had waited, just like the fire, just like the rain. The clearing was the same, but it felt different. Not haunted, not watchful, just quiet, peaceful. The storm had passed. The trees stood tall but relaxed, like sentries off duty. Above, the clouds parted slightly, letting through a pale moon that shimmered across the leaves, like spilled silver. You sat down by the fire again, the place you had first begun, the beginning that now felt like an ending, and the companion rested its head on your knee. You looked into the fire. For a moment, it flickered, not orange, but green. A final nod from the lantern flame, somewhere deep in the forest. A quiet farewell. You took the feather and bone from your pocket, held them in the firelight. They didn't burn. They simply rested there, heavy with meaning, light with memory. You didn't need to carry them anymore. They were part of you now. Far in the distance, an owl called. The forest didn't answer, because it didn't need to. You had returned, not to a place, but to yourself. And now, it was time to sleep. The companion breathed slowly, warm beside you. The fire cracked, soft and steady. Rain tapped gently at the leaves above, not as a warning, not as a whisper, but as a lullaby. The fire dimmed slowly, its light melting into shadows, not vanishing, just softening, like the forest itself was tucking you in. You lay back on the mossy earth, still warm from where the firelight had touched it. Above you, the canopy swayed gently, 1,000 wet leaves rocking in time. With the quiet heartbeat of the rain, the companion curled beside you, a silent sentinel of fur and trust. Its breathing deepened. So did yours. No thoughts chased you now. Not the shadows, not the doors, not the root keeper's warning. Because here, there was no threat, only space, only calm, only the knowledge that what you'd faced was real. And behind you, you stared up into the limbs of the trees. A gap in the canopy revealed a patch of sky, dark blue and full of drifting mist. There were no stars, but there were fireflies, dancing, blinking, floating like drifting wishes that never needed to be spoken aloud. Your body grew heavier. The earth beneath you didn't pull you down, held you, softly, without demand, like it had been waiting for you to simply rest. And as the rain fell, finer and finer, until it was nothing but mist, your breath matched the rhythm of the forest's endless hush. The companion nuzzled closer, its eyes closed, its ears twitched once, and then, in the hush of sleep, you both surrendered. Somewhere in the distance, the owl called again. This time, you didn't need to listen. The forest would keep watch. You do not fall asleep. You arrive in sleep, like stepping into a warm pool beneath starlight, or pulling on a coat lined with forgotten childhood laughter. Everything is soft, colorless but not dim, soundless but not silent. You're walking again, barefoot this time. The moss is thick and damp beneath your soles, welcoming, like a bed that remembers your shape. Above, the sky is gray-violet, not stormy, just heavy with memory. Each drop of rain that falls echoes something once felt, a moment, a glance, a sound long faded. You hear voices, not loud, not clear, but familiar. You see shapes in the mist, some smiling, some crying, some turning to you with outstretched hands, before dissolving into smoke. You're not afraid. These are not ghosts. They're remnants, left behind like footprints, where the rain never quite dried. You reach a pool, circular, so not water, not quite, a mirror, but not of your face. When you peer in, you see the fire. That first night, the flame in the woods, the figure in the distance, your own breath misting in the cold. But now you see what was behind it, a second presence, a shape in the trees, watching, waiting, not evil, not kind, just waiting. The mirror ripples, and the pool speaks, not in words, in images. You see the root keeper, the stare of roots, the hollow self, the door behind your shadow, and you see yourself, carrying the feather and bone, into a place of pure white light, where they dissolve, where you remain. The rain speaks then, gently, like breath against the back of your neck. You have remembered enough. The rest belongs to the earth. Sleep now, and so you do, not because you are tired, but because the forest has decided. It is your time to rest, and it will hold watch, until you wake. You wake with a breath that feels like beginning, the kind of breath you take not because you must, but because the world has made room for you to do so. The campfire is embers now, no flame, no smoke, just the low pulse of warmth, nestled in ash like a sleeping heart. The companion is still there, curled beside you, its fur damp with dew, its chest rising and falling, in perfect peace. For a moment you don't move, you just listen, to the hush, to the slow rhythm of the morning rain, no longer falling, just dripping, from branch to branch, leaf to leaf, each drop a soft tap on the surface of waking. The forest glows, not in color, not yet, in presence, the kind of glow that comes, not from the sky, but from everything around you, returning to itself. You sit up, stretch, breathe. The aches are gone, the weight too. Even the strange pull from the hollow place behind the trees has stilled. Somewhere far away, a bird calls, not a warning this time, a greeting. The first rays of sunlight thread through the trees, lighting the mist like spun glass. You and the companion stand. The path before you is clear. No roots to climb, no shadows to chase, no doors, just a narrow trail that leads away from the clearing, out from under the shelter of ancient branches, and toward the edge. You walk together. Each step is soft, not hesitant, honoring, and as you walk, you feel it. Every step further from the forest is not a leaving, it's a carrying. The silence, the rain, the door, the flame, all of it remains in you now, a weightless echo, a memory with its own heartbeat. When you reach the edge of the trees, the companion stops. You both look back. The forest watches, not possessive, not reluctant, just present, as if to say, you were here, and you may return. You step into the sun. The companion follows, and behind you, the trees close, not to hide the path, but to let it rest. You lie down once more, not in the forest, but in a field just beyond it, where the trees no longer shadow, but bless. The grass is soft, still wet with the kiss of morning, but warm with sun. The companion curls beside you again, quiet as ever. Its eyes close slowly, and this time, yours follow. Above you, the sky stretches wide, blue and pale and endless, but there are no clouds, only memories drifting, like petals across your mind. No fear now, no doors, no echoes in the dark, only light, only the gentle weight of sleep, pulling like a tide too kind to resist. You feel something beneath your head, not a pillow, a bed of moss, a cradle of earth, and in your hand, you realize the bone and feather have become something new, something whole, a small charm, woven with root and twine, still warm from the fire, a token, a reminder. You don't need to understand it, you only need to keep it. In the forest, it does not call you back, because it is already with you, in your breath, in your dreams, in the steady beat of your heart. When the world grows too loud, the fire, the fog, the stare of roots, the whisper in the rain, all of it now rests inside the quiet space behind your ribs, where sleep lives, where stories wait. So rest now. There are no more footsteps to follow, no more riddles, just the slow exhale of the woods, echoing your own. You are safe. You are held. You are home. Part 1: The Trail Beyond Dusk. The rain was soft, not the kind that drives or lashes, more like a hush across the land, a steady murmur that soothed rather than soaked. The forest stretched endlessly on either side, tall pine trees leaning like old guardians, their bark glistening wet and dark. The traveler walked slowly, foot pulled low, boots pressing into moss and softened soil. His breath made little clouds in the air, even though it wasn't cold. Just damp. Still. Suspended. He hadn't meant to come this far. The path he followed wasn't on any map. It had begun as a game, a detour through the woods, a chance to hear the rain fall uninterrupted, away from roads and humankind. But hours had passed. And the sky was no longer gray. It was deepening toward night, that rich, navy dusk that slips in before you've noticed. He paused at a bend in the trail. To the right, a break in the trees revealed a sloped clearing of ferns and slick boulders, and beyond that, a narrow stream weaving silver in the dim light. On instinct, or perhaps something else, he stepped off the trail and followed the slope down. And there it was. A small clearing. Moss-carpeted, quiet, and low. And in the center, as if it had been waiting for someone, stood a blackened ring of stones, a fire pit, long and used. There was a wooden log nearby, rotting just slightly, hollow at one end. A few branches rested inside the pit, dry despite the rain. Someone had been here not too long ago. A strange thing to find this deep in the woods. He dropped his pack beside the log and knelt by the fire ring. With careful hands, he struck a match, shielding it from the drizzle. The flame caught quickly, greedily licking at the kindling. Soon a soft orange glow pushed back the edges of the mist. The smoke rose straight into the air, slow and blue. The fire crackled. The rain ticked on the leaves above. The forest listened. He sat, back against the log, boots stretched toward the warmth. He hadn't realized how tired he was until now. His eyelids lowered. The fire popped gently. Then, he heard it. A whisper. Faint. Brushing just beneath the sounds of the rain. He opened his eyes, fully alert. Nothing moved in the clearing. No footsteps. No wind. Just the fire. Just the trees. But there it was again, like a name being spoken, too soft to catch. He held his breath. The whisper stopped. A chill crept into his skin, not from cold, but from memory. From something unplaceable that tugged like a dream nearly remembered. He looked up. Far above, beyond the thin clouds, the faintest sliver of moon showed through, thin as a blade, pale as bone. He was not alone in the forest. And yet, somehow, he didn't feel afraid. Part 2: The Visitor at the Edge of Flame. The fire had settled into a gentle burn, not roaring, not dying, just alive enough to glow. The traveler stirred slightly, shifting his weight on the log. Somewhere above, a raindrop rolled slowly off a pine needle and fell with a soft tap against his hood. The whisper he'd heard was gone now. Or maybe it had never been. Maybe the forest was just like that, full of suggestion. Full of old breath. He told himself that, once more. then leaned forward and added another stick to the fire. It cracked, then sizzled at the edges, steam curling up like a slow ghost. He glanced around the clearing. It was too still. Not wrong. Not threatening. Just deeply still. As though the trees themselves were holding their breath. He looked toward the trail that had brought him here, but it was gone. Not blocked. Not hidden. Gone. In its place was thick brush, undisturbed. No footsteps. No path. Just wild forest stretching off in every direction, each tree like a pillar in some great silent temple. He rose slowly to his feet. The firelight made long shadows that clung to his boots and rippled across the moss. Something was shifting. He turned, and there, just outside the ring of firelight, half veiled in mist and branches, stood a figure. He froze. No sound. No motion. The figure stood still. At first he thought it was a trick of the shadows. A tree. A branch. A leaning stone. But no. The shape was too deliberate. Slender, human, with the outline of a hood pulled low over its head, arms resting at its sides. Not threatening. Not moving. Watching. He stared, not blinking. The fire hissed softly. The figure took one step forward. Not fast. Not aggressive. Just a step. Into the light. He felt the fear rise in his throat, not like panic, but like a forgotten memory surfacing. A story told long ago, a name once whispered in warning. But the figure didn't approach further. Instead, it raised a hand. And pointed, not at him. At the fire. Then at the stream beyond. Then, slowly, it pointed toward the trees to the north. A direction. A path. The traveler spoke, voice catching in his throat. Who are you? The figure did not answer. Instead, it turned. And faded back into the forest. No footfalls. No snap of twigs. Just gone. He stood there for a long moment, staring into the place where it had vanished. Then he heard it again. The whisper. This time, closer. But not from the trees. From the fire. He crouched near it, peering into the glowing embers, the cracks between the stones. A faint voice rose from within, layered with the crackle, almost like song. One word surfaced through the murmur. Follow. The flames leaned toward the north, flickering in that direction. The trees were no longer still. They were waiting. Part 3, the path that wasn't there. He didn't move for a while. The fire kept whispering, but not in words anymore, just the impression of speech, a rhythm like breathing, or wind across old pages. The glow from the embers painted the moss in rust-colored shadows, and the stones around the pit looked older now, as if weathered by centuries in minutes. He packed slowly. No rush, no panic. Just instinct, as though he'd done this before. He doused the fire gently with a small tin of rainwater from his pack, steam curling up in ribbons that wound through his fingers and faded into the mist. The woods beyond the clearing were darker now. But not black. A soft silver glow lay across the ground like spilled moonlight, tracing a line through the trees, not a trail exactly, but a suggestion of one. A way forward. As if the forest had chosen to let him see. He followed it. The air grew quieter the deeper he walked. No birds. No insects. Just the damp hush of rain tapping on pine needles, and the soft crush of moss beneath his boots. The trees were older here, their trunks wide and deeply grooved, bark as dark as charcoal, and their roots curved above the earth like sleeping animals. Somewhere behind him, the fire pit no longer existed. The forest had closed again. He passed beneath a branch heavy with droplets, and one fell square on the back of his neck, cold, precise, like a fingertip. He turned. No one. But something shifted behind the trees. Not a person. Not exactly. He kept walking. Soon the path wound between two enormous boulders streaked with lichen. On their surfaces, he noticed faint carvings, not letters, but symbols, concentric circles, a handprint, a shape like an eye with no pupil. Faint, nearly erased by time. The moment he stepped between the stones, the rain stopped. Not faded. Not lightened. Stopped. As if the forest on this side existed in a different hour, or a different world altogether. He paused and held out his hand. Nothing touched his palm. Not a drop. Not a breeze. The silence pressed around him like snow. Ahead, the trees thinned slightly, revealing a hollow filled with standing stones, upright, some leaning, others broken and half buried in moss. In the center was a tree unlike the others, pale, bark smooth like bone, and bare of leaves. It stood in perfect stillness, its branches reaching up like antlers. And at its base sat a small wooden box. No larger than a lantern. Old. Bandaged in moss. He crouched and reached toward it. But before his fingers could touch the surface, a low sound rolled through the trees, not from the forest this time. From below. A thrum. Like something vast and sleeping, beginning to stir. He pulled his hand back. The box had begun to hum. Softly. Steadily. Like it recognized him. A whisper slid across the back of his mind, not into his ears, but into his thoughts. Not yet. He stood slowly. The white tree creaked gently, though there was no wind. The stones watched in silence. And deep in the earth, the sound of something ancient shifted, as if turning over in sleep. Part 4, The Tree of Still Hours. The traveler backed slowly away from the white tree. Every instinct told him to stay, to examine the wooden box, to open it. But the whisper, that single, quiet, not yet, lingered like the last trace of a dream fading from memory. He circled the tree, careful not to step too close. The standing stones seemed older from this side, cracked and bowed as though they'd been bowed toward the tree in reverence or fear. Lichen spread across them like frost. The air here had weight. Like time had pooled in this hollow and thickened into something you could feel pressing gently against your skin. No birds. No breeze. Just the low hum, not from the tree now, but from the forest beyond. A vibration beneath his boots. He turned back toward the woods. The silver-threaded path had returned, fainter now, but still visible. Still calling. And this time, when he followed it, the world tilted. Not literally. But it felt that way. The forest changed with every step. Trees curved in strange directions. Branches twisted like arms caught mid-reach. The path itself sloped upward slightly, but the air got cooler as if descending. The rules of space no longer obeyed simple logic. He passed under an arch of stone, half sunken into the earth and overgrown with ivy that shimmered silver in the dim light. Beyond it, the path opened into another clearing. This one was different. A circle of mushrooms lined the edge, each cap pale and wide like cupped hands. In the center stood an old wooden chair, elegant, tall-backed, its wood grayed with age but still intact. The seat was dry despite the rain that should have soaked it. And sitting in the chair was a coat. No person. Just the coat. Long, dark, and buttoned up, as though its wearer had simply stood up and vanished. He approached carefully. The coat didn't move. He crouched beside it, brushing his fingers along the sleeve. Cold. Heavy. But not wet. It felt preserved, not untouched by time, but held in it. In the breast pocket was something small and hard. He reached in and drew out a metal object, a compass. But its needle didn't point north. It spun in slow, lazy circles, as if the world it belonged to no longer existed. And then, suddenly, it stopped. Pointing to his right. Toward the trees. Toward a darkness just beyond the clearing. He turned. There, barely visible among the trunks, was something new. A door. Not part of a building. Just a door, freestanding, wood dark and gnarled, with a rusted handle and iron hinges. It was slightly ajar. A breath of air moved past him, carrying the scent of pine and something older, deeper, stone, and earth, and the echo of forgotten things. The whisper returned. Now. He stepped toward the door. The forest grew still again. Then, somewhere behind him, the sound of a second set of footsteps. Part 5, The Door Without Walls. The traveler froze just a breath from the threshold. Behind him, the footsteps stopped too. He turned, slowly. Nothing but trees. Mist. Moss. The circle of mushrooms undisturbed. But the air had changed. It was thicker now, charged like the moment before thunder, and it made the fine hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He looked again at the door. It stood exactly as before, a lone, weathered slab of wood, unanchored to any frame or wall, hovering just above the forest floor. It should not have existed. Should not have held shape or shadow. And yet. He reached out. His fingers brushed the handle, iron, cold, familiar. The moment he touched it, the whisper returned. Clearer now. Not in his mind. Come and see. He opened the door. There was no creak. No jolt. It simply swung inward. Revealing darkness. Not blackness, but depth. A hall not made of stone or wood, but of mist, layered and moving like smoke caught in lamplight. It bent away from him, not ending, but folding into itself like a dream repeating in layers. He stepped forward. His boot crossed the threshold, and with it, the air changed. The forest sound dropped away. The rain ceased entirely. Behind him, the door whispered shut with a quiet click. And the world was gone. The hallway stretched ahead, mist swirling at his knees. The floor beneath was smooth, not quite stone, not quite earth. It gave underfoot but offered no sound. The only light came from lanterns that lined the invisible walls at irregular intervals, not flames, but orbs of dull, floating glow, pulsing gently like heartbeats. Each step echoed like a memory, faint and hollow. He passed an archway. Then another. In each were glimpses, not of rooms, but of scenes. In the first, a child sat beside a stream, folding paper boats that never floated. In the second, a man stood before a mirror that reflected not his face, but a forest at night, moonlight shining between trees that were moving slightly, too slightly. The third was worse. The third showed his own campsite, the clearing, the log, the fire ring, but he was not in it. The fire was burning still, and beside it sat a figure in his coat, face shadowed, unmoving. He stepped quickly past that one. He did not look again. The hallway turned. And there, ahead, was another door, smaller, older, almost sunken into the mist. Unlike the first, this one did creak as it opened, as if it hadn't been moved in centuries. Beyond was a room. Circular. Wooden walls, carved with runes he didn't recognize. A fire burned in the center, in a shallow pit of stone. Its light danced across the ceiling, where dozens of tiny bells hung from thin strings, unmoving, even in the rising warmth. And seated across the fire, was an old woman. Her eyes were pale. Not blind, just colorless, like river stones worn smooth. Her skin was lined with deep creases, but not from age, from knowledge. From having watched too many things happen again and again. She looked at him, smiled faintly, and spoke in a voice like parchment folding. You followed the stream. The fire. The tree. He nodded. You carry the compass. He held it out. She shook her head. Not for me. It's for the one still waiting. The traveler swallowed. His throat was dry. Who? Her gaze flicked past him. The one behind the mask. And then the bells above her head began to ring. Softly. One by one. As if something had just entered the room. From behind him. Part 6, The Masked One. He didn't turn around. The bells overhead swayed gently, though there was no wind. Their chimes were soft and precise, like drops of water falling into an empty bowl. The old woman didn't flinch. She only watched him, her pale eyes reflecting the fire. The traveler stood still, every muscle waiting. Behind him, a footstep. Light. Deliberate. The bells rang again, a different tone, lower now, as if responding to something the ear couldn't fully catch. He turned. Slowly. And saw it. A figure, tall and cloaked in shadow, stood in the doorway. Its face was hidden behind a mask, wood, worn and cracked, carved into the shape of something between human and animal. Long lines ran down from the eyes like old tears. The mouth was a closed curve, unreadable. It didn't move. But it was watching. The traveler didn't speak. Words felt thin here, like paper in rain. Instead, he held up the compass. The masked figure tilted its head slightly. Then, with slow precision, it stepped into the room. The bells fell silent. The fire dimmed. And for a moment, just a breath, the room seemed to stretch, as though time itself had bent to make room for whatever was about to happen. The figure reached into its cloak and drew something out. A stone. Small, round, and dark, with a single glowing line etched across its surface like a crack. It pulsed faintly in time with the lights in the corridor behind them. It set the stone on the ground between them, and as it touched the floor, the wood around its side. The runes along the walls glimmered faintly, then went dark again. The old woman spoke. The key has returned. She turned to the traveler. You must take it to the deep tree. Before the third night. He looked down at the stone. It wasn't warm, yet it vibrated with a kind of presence, like it was listening. He whispered, unsure why. What happens on the third night? The masked figure raised a hand. And pointed upward. The bells swayed again. But this time, He realized, they weren't swaying from air or touch. They were responding to something deeper. Something rising. Part 7, Descent into the Hollow. The woman stood slowly. Her movement was slow, like a tree bending in a quiet wind. She circled the fire, her steps silent on the wooden floor. As she passed the masked one, she nodded, not in greeting, not in fear. In respect. She took a candle from a small alcove in the wall, the only flame not affected by the masked one's presence. Its light was blue. She held it out to the traveler. This will guide you down. Down where? She did not answer. Instead, she walked to the far side of the room, and placed her hand against a wooden panel that he hadn't noticed before. It slid open. Behind it, a staircase. Steep. Carved into black stone. From far below, he could hear water. And something older than water. The masked figure moved beside him, silent as a shadow, and extended a long arm toward the stairs. He picked up the glowing stone. Tucked it into his pack. Then took the candle from the woman's hand. Its blue flame flickered, casting pale light on the first few steps. They were wet. Slick. As if they hadn't been touched in centuries. He placed his foot on the first one. And descended. Behind him, the panel whispered shut. The stairway curved downward, spiraling deeper with each step. The candle didn't waver. Its flame burned steady, unbothered by the dark, casting tall, thin shadows against the curved walls. The air grew colder. And soon, the walls began to change. The smooth stone gave way to carvings, thousands of lines etched deep into the rock, forming rivers of symbols that seemed to move if you stared too long. Eyes. Spirals. Trees with no roots. And one symbol repeated more than any other. A mask. Not smiling. Not frowning. Watching. He kept walking. Minutes passed. Or hours. Then, just ahead, he saw it. The end of the stair. And the beginning of something else. Part 8, The Place Beneath the Roots. The stair ended in a wide stone platform. The air was thick and quiet, not silent, but held, like the breath before a question is answered. His candle's blue flame shivered once, then returned to stillness. Before him stretched a vast cavern. Its walls were rough and slick with moisture, lit only by soft phosphorescent moss in cracks and veins, pulsing faintly with hues of green and silver. Thin roots hung from the ceiling in long threads, some still dripping with rain that had filtered down from far, far above. But the most striking thing was what stood in the center of it all. A tree. Impossible in size. Its bark was black as ash, but alive with shifting color, faint, like oil on water. Its roots spread across the cavern floor in massive, knotted ribbons, some as wide as roads. They twisted through stone like veins in marble, curling around the room's edge and vanishing into the dark. The tree pulsed. Not visibly, but he felt it. A steady beat, deep in his chest, like a slow drum. Like a second heart. This, he knew without being told, was the deep tree. The one the old woman had named. The one the masked figure had pointed toward. He approached it slowly, boots echoing softly against the stone. As he neared, he saw a hollow at the base of the trunk, an opening shaped like a door, rimmed in bark and thick with hanging moss. Inside, just visible in the candlelight, lay stone steps leading down. Further down. His chest tightened. He looked back. The stair behind him had disappeared. The passage he'd come from was now only smooth wall. No way but forward. He stepped into the hollow. The air changed instantly. Warmer. But filled with the scent of wet soil, ancient wood, and something faintly metallic, like iron in water. The roots of the deep tree curved around him as he descended the second staircase, narrower now, the ceiling closer. The candle's flame remained steady. He passed under arches of knotted wood. Symbols etched into the roots now, not carved, but grown. Spirals, eyes, trees, and the mask again. Always the mask. Then, ahead, he saw it. A chamber. Round. Silent. Lit only by a shallow pool in the center, reflecting nothing. No walls. No ceiling. Just the pool. He stepped close. And saw something inside it. A face. His. But older. And behind it, the faint outline of the masked figure, standing just behind him. He turned, heart thudding. But the chamber was empty. Just roots. Just water. Just silence. Then a ripple passed through the pool. And a voice, quiet, everywhere, like mist in language, spoke 3 words. It remembers you. Part 9, The Memory in the Water. The voice echoed not through the air, but through him. It bypassed sound entirely, slipping straight into thought like rain soaking into cloth. It remembers you. The traveler knelt by the pool. Its surface had gone still again, like black glass stretched across the stone. His reflection was unchanged, but wrong in a quiet way. It blinked when he didn't. It breathed slightly differently, as if remembering how lungs were supposed to move. He leaned closer. A ripple passed beneath the surface, not water this time, but light, curling like smoke under ice. Then, just beneath the reflection, he saw something else. A memory. Not his. Not yet. It rose like a dream unfolding. Rain. Falling harder than it had in days. The trees bent beneath it. A boy, younger than the traveler had ever been, ran through a forest lit only by lightning. He clutched something to his chest, a pouch. Leather. Stained with age and something darker. Behind him, voices shouted. Not names, not words. Just calls, like animals pretending to be people. He stumbled. Fell. The pouch burst open. And inside it, the stone. The one the traveler now carried. It rolled across the earth and came to rest against a root. The boy cried out. Crawled toward it. But the root moved. It recoiled. And the tree opened. A slit in the bark, like a wound. The stone was swallowed. And the boy. He was forgotten. The vision faded. The pool was still again. The traveler sat back, breathing hard. The candle flickered for the first time, bending low in its socket. The stone in his pack felt heavier now. Not colder, denser. Like it had taken something from the memory and held it. He stood. There was no door in this room. No path onward. But the tree. He turned back toward the curving roots, watching how they coiled along the wall, forming strange loops and hollows. And there, barely wide enough for a person, was an opening. Between 2 roots, twisted like fingers, was a tunnel. It pulsed once with a faint glow, like an invitation. Or a warning. The traveler stepped toward it. The blue candle dimmed. The passage beyond was low and close. The roots curved inward like ribs. He had to duck, then crawl. The light faded behind him. Soon, he was moving in complete darkness. Only the faint sound of water above, and the occasional, distant chime of the bells, impossibly far, but still there. And then, a voice. Clear. Familiar. His own. Calling out. Let me out. He stopped. The roots ahead pulsed, once, twice, and then parted just enough to let him through. He emerged into a second chamber. And in the center stood a mirror. Framed in roots. And trapped inside it, was himself. Paler. Thinner. Staring back, hands pressed against the glass, mouth forming the same words over and over. Let me out. Part 10, The Mirror Room. He stepped closer. The version of himself behind the glass didn't blink, didn't breathe. Just stared, lips moving in perfect silence, repeating the same 3 words. Let me out. It wasn't just a reflection. This thing moved independently. When the traveler tilted his head, it did not. When he stepped left, it remained in place, palms flat against the mirror's surface as if it were trapped in a narrow cell of glass. The traveler raised the candle. The blue light passed over the surface of the mirror, and suddenly the figure behind it moved. Its hands lifted slowly. And it mirrored the flame. Not the traveler. It was watching the candle. Then it looked up. Directly into his eyes. And for the first time, it smiled. It was not a kind smile. The traveler stepped back, heart quickening. Behind him, the roots sealed off the narrow tunnel he'd come from, soft and silent, like closing lips. He was alone in the room with the mirror, the flickering blue light, and the version of himself that didn't belong. But there, just beside the mirror, was a carving. Subtle. Worn almost smooth. A mask. No eyes. Just a blank oval where the face should have been. He touched it. The mirror shivered. The figure behind the glass tilted its head, mimicking the gesture the masked one had made earlier. And then, slowly, deliberately, it raised one hand and knocked on the glass from inside. A hollow, wooden tap echoed through the chamber. Tap. 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 Like a door asking to be opened. The candle's flame bent toward the mirror. The traveler hesitated. And then, the words came again. Not aloud, in his head, low and distant like thunder beyond the trees. He is already walking your path. The mirror rippled. The figure inside began to change. Its clothes darkened. Its face sharpened. Its hands grew too long. It was no longer him. But it had been. Then, without warning, the stone in his pack grew warm. Hot. The traveler flinched and pulled it out. The crack in its surface was glowing now, brighter than before, casting harsh light onto the chamber walls. The mirror hissed at the sight, and the reflection took a single step back. The runes along the roots above him began to glow. Faintly at first. Then brighter. Then pulsing, in rhythm with the stone. And the traveler knew what he had to do. He stepped forward and pressed the stone against the mirror. The surface resisted, like pushing against water held tight in a jar, but then gave way. A deep, low tone rang through the room. The reflection screamed, soundless, as cracks spread across the glass. Not outward. Inward. Like the mirror was collapsing into itself. And then, in a sudden flicker of silence, The figure was gone. The mirror was empty. And in its place was a doorway. Rough-hewn. Narrow. Leading down. Part 11, The Chamber of Echoes. The stone door, born from broken glass, pulsed with a quiet pressure, not sound, but feeling, like the weight of forgotten memories. The traveler stepped through, still gripping the stone. It had cooled again but now hummed faintly, a low vibration in his palm. The path beyond descended further still. The walls curved like a throat, slick with moisture and dimly lit by veins of that same silver moss. The deeper he went, the quieter the world became, as if even sound had forgotten how to follow him here. Then, faint at first, came the echoes. Not his footsteps, something else. Words. Repeating. Low and distant. Sometimes his name, though he couldn't remember giving it. Sometimes just a phrase, like someone whispering from the edge of a memory. Where were you when the door first opened? He wears your shadow now. 3 nights. Always 3. The words came from the stone. From the walls. From the roots, which now hung like strings from the ceiling, gently swaying though no wind touched them. One root brushed his shoulder. And a voice hissed directly in his ear. You left her. He stopped cold. There was no one beside him. Only the hallway. Only the cold. But the air had changed again, no longer heavy and damp. Now dry. Dry as dust. And ahead, the tunnel opened into a room. Circular, wider than any he'd entered before, with walls that sloped up into a dome above. The center of the room held a basin, shallow, carved from stone, filled with a glimmering silver liquid. Not water. Thicker. Still. Around the room were 12 tall stones, arranged in a circle. On each, a mask carved in relief. No two the same. One smiled. One wept. One screamed silently. Another was cracked in half. All watched him as he entered. The candle's flame dimmed again. He stepped toward the basin. The silver surface shimmered, then went flat, and a new image appeared. The forest. Night. Rain falling heavy through the trees. A woman's silhouette, standing before a fire. She turned slowly, and her face was the same as the old woman from the cabin above. Only younger. Her eyes wide. Terrified. She looked up, and whispered, though he could not hear her voice. You must not follow him. Not this time. Behind her, the masked figure appeared. But not silent now. It raised a hand, and from its palm bloomed the roots of the deep tree, growing like veins across the earth. The woman vanished in the spreading black. And the silver surface turned dark. He staggered back from the basin, the echoes rising again. Faster now. Louder. 12 voices. 12 masks. All whispering over one another. Then a sound, not a voice, rose from behind one of the standing stones. A slow scrape. Stone on stone. One of the mask pillars was moving. Turning. Revealing a new opening. And beyond it, flickering torchlight. And breathing. Not his. Not human. Something waited there. Part 12, The Guardian Below. The newly revealed passage breathed warm air onto his face, thick and dry, tinged with the scent of smoke and something metallic beneath. The 12 whispering voices fell silent all at once, as if cut by an unseen blade. Only the faint sound of breathing remained. deep, measured, coming from beyond the stone doorway. The traveler raised the candle again. Its blue flame flickered toward the threshold, unwilling. Then steadied. He stepped through. The floor here was smoother, no longer carved from natural stone, but shaped. Etched. Every step he took passed over ancient symbols scored into the ground in curling lines, like a language written in roots. The corridor narrowed before it opened again, into a high, vaulted chamber. The walls were covered in carvings. A forest, drawn in flowing lines. A tree, massive, with its roots curled around a sleeping figure. A starless sky. And among it all, masks. Dozens. Worn by faceless people, walking in a line that stretched into the trees. At the far end of the room stood a stone platform. And chained to it, unmoving, was a creature unlike anything the traveler had seen. It was tall, though hunched with age or weight. Draped in tattered robes of moss and fabric older than memory. From beneath its hood, a long snout emerged, animal-like, but not of any known beast. It breathed slow, its shoulders rising and falling. Around its neck was a chain, thick and black with rust. At its feet, another basin. Empty. Behind it, a massive door. Carved into it, the deep tree, its branches reaching up and down. The creature raised its head. And spoke. Its voice was low and ragged, like bark cracking in fire. "You bear the stone." The traveler said nothing. The creature nodded once, slow and heavy. "Then you are bound." It reached forward, one clawed hand gesturing to the basin at its feet. "To pass, you must remember." He looked down. The basin remained dry. But the stone in his hand began to pulse again. Brighter. Faster. A thread of red light leaked from its crack and dripped, like blood, into the basin. The moment it touched, the chamber shifted. The walls fell away. And he was standing, elsewhere. Rain. Not real, a memory of rain. The forest was younger now. The trees thinner. And he, the traveler, was running. But he was not alone. A girl ran beside him. Dark hair. A wide smile, even through fear. They clutched hands as they ran, breathless, laughing, fleeing from something unseen. Then the memory shifted again. The girl, alone. The deep tree before her. She held the stone. And she threw it into the hollow. Then turned. And saw him. The traveler. Watching. Frozen. She whispered something he could not hear. And vanished in roots. He was back. The basin full of red light. The creature staring at him. "Now you know," it said. The chain around its neck snapped. Not with sound, with silence. A silence so loud it made his ears ring. The creature stood tall, unshackled now. It stepped aside. And the great door behind it began to open. Blackness beyond. And wind. Cold and vast, like breath from something sleeping far below. The traveler stepped toward it. And the creature whispered once more. "You will not return the same." Part 13, The Roots Beneath the World. The great door opened like the mouth of the earth itself, groaning low, ancient hinges unseen. The air that spilled out was impossibly cold, but dry, as if it had been waiting untouched for centuries. The blue flame of the candle thinned to a hairline wisp, but did not go out. The traveler stepped across the threshold. And the world changed. There was no floor. No tunnel. No sky above. Only roots, massive, curling through blackness, suspended like tendrils in a sea of dark. They moved slowly, breathing in vast cycles, as if the entire space were alive. He stood on a single thick root, broad as a path, leading outward through the gloom. It curved downward, into deeper dark, where faint pulses of red light throbbed like distant heartbeats. The door behind him was gone. The creature, the chamber, all gone. Only the root path remained. He walked. Each step echoed, though there was no ground for sound to bounce from. He passed beneath arches of vine and bark, saw things moving between them, shapes with too many limbs, eyes like pale leaves, vanishing the moment he tried to focus. The stone pulsed again in his grip. Ahead, the path split. Two roots, diverging. One led deeper, thicker, coiled in shadow and echo, marked with carvings of flame and teeth. The other curved upward, thinner, lit by a faint green glow that shimmered like distant fireflies. The traveler paused. Something shifted behind him. He turned, and saw the mirror version again. Standing on the same path he had walked. No longer trapped. Its eyes glowed faintly white. Its face was not his anymore, sharper, hollower, stretched like it had been remade from memory gone wrong. It pointed toward the downward path. Then vanished, absorbed into the bark of the roots. A whisper followed. Only by going deeper can you climb out. He chose the lower path. As he descended, the root beneath his feet began to glow with subtle veins of red and gold. Symbols emerged along its surface, old runes, each pulsing in turn as he passed them. They spoke, though not in words. Memories. Scenes. A child burying something under a tree. A woman lighting a lantern and whispering into a hollow. A storm swallowing a mountain. A hand holding a mask, then putting it on. Then the path opened. And he stepped into the largest cavern yet. A hollow shaped like a heart. In its center stood a tree. Not black like the deep tree, but pale. Silver-white bark, smooth as bone. Its branches reached up into the stone like frozen lightning. At its base lay a bed of moss, soaked with time. And on that bed, a figure. Sleeping. A woman. The one from the memory. The girl. Now grown. Unmoving. But not dead. She breathed once, slow. Then opened her eyes. And they were white. Not blind, burning. And she whispered, "You found me too late." Part 14, The Pale Tree's Secret. Her voice echoed before the words left her mouth, soft, hollow, as if it had passed through the chambers of time before reaching him. "You found me too late." The traveler took a step forward, but the ground pulsed, a gentle resistance, like the forest itself asking him to pause. The woman beneath the pale tree sat upright. The moss did not stir. She looked at him, and in her white burning eyes, he saw fragments of places he'd never been, mountaintops covered in stars, oceans so deep the moonlight never touched their surface, skies filled with birds that never stopped singing. She was older than she should have been. Older than the years since he last remembered her face. But still the same. Still her. And yet, not. She rose slowly. The tree's roots coiled protectively around her ankles, then let go. "The deep tree took part of me," she said. "The part that remembered the way back." She stepped closer, and now the traveler saw that a long crack ran down her spine, not a wound, but something grown. A thin line of bark ran along it, like the forest itself had tried to claim her and then stopped halfway. The stone opened a path for you. For me, it was a lock. The candlelight flickered weakly, barely illuminating her face now. The pale tree behind her began to shed slow, glowing petals, each one spinning downward into the still air. The traveler reached for her. She didn't move. But something did, in the branches above. A creaking sound. Like something massive shifting its weight. Then, from the dark canopy of the cavern, a mask descended. Not worn. Alive. Suspended in air, turning slowly, it looked not with eyes, but with presence, as though it saw everything not through vision but memory. The woman whispered. It followed you. The mask lowered, and as it drew closer, the tree behind her withered slightly, not in decay, but in withdrawal. As if even it feared what was approaching. The mask had no strings, no face behind it. It hovered. Waited. And then spoke, its voice a blend of the travelers and 100 others. You opened what was meant to stay buried. The woman turned to face it. He didn't know. He followed what was left of me. The mask's voice grew cold. Then he must carry what was taken from you. The woman stepped back, toward the tree, and held out her hand. In it, a second stone. Smooth. Pale green. Cracked down the center. The twin of his own. She placed it in his palm. The two stones pulsed together. Then, roots surged from the cavern walls, fast and endless, twisting toward him like veins filled with light. The mask split. Not broken. Opening. From within it came a hollow wind and a single final word. Bind. The roots struck. But not to harm. They wrapped the traveler, gentle but firm, around his arms, his chest, his head. Everything went dark. And in that darkness, a forest bloomed. Not outside. Inside. Part 15, The Forest Within. There was no ground beneath him. No sky above. Only the vast, soundless forest growing through his mind. Branches of thought. Roots of memory. Leaves of breath and dream. The traveler did not fall, he floated, drifting weightless between trunks that pulsed with his heartbeat. Every tree bore something familiar, a scent, a sound, a flicker of someone he had forgotten. A child's laughter echoing in the boughs. The click of firewood splitting. The hush of rain on canvas. He moved through it all, not with his body, but with awareness. The forest within showed him everything. How he came to the deep tree once before. How he turned back. How he left her behind, long ago, before either of them knew the price. And how the forest remembered. In the center of this inner wood, there stood a tree unlike the others. Twisted, ash-white bark like bone, limbs curled like fingers in sleep. At its base sat a chair of woven roots. And in that chair, himself. Not the reflection. Not the mask. But a version of him that never left the forest. Eyes closed. Still breathing. Waiting. This other self opened its eyes. And the forest stopped. No sound. No wind. Only that gaze, quiet, accepting. It raised a hand, palm open. The traveler understood. This was the moment. The binding. The traveler stepped closer, and when their palms met, the world did not explode. It bloomed. Light poured from their joined hands, rushing through every branch and root. The memory trees shook their leaves. Rain fell, soft and silvery, not from sky, but from inside. And the mask, the one that had descended in the chamber, hovered above it all, spinning slowly, watching. The voice returned. Not outside him now. Within. The path has been taken. The burden shared. The forest lives in you now. His eyes opened. Real eyes. In the real world. The roots receded. He lay beneath the pale tree once more, though its bark now glowed faintly golden. The woman knelt beside him. She smiled, the first true smile since they'd met. You found your way back. He sat up slowly. Both stones, the green and the red, were gone. But something new had taken their place. In his chest, behind his heartbeat, pulsed the forest. Alive. Awake. And beneath it all, deeper still, he heard the mask whisper. There is still one more door. Part 16, The Last Door. The pale tree stood behind him now, silent but radiant, its glow spreading gently through the cavern like dawn breaking in slow motion. The woman rested her hand on its bark, eyes closed, as if listening to something only she could hear. The traveler stood. The forest inside him pulsed, not with urgency, but direction. He turned. And saw it. The final door. Half hidden by hanging roots, it shimmered faintly, not stone this time, but wood. Old, warped, dark as river-worn bark. A single handle, wrought from silver, shaped like a spiral. He approached. Each step felt like walking through time. Every breath echoed with memories not just his own, but from the forest, the tree, the mask, the mountain, the rain. He reached out. The handle was cool, humming gently beneath his fingers. And when he pulled, the door opened not with a sound, but with a feeling. Release. A long exhale, like the earth breathing out after holding its breath for too many lifetimes. Beyond the door, was night. Not darkness, night. A vast open field beneath stars that looked closer than they ever had. The air smelled of ash and wildflowers. A breeze blew across the grass, and in the distance, a campfire burned. The traveler stepped through. His boots touched soft moss. Above him, trees arched in quiet reverence. Not threatening. Not watching. Knowing. He followed the path. It led him to the fire. And there, sitting beside it, facing away, was a figure. Not masked. Not monstrous. Just a man. Older. Wearing a cloak made of rain-damp leaves. The traveler approached slowly. The man turned. And it was him. Older. Wiser. Weathered by years that had not yet passed. He smiled, soft, tired, kind. You made it. The younger traveler knelt across the fire. The stars shimmered overhead. Rain began to fall, light and warm, barely more than mist. The fire crackled. The forest breathed. The mask was gone. No more riddles. No more doors. Only the slow, peaceful heartbeat of a world that had waited for someone to remember. The older version looked at him, eyes half-lidded. Now, he said softly, rest. I'll keep watch. The traveler closed his eyes. The moss beneath him was soft. The rain whispered lullabies on the leaves above. And the forest, alive inside and out, sang him to sleep. Book 2. Part 1, When Dreams Take Root. The fire had long since burned low. Embers flickered gently in the damp wood, casting soft orange light on the mossy forest floor. Rain tapped softly on the leaves above, more mist than storm, drifting in quiet patterns like the breath of something sleeping far below. The traveler slept. Not deeply, but not restlessly either, the way trees might sleep, or stones warmed by fire. His body still, his thoughts untethered. The forest pulsed around him, neither watching nor guarding, but being. A presence. And then. A sound. Not sharp. Not loud. Just, different. Like paper tearing slowly in another room. His eyes opened. The fire was gone. The stars overhead blinked out, one by one. Not from clouds, but from shadows. He sat up. The older version of himself, the one who had kept watch by the fire, was gone. No footprints. No warmth where he had sat. Only the memory of a voice, like wind through tall grass. When the forest sleeps, the roots awaken. He rose. The path ahead was no longer the gentle trail it had been. It curved inward now, down into a hollow between the trees, where the mist thickened and the trees leaned in as though whispering to one another. He walked. With each step, the moss beneath his feet felt softer, not like earth, but like skin. Warm. Pulsing. He passed a stone covered in mushrooms, glowing faintly. A tree that bled sap the color of ink. A pool of water so still it reflected not the trees, but the sky above it, a sky filled with constellations he did not recognize. The forest no longer followed the rules of the waking world. It had tilted. And somewhere deep within it, something had begun to stir. A dream of something older than roots. Older than the deep tree. Older than memory. He walked on. And as he did, the mist behind him sealed the path shut. No turning back. Not this time. Part 2, Beneath the Veil of Rain. The trees grew closer together now, not crowded, but intimate, like old souls leaning in to listen. Their bark shimmered faintly beneath the rain, silver veins pulsing softly just below the surface, as if something ancient flowed within them still. The traveler's steps made no sound. Not muffled, silenced. Even the breath of the forest seemed to hold itself, waiting. The path curved downward, narrowing into a ravine shrouded in hanging moss and webs made of dew. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled, not above, but below, a subterranean growl rolling upward through roots and stone. Then came the whisper. No source. No voice. Just a presence slipping across the edge of thought. You are awake, too soon. The traveler paused. The rain thickened, but only in front of him, falling sideways, like curtains drawn across a stage. He stepped through it. And the world changed again. On the other side, a hollow glade. Wide and circular, surrounded by trees bent in perfect arcs, their tops forming a natural dome. In the center stood a single monolith, tall, jagged, and wet with fresh rain. Symbols glowed across its surface, unfamiliar, but rhythmic, pulsing softly with the beat of the forest. And before it, a creature. It did not face him. It stood still, tall, lean, made of bark and bone, with limbs like branches grown into the shape of a human form. Antlers of woven vine stretched from its head, draped with moss and dangling beads of amber sap. Its voice came not from its mouth, but from the space around it. Do you remember the second name you were given? The traveler said nothing. Not because he didn't know, but because deep down, part of him did. But the name was buried in the part of him that had slept since the last door was opened. The creature turned. Its face was not a face. Just a hollow of wood, an empty space where light bent inward. And yet he could feel its gaze. The stone in the center of the glade flickered brighter. The creature stepped aside. Then come. Dream deeper. The traveler stepped forward. His foot touched the base of the monolith, and the symbols surged, not brighter, but warmer. They wrapped around his ankles, climbing like vines of light. He did not resist. He closed his eyes. And the forest, which had once lived within him, now entered him again. But this time, not alone. Part 3, The Whispering Hollow. The warmth surged through him like a second pulse. Not burning. Not bright. But old. Earth-old. The runes of the monolith coiled around his arms, across his chest, threading through his thoughts like roots seeking water. For a moment, he forgot what his name had once been. He forgot why he had come. He forgot the sound of his own breath. But he did not panic. Because the forest remembered for him. He opened his eyes. The glade was gone. The rain, too. He stood in a vast underground hollow, the ceiling so high it vanished into darkness. The walls were smooth and glistening, alive with bioluminescent moss that pulsed in slow waves, a heartbeat not his own. The floor was soft beneath him. Carpeted in damp leaves, petals from trees that no longer grew above ground. And before him was the mouth of a tunnel. No door. No markings. Just a wide black arch carved into the wall of earth. The traveler stepped forward. And the air changed. It no longer smelled of moss and smoke. It smelled of memory. Old leather. Ash. Lantern oil. And something else. Something familiar. He raised his hand, not to light the way, but to feel. And something took it. Not grabbed. Not pulled. Just held it. A presence in the dark, cool, invisible fingers, resting gently in his palm. Then came the voice again, soft as moss in moonlight. You left something behind. Follow it. The hand released. He walked into the tunnel. The light behind him died the moment he crossed the threshold. Only sound remained now. But not his footsteps. Not his breathing. The sound of dreams. Laughter echoing down stone halls. Pages turning. A lullaby sung in a language he couldn't name. And through it all, something weeping. Softly. Endlessly. The tunnel opened. And he emerged into a chamber unlike any he had seen, wide and low-ceilinged, filled with standing stones carved with masks. Not faces, masks, each with a different shape, some of wood, some of bone, some of things he couldn't name. They faced inward. Toward a small stone table. And on that table, wrapped in a cloth of silver thread, was his pack. The one he'd lost before the first dream. The one he buried. Before he ever knew the forest was alive. He stepped closer. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for it. But before his fingers touched the fabric, every mask turned. Not moved. Not twisted. Just turned. Now facing him. The weeping stopped. A voice, not male, not female, came from all directions. Do you remember why you buried it? Part 4, The Weight of the Forgotten. He froze. The masks, dozens of them, maybe more, stared with eyeless scrutiny. Some bore expressions etched into their surfaces: sorrow, laughter, anger, serenity. Others were blank, smoothed down by time or will. Yet all of them leaned ever so slightly inward, pulled not by gravity, but by remembrance. The traveler stared at the pack. The cloth covering it shimmered, as though reacting to breath alone. It bore a faint smell, not of age, not of earth, but of a long-doused fire. A camp long forgotten. And beneath it, he remembered. He had buried the pack after leaving the forest for the first time. Not because it was too heavy. Not because it was lost. But because of what was inside it. A letter. Never read. Never sent. Wrapped in twine, stained with ash. And something else. A shard of mirror. No bigger than his palm. Not cracked, but warped, bent as if it had tried to reflect something the world wasn't ready to see. His hand hovered over the cloth again. He did not move it yet. The masks waited. The voice returned, quieter now. What you forget does not forget you. He pulled the cloth aside. Inside, just as he remembered. The weathered letter. The mirror shard. And, folded underneath, the small journal he used to carry, bound in bark leather. Pages filled with maps he'd never finished, stories he never told, and drawings of places that no longer existed. He opened the letter first. The ink had run in the rain all those years ago, but one line remained legible, scrawled across the bottom in his own hand. If you find me again, don't trust me. He stared at the words. The masks began to hum. Low and resonant, as if vibrating through the stone beneath him. The mirror caught the light from the moss-covered walls, not reflecting his face, but a forest. A different one. Darker. Colder. Older. He raised the mirror, and the reflection moved. Not his face, but someone else's. The older version of himself. The one who had sat by the fire. The one who had vanished. But this time, the older self was alone. His cloak torn. His eyes hollow. His back turned. Standing at the edge of a precipice, staring into blackness. And then, he turned. Looked directly at the traveler. You came too far. The mirror cracked. A single line down the center. The chamber rumbled. The masks began to weep, slow drops of water falling from their eyes, pooling at their bases, as if each remembered something too heavy to hold. The voice now came from just behind him. Close. Familiar. If you take it back, the path will change. The traveler looked down at the letter, the mirror, the journal. Then at the silent, watching masks. And finally, at the passage ahead. A doorless archway. Covered in creeping vines, glowing softly blue. Through it, wind whispered, carrying with it a scent like frozen bark and old fire. He placed the mirror shard in his coat. The journal in his satchel. And held the letter in his hand. Then he stepped forward. And the vines unwound for him. Part 5, Where the Roots Remember. The vines parted like breath through fog, not torn or pushed, but invited aside. As he passed through the arch, the scent of the forest changed again. No longer moss and rain. Now it was dry, older, the smell of deep earth, pressed stone, and roots that had never seen sun. The tunnel curved downward. And down again. Until the light was a whisper behind him. The path ended in a chamber carved from tree roots, not grown, but shaped, as though something had braided the forest itself into a room. The walls pulsed faintly with amber veins. Small branches curled in from above like fingers reaching through cracks in time. In the center stood a chair. Not a throne. Not a place of power. But a chair meant for remembering. It was carved of intertwined roots, smooth and glistening with sap. On its arm, a single name had been etched. His. Not the one he used now. Not the one he'd claimed in the waking world. But the name he'd whispered only once, long ago, in a dream he was never supposed to survive. He stepped toward it. And as he did, the roots shifted, not to resist, but to welcome. A hum ran through the floor, through his boots, into his bones. A memory surfaced. Not a moment, but a feeling. The first time he chose to forget. He sat. And the chamber responded. The roots around him glowed deeper, threads of golden sap tracing his skin like veins drawn in slow motion. The letter in his hand trembled, then unfolded itself, the faded ink realigning. The words were readable now. Not many. Just enough. I saw the door. I went through. If you're reading this, I failed. I left something behind. Don't follow me unless you're ready to see it. Signed with only a symbol, a spiral. Not his. But hers. The woman from the deep tree. The one who watched him wake. The one who smiled just once. The walls began to whisper. Not voices, but moments. His own voice, echoing from the past. A campfire. A joke half told. The wind, heavy with rain. A promise. If I don't return by moonrise, bury the pack. He hadn't returned. Not then. And now he knew why. The chair creaked softly beneath him. A second spiral now glowed beneath his fingers, carved into the wood by another hand. The chair had held someone before him. She had sat here, too. And seen the truth he was only beginning to reach. The mask had told him once. There is always another door. But he was beginning to understand the truth behind it. The doors were not destinations. They were locks. And he had carried the keys all along. He stood. The walls stopped glowing. The root-woven room shifted again, the rear wall unspooling into a spiral passage, wide and deep, lined with bark that throbbed like muscle. At the end, a flicker of blue firelight danced. It waited for him. And so he walked forward. One step. Then another. And the roots began to remember out loud. Part 6, The Root Heart Flame. The spiral passage pulsed around him, not with heat, but intention. The blue fire ahead flickered like a memory being coaxed awake, just enough to guide, never enough to blind. As the traveler walked, the spiral passage subtly breathed, the walls contracting and expanding in rhythm, like the lungs of something ancient and dreaming. Each step forward pulled him deeper into the heart of the forest, though now he understood. He was not going deeper into the forest. He was going deeper into himself. The firelight grew. It cast no shadows. Instead, it erased them, softening the edges of the roots, the walls, his thoughts. The farther he walked, the quieter everything became. Even the whispering memories, which had filled the roots with murmured fragments, now faded into silence. And then, the tunnel opened. A chamber wider than anything he'd seen yet. No ceiling. No walls. Just black space speckled with stars above and roots below, thousands of them, spiraling like a living cathedral. In the center, On a stone altar wrapped in silver moss, the blue fire burned. A cold flame. Yet it called to him with the warmth of something long lost. The traveler approached. No wind stirred, but the flame bent toward him slightly, as if it knew his scent. The moment he reached the edge of the altar, something inside the flame stirred. It blinked, split, and revealed a face. Not physical, not real, but seen all the same, in the space between blinks, in the shimmer of smoke. It was hers. The woman from the deep tree. Her eyes reflected the same blue as the flame itself. She did not speak. Not with words. But the fire leaned toward him again, parting like a curtain. And within the flame, there was a door. Of course there was. But this one was different. It bore no markings. No handle. No spiral. Just bark, blackened, scorched, and scarred. A living door made of something that had once burned and refused to die. He stepped closer. And the blue fire whispered, gently curling around his arms. This door is not for entering. It is for remembering. Do you want to see what you left behind? He reached out. The bark was warm. Not hot. It pulsed beneath his palm like a heartbeat. And then, the chamber vanished. He was standing in the rain. Not a vision. Not a dream. Memory. It was night. The same forest, long ago. He was younger. Wounded. Cloak torn. Kneeling beside a freshly dug hole in the ground. The pack. The mirror. The letter. He watched himself. Not as a ghost, but as an echo. He saw his hands tremble as he buried them. Saw the look in his own eyes, not fear. Not shame. But something worse. Resignation. As if he already knew he would have to come back. Already knew the door would wait for him. The vision flickered. Back to the fire. Back to the chamber. Back to now. The traveler gasped, not from fear, but grief. The flame dimmed. And then pulsed once more. The door within it cracked down the center. Just slightly. A sliver of light shone through, not white. Not golden. Green. The color of new things growing after fire. He heard her voice again, not spoken, but carried on the scent of smoke and pine. You can open it now. But only if you're ready to see what it's guarding. He stepped forward. Placed his hands on either side of the scarred bark. And pulled. Part 7, The Door of Ash and Green. The bark split open with no sound. No crack, no splinter. Just surrender. Like an old wound letting go. From within spilled not fire, not shadow, but light. A green so deep it pulsed with memory. The traveler stepped through. At first, there was only fog. Thick. Pale. Breathing. It clung to him like wet cloth, swirling around his feet and shoulders, curling into his hair. And then, just beyond the mist, he began to hear them. Footsteps. Soft. Bare. Not behind him. Not ahead. All around. The fog parted in slow, deliberate coils. And he was no longer alone. Figures stood in the clearing. Dozens. Silent. Some familiar. Some he had never seen. But each bore a piece of him. A gesture. A look. A shadow of the same thoughts. Versions of himself. Younger. Older. Changed. Broken. And whole. They did not speak. But they watched him as one would watch the tide return. Then, one stepped forward. A child. No older than 7. Cloak too large, dragging in the fog. The child held something in their hands, bundled in cloth, pressed tight to their chest. They looked up at the traveler. His eyes. But without the years. Without the weight. The child spoke in a voice that rang like water across stone. You dropped this when you stopped believing. They extended the bundle to him. He took it gently. Unwrapped it. Inside, a small wooden carving of a tree, half burned, half blooming. He remembered carving it. By firelight. Hands raw from rain. Trying to remember what hope looked like. He had forgotten it even existed. The fog stirred again. A second figure stepped forward. An old man this time. Bent. Tall still, but bowed with time. His beard was like hanging moss, silvered by wind. No eyes, just hollows, filled with flickering stars. His voice was softer. Slower. You buried that hope. But you left something else in the ground, too. He raised a hand. Pointed to the far side of the clearing. There, emerging from the mists, was a shape. A tree. But not just any tree. The deep tree. Twisted. Towering. Its branches scraped the clouds. But its roots. They led back here. To this memory. This chamber. This clearing. To him. The tree pulsed once with green fire. And at its base, another door waited. Round. Wooden. Covered in carvings of leaves that moved ever so slightly when the wind touched them. No spiral this time. Only a question. Will you go deeper still? And the traveler? He already knew the answer. Part 8, Beneath the Deep Tree. The wind gathered behind him. Not strong. Not cold. But with purpose, like something that had been waiting years for him to take this step. He held the small carved tree in one hand, feeling the burned half pulse faintly with heat, and the blooming half thrum softly with life. The roots of the deep tree wound outward like veins in the earth, spiraling into the fog like threads of time. He stepped toward the round door at its base. The carvings on the wood, twisting leaves, curling bark, tiny curled creatures half hidden in the grain, stirred as he approached, as if breathing his presence in. The door did not open on its own. It waited. And so he reached forward, pressing his palm to its center. No lock. No handle. Just skin to bark. And then, a single beat. Not of his own heart, but the trees. And the door breathed open. The chamber beyond was silent. Utterly. No wind. No drip of water. No rustling of branches. Only stillness. He descended. No stairs, just gently sloping earth that curled inward, deeper into the belly of the tree. The walls pulsed faintly with green fire, and as he passed, the bark seemed to turn toward him. Watching. Remembering. We knew you when you were small, it whispered. He reached the bottom. And stood in a hollow unlike any before. A wide, perfect circle of earth, soft and glowing with a strange, bluish lichen that dusted the floor like starlight. In the center, there was a stone basin. Ancient. Cracked. half filled with black water so still it looked like obsidian. Above it, the ceiling of the hollow opened into spiraling branches, and through the wood, stars shone through, though he knew the stars above this forest had long since vanished behind cloud and rain. And beside the basin, a chair. Not of roots, not of stone, but of bone. Smooth, carved, clean. It did not beckon, but it waited. He stepped to the basin, peered into the water. At first, he saw only darkness. Then shapes. Not reflections, echoes. He saw the woman again, the one who had led him here, though she never truly spoke. Saw her walking these routes long before him. Saw her place a book in the basin. The same journal he carried now. He blinked. Looked down. The journal was still in his satchel. But here it was, already in the water. Waiting. He reached in, and the surface did not ripple. It simply accepted his touch, as if it had always known he would return. He pulled the book free. It was his. But different. The leather was older. The pages were full now, line after line in a language he couldn't read, yet understood all the same. The moment he opened it, the chamber around him whispered. Voices. All his. From every fire he had ever sat beside. From every dream he had left half remembered. From the first door he ever walked through, to the last one he tried to forget. The forest does not take, it returns. You are not the first. You will not be the last. You buried yourself, thinking it would keep you safe. But even buried things grow. He sat in the bone chair. Not because it called to him, but because he was tired of standing at the edge. The journal opened itself. Pages turning to the last entry. Written in ink that looked like moonlight and ash. When you are ready to speak the truth aloud, the forest will listen. The basin's water shimmered again. And a shape rose from it. Not her. Not him. But something older than both. The root of the first story ever told. It stepped forward. Not walking, growing from the basin, forming limbs of bark and ash, eyes of moss and fire. It spoke with no mouth. Yet the voice rang inside his chest. What truth have you come to tell? And the traveler inhaled. He had been walking a long time. It was time to remember aloud. Part 9, the truth spoken softly. He did not speak at first. The words sat like stones in his throat, too long unspoken, worn smooth by years of silence. The creature that stood before him, bark, ash, and breathless stillness, waited without movement. It had no eyes, yet it saw him. No ears, yet it heard every thought flitting through the fog of his mind. The traveler looked down at the journal again. The final page was still open. But now, blank. Waiting. The question hung in the hollow like a scent. What truth have you come to tell? He closed his eyes. And let the words come. I was afraid. The whisper echoed through the roots like thunder. The basin rippled. The moss dimmed. The tree listened. He stood from the chair. His voice, though soft, grew steady, a stream finding its bed once more. I wasn't just afraid of what was waiting behind the door. I was afraid of who I would be without it. Afraid that I was only someone when I was running. Afraid that if I stopped, I'd vanish. He took a slow breath. The carved tree in his hand warmed again, the blooming side glowing softly, the chart half cool and steady. So I buried the part of me that hoped. The part that dreamed. And I wore fear like armor. Until even I forgot I had it on. The creature shifted. Its limbs creaked softly, like the groaning of old timbers in a storm. From its chest, a faint green light pulsed. Not threatening, not cold. But steady, like the breath of something waiting to begin again. It spoke without voice. You are not the only one. All who walk the deep forest carry silence with them. But silence is not emptiness. The traveler looked down at his reflection in the basin. He did not see his face. He saw roots, winding deep into the soil. And at the very center, a small light, flickering but alive. The tree around him stirred. The moss bloomed gently in circles. The ceiling of roots creaked open farther. And above, clear sky. No rain. No storm. Just stars. Familiar. Bright. Home. The creature stepped back toward the basin. And from its barked hand, it held out a gift. A small orb of green light, pulsing with quiet memory. He reached out, and it sank into his chest. It did not burn. It did not weigh. It remembered. And it belonged. The journal in his hand turned warm. And a new page formed. On it, in his own hand. The forest did not ask me to be brave. Only to be honest. And then the barked creature bowed. And crumbled. Not as death. But as release. The roots of the chamber unwound. The fog thinned. And a path began to grow before him, lined with pale flowers that opened as he passed, glowing with soft blue flame. The forest was no longer watching him. It was walking with him. He turned toward the light. And began the journey out. Part 10, The Long Path Back. The ground beneath his feet was soft, springy with new moss. The pale blue blossoms that lined the path opened in rhythm with his steps, like tiny lanterns flickering into life. No longer a stranger's path, this was his. The forest no longer loomed. It breathed with him. Moved with him. And above, the stars, clearer than he had ever seen them, hung like suspended breath. He walked. Not hurriedly. Not with the weight of before. But with presence. There was no sound save the steady hush of wind through high leaves. And then, faintly, rain. But not the cold, driving storm that once soaked his cloak and turned his bones to stone. This was a soft rain. A forgiving rain. Each droplet that kissed the moss or stone sounded like a tiny footstep following him. Or perhaps leading. He passed old places now softened by time. A crumbled shrine of roots where he once hesitated. A broken bridge now replaced by winding branches. An overgrown signpost bearing symbols that now made sense. He understood what the forest was saying. It no longer whispered in riddles. It simply welcomed him. And then, ahead, he saw it. The fire. Still burning. Still blue. But no longer flickering in solitude. Figures sat around it now. Not strangers. Not ghosts. Others like him. Travelers. Returners. Some with cloaks still soaked. Some with smiles already blooming. Some still silent. But all with the same green spark glowing faintly beneath their ribs. He approached. A space opened for him without words. He sat. And the fire greeted him, not as something to warm against fear, but to remind him. You made it through. A figure beside him turned. The woman. Older than memory. The same one from the mirror of smoke. This time, she spoke aloud. You brought it back with you. She nodded to his chest. The green light pulsed softly beneath his skin. That means it's time to give it away. He blinked. Confused, then understanding. The truth was not meant to be carried alone. He reached into the fire. And the flame did not burn. It parted. And from it, he drew a new shape. A seed. Smooth. Black. Cool to the touch. But when he held it, he saw roots. Futures. A door yet unopened. He looked up. And saw a path winding away from the fire, not back, not forward, but outward. Where more stories waited. Where more travelers would come. And where he, too, might return when the time was right. For now, he had a seed. A truth. And a calm fire behind him. And a forest that no longer asked him to hide. Only to walk. Part 11, The Grove That Listens. He walked from the fire without farewell. Not out of rudeness. But because goodbyes weren't needed between those who had seen each other truly. The forest made way. And with every step, the seed in his hand warmed, a steady glow beneath his fingers, like something remembering the sun. The path narrowed. Moss gave way to stone. Stone softened into soil. And the trees changed. These were not the wild, gnarled sentinels of the outer woods. These were tall, slender, silver. Their bark shimmered like moonlight poured over glass. And as he passed, they turned their leaves toward him, not rustling, not swaying. Listening. He had entered the grove that listens. At the center of the grove stood a single tree, older than wind. Its trunk twisted in spirals like it had been braided by time itself. Vines like veins of gold looped down from its branches, and its roots disappeared beneath a still black pool of water that mirrored the stars. But what struck him most was the silence. It wasn't empty. It was expectant. A pause between inhale and exhale. The moment before thunder. The traveler stepped forward and placed the seed at the base of the ancient tree. It didn't sink. It didn't roll away. It sat in the moss, tiny, dark, glowing softly. And the tree leaned down, ever so slightly. The grove responded. A low, deep note rolled through the soil like the hum of something vast and gentle waking from sleep. And around him, the other trees bowed. Not to him, but to the truth he'd planted. And then, they began to speak. Not in words, but in images. Flashes. Memories that were not his, yet were. A girl at the edge of the sea, writing dreams in sand. An old man on a snowy mountain, whispering songs to the wind. A child curled beside a fire, waiting for someone who never came. 1,000 small moments of courage, loss, wonder. The forest was full of stories. And now, it was telling them back to him. He sat, knees in the moss, eyes wide. The stories did not ask him to respond. They only shared. And slowly, softly, they quieted. And the seed at the tree's base sprouted. Right before his eyes. A single green shoot, glowing like the edge of dawn. Not large. Not loud. But alive. And he understood. What we bury in the forest, we do not lose. We give it the chance to grow. He stood, the wind now a warm breath on his back. The grove opened a new path. Not to the past. Not to the beginning. But to somewhere new. He turned toward it. And for the first time since stepping through the spiral door, he smiled. Part 12, The Path of Returning Rain. The new path curved gently through the forest, following the shape of a river long vanished, its memory now held in smooth stones and the hush of moving leaves. The traveler walked it with quiet steps, as though not to disturb the forest's dreaming. Above, the stars remained clear. And for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, the rain returned. But not like before. No storm. No thunder. Just soft, rhythmic drops, like the forest's way of remembering joy. The rain slid down silver leaves, pattering softly onto moss. And every drop that touched him felt like a welcome, not a warning. Ahead, the path led to an arch of woven branches. Woven, he now saw, not by wind or time, but by hands. Someone had passed this way before. Multiple someones. Travelers who had left something of themselves here, not in stone or fire, but in quiet acts of care. Tiny things. A folded cloth, dry and waiting beneath a leaning tree. A lantern hung on a hook of root, unlit but clean. A single smooth pebble placed precisely in the center of the path, its surface carved with the symbol for stillness. He paused beneath the arch. Rain tapping lightly on the wood above him. And there, sitting on a worn log, almost hidden by ferns, was a man. Older. Quiet. Wrapped in a cloak the color of dusk. He held no weapon. Carried no pack. Only a staff etched with rings, each one a story, he somehow knew. The man looked up. Eyes soft. Tired. Kind. You've come far. He didn't smile. He didn't need to. The forest was already smiling for him. The traveler nodded. I didn't think I'd get back. The man looked to the trees. That's the trick of it. You never get back. But you get forward. And the road starts to look like home. He gestured beside him. A second log. Dry. Waiting. The traveler sat. And for a while, neither spoke. Only the rain did. Tapping softly on leaves. Pooling in little cups of bark. Falling on their shoulders like a blessing. Eventually, the man reached into the folds of his cloak and drew something out. A cup. Rough. Handmade. Filled with dark, fragrant tea. He passed it over. The traveler accepted it. No questions. No ceremony. The first sip was deep and bitter. But the second tasted of warmth. Of smoke. Of stories told in safety. The man spoke again. You'll leave this forest. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But you will. And when you do, it will come with you. Every step. Every word. Every silence. The traveler didn't answer. He only sipped again. And let the rain soak the ground around him, gentle and patient. When he finally stood, the man was gone. Only the log remained. And the path ahead had opened again. Wider now. Not with answers. But with space. And possibility. And so he walked on. Rain at his back. Seed in the soil. And the forest no longer behind him, but within. Part 13, The Last Quiet Place. The path had widened, but the trees grew taller here, arching overhead like cathedrals of green and gold. The rain had lightened into mist, rising in thin veils that wrapped the forest in a hush. Each footstep the traveler took left no mark behind. The moss drank it all, as if the forest now trusted him not to wound it. He moved gently, not out of fear, but reverence. Something ancient lay ahead. He could feel it in the air. Thicker now, like breath held for centuries. Then he saw it. A clearing, ringed by 13 stones. Massive. Smooth. Worn by wind and time. In the center, a still pool. Glass-like. So clear it held the sky. Not a bird chirped. Not a breeze stirred. Even the mist seemed to pause here. He stepped between two stones. And the silence deepened. Not empty, but sacred. He approached the pool. No frogs. No ripples. Only reflection. And when he leaned over, he did not see himself. He saw moments. The long walk in the storm. The spiral door. The blue fire. The voice of the tree. The grove that listened. All of it. Held in water. Held in him. He knelt and touched the surface. It did not part. It welcomed. And from within the water, a soft voice, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, spoke. You have listened. You have remembered. You have walked with silence, and you have returned it with truth. A breeze, at last, stirred the surface. And a single ripple moved outward. At the center, something rose. A mask. Carved of silver bark, smooth as bone, shaped like his face. But gentler. As if carved not from how he looked, but from who he had become. He reached out. Took it. Held it in his hands. And knew. He was ready. Not to hide, but to carry the forest with him. The stories. The stillness. The soft power of truth spoken in darkness. He stood. Slipped the mask into his pack. And when he turned, the path home was waiting. Clear. Open. Lit by soft lights in the trees. Not to guide him out, but to show him how far he had come. Behind him, the pool calmed. The mask's reflection remained, watching over the clearing, for the next traveler who might come. And ahead, the forest gave one last gift. A single note in the air. A song without words, carried by wind and water and leaf. That said, simply, you may return here, whenever you need to remember who you are. Part 14, The Edge of the Forest. The path out was not straight. It wound between trees that now seemed to lean a little closer, not to stop him, but to say goodbye. Their leaves shimmered faintly in the mist, brushed with the pale silver of memory. Each branch, each twisted root, held echoes of the journey behind him. The fire. The basin. The seed. He walked slowly now, not from exhaustion, but because he could. He no longer feared the dark. The quiet. The unknown. He understood them. As he moved, he began to notice something strange. The air ahead of him shimmered. Not like heat, but like memory. And through it, just beyond a thin veil of rain and light, he saw the outside world. The cabin, its chimney letting out a thin twist of smoke. The familiar crooked stone steps leading to the river. A trail of footprints in the earth. His. He paused just before the veil. One last breath of the forest. Its scent. Damp moss. Cool bark. And something sweeter now, like wildflowers after rain. He turned, just once. And what he saw behind him made him stop. The forest was not shrinking into darkness. It was glowing. Each tree carried light. Not flame. Not fire. But the soft, quiet radiance of truth kept and shared. He realized then. The forest had changed. Because he had. And so, he stepped forward. Through the veil. And the moment his foot touched the stone of the cabin step, the rain stopped. The air outside was fresh. A bird sang in a high branch. Somewhere, in the distance, a river chuckled over rocks. And in the sky, a single soft ray of sun broke through. He stood at the cabin door, hand on the worn wood. Inside, he knew, was the journal. Waiting. Blank again. But this time, the pages would not be filled with fears unspoken. They would be filled with stories. With seeds. He opened the door. Stepped inside. And for the first time in a long, long while, he felt rested. Part 15, where stories begin again. The cabin welcomed him with a kind of hush only old wood and familiar air can give. Dust drifted slowly in the beams of morning light. The fire was still warm, glowing faintly in the hearth, like it had waited for him without burning out. Everything was quiet. But not empty. The table was just as he'd left it. A mug, half full with cold tea. A woolen shawl, folded neatly. And beside it, the journal. He sat down, fingers brushing over the leather cover. For a moment, he did nothing. Just listened. To the birds. To the wind. To the silence that was no longer silence. And then, he opened the journal. The pages were blank. Not a single mark. But he didn't feel the pressure of filling them. He wanted to write. Not to explain. Not to prove. But to remember. The pen moved slowly at first. Then faster. Then slower again. The words that poured out were not just his. They were the forest's. The fires. The rains. The old man's words. The grove's stillness. The spiral door's breath. The seed, growing in the dark. And with every line, the cabin seemed to settle more deeply around him. Like a cloak drawn up against the shoulders of night. He wrote until the sun dipped low. And when he looked up, the fire had rekindled itself. The air was cool again. The scent of rain drifted in from under the door. He rose. Closed the journal. Placed it gently on the windowsill. And then, without hesitation, he smiled. Because he knew. This wasn't the end. The forest didn't close behind him. It came with him. In breath. In quiet. In stillness. In the stories he now carried. That night, he slept beneath a woolen blanket. No dreams stirred. Only the sound of rain. Soft. Welcoming. True. against the roof, and in the corner of the room, where moonlight pooled. The mask watched over him. Its eyes closed. But not blind. Only waiting. For the next traveler. For the next story. Part 16, A Whisper Before Sleep. Night blanketed the cabin, soft and thick as velvet. The rain had settled into a whisper. Just the faint tap of drops on wood. The hush of wind moving through pine. Inside, the fire crackled low. No longer to keep him warm, but to keep time. A rhythm. A heart. A gentle reminder. You are here. You are safe. You are home. The traveler lay still. Eyes half closed. Wrapped in a silence that felt like kindness. Not emptiness. Not distance. But presence. The kind that doesn't need to speak to be heard. From the window, the forest remained. Its tall shadows swayed like quiet sentries. And above it, stars blinked through threads of cloud. Ancient, watching, unafraid. He did not wonder what came next. He did not worry what he had left behind. He simply breathed. One breath for the road. One for the fire. One for the tree that listened. And one for the seed, now growing somewhere unseen. Fed by light and memory. A page rustled in the journal. Not turned by hand, but by wind. A new page. Empty again. Ready. But it could wait. In the corner. The mask sat beneath the moon's eye. Its curved mouth neither smiling nor frowning. Only knowing. Knowing that stories do not end. They pause. They sleep. They wait in the dark. For someone to return with listening steps. Outside, the rain deepened. Soft as breath. Steady as heartbeats. The fire dimmed to glowing coals. And in the cabin, curled beneath the hush of blankets and dreams, the traveler slept. With no fear. With no noise. Only a whisper in the dark. From forest to fire to heart. You are not lost. You were never lost. You simply walked long enough to remember your way. Part 1, The Trail Beyond the Fog. The rain had started an hour before dusk. Not a downpour, just a soft, constant mist that shimmered through the forest like silver thread, dancing between the pine needles. Each drop landed with a delicate pad against soaked leaves and the moss-covered floor, creating a rhythm that was almost musical. The trees stood tall and silent, their trunks blackened with rain, branches drooping like they, too, were tired from holding centuries of wind. You had walked far. Too far, maybe. The forest path behind you had slowly vanished into a blur of green and gray, swallowed by the low-hanging fog. But ahead, the faint glow of orange light flickered through the mist, the promise of fire, or perhaps, company. Your boots squelched through damp earth as you stepped carefully over knotted roots. The smell of wood smoke crept into the air, mingling with petrichor and the faint scent of pine sap. A crow called once, then fell silent. Only the sound of the rain and your own breath accompanied you now. And then, the clearing. It opened suddenly, like the forest had chosen to part just for you. There, surrounded by tall pines, a small campfire crackled beside a fallen log. The firelight cast warm shadows on a canvas tent pitched nearby, its sides glistening with rain. No one was in sight. You hesitated at the edge of the clearing. Your hand touched the damp bark of a birch tree for balance, its white skin peeling like old paper. The warmth of the fire beckoned, but something else stirred in the air, a stillness, as if the forest itself was listening. You stepped closer. The fire popped, sending a spiral of sparks into the dark. A single wooden stool sat near the flames. A mug rested beside it, still half full. Whoever had been here, they weren't far. You crouched by the fire, holding your hands near the heat. Rain still whispered through the treetops, but here beneath the canopy, you were mostly dry. The flames swayed in the breeze, casting shifting shadows across the forest floor. The tent flap fluttered slightly, as if it had just been opened. A low sound broke the quiet, a soft thump from deeper in the woods. Not a branch falling. Something heavier. You froze, ears straining against the background hiss of rain. Nothing. Then, another sound. Closer this time. A rustle, like someone brushing past wet leaves. Slow. Deliberate. The fire crackled on. And then, from the other side of the clearing, a figure emerged. Part 2, the figure in the clearing. They moved without urgency, stepping silently from the tree line, a silhouette against the shimmering rain, cloak soaked and dark, hood drawn low. For a moment, they simply stood at the edge of the clearing, facing the fire and you, motionless. You rose slowly, not out of fear, but instinct. The forest had taught you caution. Yet something about the figure, the way they held themselves, the familiarity of their posture, made the moment feel less threatening, more known. I wasn't sure you'd find it, the figure said softly, voice muffled by the hood. Their tone was neither surprised nor alarmed, as if they'd been waiting. The voice was calm, low, quiet, unafraid. The kind of voice that made you think of candlelight and old stone halls. You opened your mouth to speak, but found no words. You hadn't expected company. Not here. Not this far out in the woods. The figure stepped forward, water dripping from their sleeves. With one hand, they pulled back the hood, revealing a face softened by the firelight, lined but kind, with eyes like still water. Gray-green, like the moss on the pines. I keep this place for travelers, they said. For the ones who walk too far. They moved to the stool and sat with a sigh, as if this simple act had meaning. You watched as they reached for the mug, sipped once, and then set it down with quiet finality. I don't get many visitors, they continued. But those who come, they're always running from something. Or looking for something. Sometimes both. The wind shifted, and the fire leaned toward you. You took a seat across from them, on the dry edge of a log slick with moss. The warmth settled against your legs, the wetness of your coat steaming gently into the night air. A silence grew between you. But it wasn't empty. The kind of silence that comes when two strangers know not to fill it too quickly. Then, the rain thickened, a soft cascade through the trees. It played a rhythm on the canvas tent, on the leaves, on the fire-split stones. And in the background, the faintest sound, not quite thunder. A rumble, deep and long, like something vast turning in its sleep far beneath the earth. The figure stirred. You've heard it, haven't you? You glanced up. Heard what? They gestured with their eyes toward the woods behind you. The whispering. You paused. That word. Whispering. The kind you sometimes heard when lying alone in your tent at night. The breeze, you told yourself. The trees talking. But this was different. I thought it was wind, you murmured. The figure's gaze lingered on the flames. Sometimes it is. But sometimes it's older things. Things that learned to speak before men did. The wind blew again, colder this time. The fire shivered in its pit. You heard it then, faint, rising between the sighs of the trees. Not words exactly. Not syllables. But pattern. A breath. A rhythm. As if the forest itself was murmuring in a forgotten tongue. You turned toward the sound, but the figure spoke again. Don't follow it. Not tonight. It's not calling you. You looked back. But it will. Eventually. When it knows your name. Part 3, Echoes from the Trees. The fire hissed as the rain intensified, fat droplets slipping through the canopy now and then, sizzling when they struck the coals. You pulled your coat tighter, but the chill wasn't from the air. It came from the idea, the possibility, that the forest was watching. That it knew. Across the flames, the figure said nothing more. They watched the fire as if listening to it, not for comfort, but for answers. You cleared your throat. What is it that whispers? Some kind of animal? They smiled faintly. No. Not animal. Their eyes stayed fixed on the flames, which danced more erratically now, as if agitated by something unseen. This place is older than most know, they said. Long before the trails were cut. Before the names we use now. The pines remember. The stones do too. And things live here, between the spaces. You frowned. Between. The figure nodded slowly. Between roots. Between seconds. Between sleep and waking. They don't walk like we do. They listen. They wait. The fire popped, loud enough to startle a nearby raven from its perch. It flapped once, rising in a slow arc through the mist, vanishing beyond the trees. You followed it with your eyes, and noticed something strange. Where it had flown, the mist seemed thicker, almost unnaturally so. And for the briefest moment, something shifted in the fog. A shape. A shimmer. It was gone too fast. The figure stood. You looked back, surprised. They didn't seem alarmed, only weary. As if the night had grown too long. I'll be in the tent, they said. You may stay by the fire. But listen carefully, traveler. Their gaze met yours one last time, and their voice dropped just above a whisper. If the whispering returns, don't answer. No matter how familiar the voice sounds. With that, They vanished inside the canvas shelter, leaving you alone with the fire, the woods, and the rain. You sat still, listening. Minutes passed. Maybe more. The forest settled again. You added a log to the fire, watching the flame catch and unfurl like a breath. The warmth returned. You thought about sleep. Maybe, in a few moments. Then, from the trees, soft, barely audible, a voice. Not a rustle. Not the wind. A voice. Calling your name. Part 4, a voice too familiar. At first, you thought your mind had made it up. Your name, spoken low, drawn out, like a memory half heard through sleep. The kind of sound that echoes more inside you than outside. A sound you don't want to believe you heard, but already have. You sat up straighter. The fire crackled on, throwing up soft orange sparks into the dark. Hello, you called, quietly. Not loud, something inside you warned not to speak too clearly, not to let the trees hear you too well. Nothing answered. The rain continued, steady and gentle. The mist pulsed around the pines like breath, softening everything it touched. You stood slowly, brushing ash from your legs, and turned toward the side of the clearing where the raven had vanished. And again, faint, from somewhere just beyond the first row of trunks. Your name. But this time, it wasn't just a voice. It was the voice. Familiar in a way that made your chest ache. A voice you hadn't heard in years. You stepped toward the trees. The forest was darker now. The canopy thicker. Raindrops fell in longer pauses, and in their absence you could hear more, the hush of distant wind, the gentle creak of old wood, and beneath it all, that whispering current, weaving through it like thread in a loom. You paused, one foot on the edge of moss, the other still in the clearing. Then you heard it again. Not your name this time. Just a single word. Please. And it was unmistakably your brother's voice. Gone now, 5 years. Lost to the river. You stepped back. It couldn't be. The forest doesn't speak with the voices of the dead, unless it borrows them. You returned to the fire slowly, the heat welcome against your skin. You sat again, but now the warmth didn't reach you. The fire was the same, but the comfort it once gave had thinned, like the fog, wrapping tighter now, cold around your shoulders. The tent flap stirred. You turned, half hoping the figure inside would emerge. Say something. Confirm what was real. But the tent remained closed. You considered calling out. Then you noticed something strange. Footprints. Fresh ones, leading from the woods. But they didn't stop at the fire. They circled around it. Right behind you. And vanished. Part 5, Circles in the Dark. You didn't move. You couldn't. Not out of fear, not exactly. It was something else. A stillness that had settled deep in your body, like when you wake from a dream and can't quite tell if you're still inside it. You stared at the prints, already filling with rain, dissolving into the soil like they had never been. But they were real. You'd seen them. And they hadn't come to the fire. They had gone around it. You stood slowly, this time with effort. The air felt heavier than it had earlier, the fog pressing in closer, thicker. Even the rain had softened into something finer, like dew that never settled, just clung in the air. The fire hissed as the damp crept in. The forest, once deep green and black, was now just gray. You turned in a full circle, scanning the edge of the clearing. The pines all looked the same, tall, stoic, unmoved. But something in the way they leaned, or the way the mist curled between them, made it feel like the circle of firelight was shrinking. Like the woods were inching closer, branch by branch. You looked toward the tent. Still closed. Still quiet. The figure hadn't returned. You approached slowly, each footstep louder than you expected on the wet earth. You reached out, fingers brushing the canvas, cold, wet, and lifted the flap. Inside, shadows, and the scent of cedar and damp wool. Empty. No one. No bedroll. No pack. No sign of the person who'd spoken to you, shared the fire, warned you. Only a single object sat in the tent center. A small, round stone, smooth, dark, and etched with 3 faint lines. They spiraled inward, like a symbol or a maze, or perhaps, a mark. You backed out, one slow step at a time. The fire was smaller now, not because it had burned down, but because the darkness had grown deeper. The clearing felt less like a clearing and more like a hole, as though the forest had closed above you, and the sky was gone. And still, in the distance, that voice. Faint. Wounded. Please. And then, so close behind you you could feel the breath. Turn around. You did. And saw nothing. Just fire. Mist. Trees. And footprints again. New ones. Fresh. Leading back into the woods. Deeper. Part 6, where the roots move. You stood at the edge of the firelight, watching the new set of footprints lead into the fog. Each one clearer than the last, deep impressions in the soft earth, as if whoever had made them had been heavier than they should have been. Not just a person walking. Something leaning. Rain traced silver rivulets down your face as you stared into the trees. You should have turned back to the fire. Waited until morning. But you took a step forward. The fog accepted you instantly. The sounds changed the moment you crossed that invisible line, the boundary between fire and forest. No more crackling wood. No more soft hiss of steam where rain met flame. Just the deep, muffled hush of the woods. And something else. A low groan, deep beneath your feet. Like shifting stone. Like wood under pressure. The path twisted. No trail, not really, just a suggestion of space between trees, the footprints guiding you. Sometimes they seem to skip, reappear ahead, far too far. As if the thing leaving them no longer moved the way people do. Still, you followed. The trees here were older, wider, their bark dark and gnarled, laced with moss like old veins. Some leaned together at unnatural angles, their roots swollen above ground like ribs pressing from the earth. And under it all, the constant, wet thump of water dripping from leaves to soil, slow, steady, ticking like a clock with no hands. You paused beside a particularly large pine, its trunk scarred with symbols you didn't recognize. Just lines, shallow and curling, like the ones on the stone inside the tent. Something about them hummed when your eyes passed over them, not a sound, but a pressure in your chest. You stepped on. The forest floor was soft here, spongy beneath your boots. With each step, your foot sank slightly, as if the earth were less earth and more memory, damp and pliable and reluctant to let go. You passed another tree. Then another. They were beginning to change. Not just older. Twisted. Bent in strange directions. Some with branches that curled back into the trunk like arms folded across a chest. Some with trunks split into jagged, gaping mouths. And the whispering grew louder. Still not words. but tone, intent. And then, through a gap in the fog ahead, something new. Light. Faint. Flickering. Blue. Moving. A lantern. Or an eye. You stepped forward again, and this time the ground below you moved. Part 7, The Breathing Earth. Your boot slipped as the ground shifted, just enough to throw off your balance. You caught yourself against the trunk of a nearby tree, breath sharp in your chest. The bark was damp and strangely soft, almost yielding under your palm, like something living just beneath the surface. You waited. Stillness returned. But now, your senses were sharpened. The forest no longer felt asleep. It felt aware. The strange light still flickered ahead. Soft. Pulsing. Blue, like fire seen underwater. It moved slowly, bobbing through the trees, not high, like a lantern carried by hand, but low. Just above the forest floor. Too low. You took another step, and the earth shifted again. This time, the motion was undeniable, like a long, slow breath beneath your feet. The moss lifted slightly, settled again. It wasn't an illusion. The forest was breathing. A new sound joined the whispering now, the wet scrape of something dragging over bark. Not fast. Not panicked. A slow, deliberate slide. You ducked behind a thick trunk, barely daring to breathe. And that's when you saw it. Moving through the trees ahead, just visible through the fog, was a figure. But not like the one from the clearing. This one glowed faintly, its form undefined. Its edges wavered in the mist like heat over asphalt. It crawled forward on all fours, long and slow, its arms impossibly stretched, hands dragging through the earth, leaving a trail in the moss. The blue glow came from its chest, or where a chest might be, pulsing in and out in rhythm with the forest's breath. It stopped. Head lifted. It faced you. But there were no eyes. Only a blank, smooth face, like stone worn clean by centuries of rain. Then it spoke, not aloud, but inside your head. A whisper with no source. You are close now. The voice was layered, like many speaking at once. Familiar and strange, young and old. It waits beneath. You couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. The figure cocked its head, just slightly, like a dog listening. Do you remember where the river was? Your mouth opened, but no sound came. Do you remember what you left behind? Then it turned, crawling away into the fog, the glow fading behind it like a dying coal. And again, silence. Except now, you noticed something new. The footprints were back. Fresh ones. Your own. Leading the opposite direction. Back. Or forward. You couldn't tell anymore. Part 8, The Hollow Path. You stood still, staring down at the footprints, the ones shaped just like yours, pressed deep in the moss, glistening with mist. But they didn't lead back the way you came. They led forward. Deeper. You followed, because you had to. Because the forest wouldn't let you turn around. Not now. As you walked, you began to notice something subtle. The forest was changing again, but not in any way you could name. The trees remained, the fog persisted, and the rain still fell in its slow, endless rhythm, yet somehow it felt as though you were no longer moving through space, but through memory. The trees looked familiar. Not because you'd seen them before, but because they looked like the idea of trees. As if your mind were trying to remember a forest from a dream long forgotten. The footprints continued, curving gently, impossibly, always leading you on. At times they split into two trails, but no matter which you followed, they joined again ahead, like the forest was deciding where you'd go. Or worse, like it already knew. Then, up ahead, the fog parted slightly, and you found yourself standing before a wide, dark opening in the earth. A hollow. A yawning space where the roots twisted around a sinkhole, and from deep below, that faint blue glow pulsed like a heartbeat. It was quiet here. The kind of quiet that presses against your ears. You knelt at the edge of the hole, peering down. Inside, steps. Carved into the earth. Ancient. Slick with lichen and time. And as you stared down into the dark, you heard it again, not the voice this time, but something older. A tone. Low. Vibrating through your bones. Like the world humming. Like something beneath the world humming. And then you saw it, a faint movement below, just within view. Something turning, slowly, in the depths. Coiled. Breathing. Waiting. The voice returned. Not aloud. Inside. You brought the fire. That was the key. You looked behind you. The fire was gone. So were the trees. Only the hole remained now. And the endless sound of something calling, from below. Part 9, Beneath the Roots. You stepped onto the first stone, slick with moss and rain. The descent was slow, winding, the staircase spiraling down into the throat of the earth. Each step echoed strangely, as though the sound didn't bounce back, but was absorbed. You passed through a layer of cold so sudden and complete it felt like walking through a veil. The air grew thick. Heavy. Not stale, but ancient. Like it hadn't moved in centuries. Above you, the forest vanished into shadow. Below, only the slow pulsing blue light and the ever-deepening sound. A low hum. A groan. Something between music and breath. The walls around you changed as you went lower. What began as damp soil became twisted roots, and then rock, and then something else entirely, something smoother, veined like marble, but warm to the touch. The patterns along it pulsed with faint light, the same spiral markings you'd seen on the stone in the tent. As you touched one, the whisper returned. It remembers you. You flinched. You came here once, in a dream you forgot. But it did not forget. The path narrowed. You had to stoop now, brush your shoulders along the walls. And suddenly the stair ended, opening into a vast chamber. You stood in awe. It was a cavern of impossible size, hidden beneath the forest. Its ceiling shimmered like water reflecting moonlight, even though no sky could be seen. And in the center, rising from the floor like a monument, was a massive stone, round, black, carved in deep spirals and partially sunken in the earth. Around it, the same blue light pulsed. Shapes moved in the chamber's edges. Not people. Not animals. Forms, shifting, indistinct, always just barely visible in the corners of your vision. You couldn't focus on them. Your mind slid away, like it refused to hold their shape. And the whispers rose again, hundreds of voices, layered on each other, like wind caught in a canyon. This is where it waits. This is where the old names sleep. You carry fire. That is what it needed. The great stone at the center pulsed once more. And cracked. Just a thin fracture across its surface. But from within, came a sound. Not a voice. A breath. And something began to wake. Part 10. What waits below? You didn't move. Couldn't. The breath that escaped from the cracked stone was ancient. Not just old in years, old in time. It vibrated in the marrow of your bones. It made the walls tremble softly, the roots above groan as if remembering a weight they once carried. A second breath followed, slower, longer, and this time, the light in the chamber dimmed with it, as if the very space was exhaling. The crack widened. From it, a pale mist curled outward, glowing faintly like frost beneath moonlight. It clung to the floor, creeping toward your feet. Cold as death. Familiar in a way that made your throat tighten, not with fear, but with grief. It smelled like the river. The one where your brother had disappeared. You took a step back. That was when the spiral symbols on the stone lit up, not blue now, but white, searing and cold, pulsing in a slow pattern that matched your heartbeat. Or, no. Changed your heartbeat. You felt it adjust without your permission, sinking to that rhythm, until your chest rose and fell in perfect time with the glowing lines. And then, from the crack, a shape began to rise. Not fully formed. Not flesh. A shadow. Tall. Humanoid, but wrong in subtle, nauseating ways. Its joints bent slightly too far. Its face, smooth, blank, with no features except a small, spiral-shaped cavity where a mouth might be. From that hollow, the voice emerged again. Fire is memory. You burned the way open. It stepped forward, not walking, but gliding. Each motion disturbingly fluid, like it didn't move through space, but rewrote it. You brought it back with you from the river. Another figure stepped out behind it. Smaller. Flickering. You froze. It was your brother. Or something shaped like him, same frame, same broken watch on the left wrist, same torn jacket from the day he vanished. But the eyes, they were just black spirals, slowly turning. He reached out a hand. And whispered, "I'm not supposed to be here." The taller shape laid a hand on his shoulder. But you brought him. The symbols across the stone blazed suddenly, all at once, and the chamber shook. You stumbled back. But there was nowhere left to go. The only way was deeper. The earth cracked beneath your feet. And you fell. Part 11, Descent Without End. There was no impact. You fell through the floor as if it had never been solid, the stone, the moss, the roots, all passing like smoke. You tumbled not through space, but through silence. A silence that stretched. That deepened. It wasn't absence of sound. It was sound so old, so low, it simply refused to be heard. Darkness folded around you like water. Then, slowly, it thinned. You were no longer falling. You stood, somehow, on a flat plane of black stone, stretching infinitely in all directions. The sky above was a dome of clouded twilight, deep violet, lit only by distant lightning that flashed with no thunder. You couldn't see the source. The ground was etched with spirals. Millions of them. Faint and endless, like memories too deep to name. Each one shifted underfoot when you stepped, rearranging themselves, always spiraling outward. And then, ahead, something rose from the flat black. A door. Old, wooden, soaked with rain. Out of place in this impossible landscape. It stood unsupported, no frame, no wall, just the door. Closed. A faint light glowed behind its seams. You approached. Something about the door tugged at you, gently, but insistently. Not with fear, but with recognition. You knew this door. Had dreamed of it once. Maybe more than once. On its surface, carved into the wood, was your name. And beneath it, another line. To return, you must remember. You reached out. Your hand shook. Fingers touched the wood, cold, wet, rough, and the moment your palm pressed against it, you were elsewhere. Not fully. A memory. Or something wearing the skin of one. You stood at the river. Gray sky. Rain falling. Your brother's jacket lay crumpled on the rocks. Your own voice, distant and younger, called out his name. But the river didn't reply. Only the trees. Only the spirals. Only the shape beneath the surface. Something had moved there. And it hadn't let go. Back in the black plain, your hand still rested on the door. You turned the handle. It opened. And behind it, a forest. But not the one you'd known. A night forest. Roots above you. Sky beneath. Everything inverted. And something in the trees was waiting. Still holding its breath. Part 12, The Inverted Wood. You stepped through the door. There was no threshold. No shift in air. Only the quiet sensation that the world had turned over without moving, like a mirror, folding inward. The door vanished behind you as if it had never been there. Above you, the roots stretched like trees. Below your feet, sky. Not clouds, but sky beneath, moving slowly like a black ocean lit with pulses of blue and white, flickering as though stars were trapped inside it. You walked carefully, each step on moss-covered bark, along trunks that grew down into the void. And it was silent here. But not empty. The forest, this inverted place, was filled with the presence of things hiding. Watching. They did not move, not yet. But they were close. The way fear is close in a dream. You moved forward, following a path of stones embedded in the bark. They shone faintly when your foot touched them, reacting to your presence, as if waking up one by one. The further you walked, the more wrong everything began to feel. The trees swayed, but there was no wind. The sky below rippled, but there was no water. The light dimmed, but there was no sun. And ahead, where the path narrowed to a funnel of knotted roots, you saw something impossible. Your campfire. Burning. Right side up. In a clearing that hung in the sky beneath you. The same circle of stones. The same orange glow. But surrounding it now were figures. 6 of them. Tall, thin, unmoving. Like statues grown from the ground, each facing the fire, heads tilted as if listening. You crouched behind a low branch, watching. None of them moved. But you felt something move inside you. A memory surfaced, one you had long forgotten. The day after your brother vanished. The search party. The circle of people gathered near the woods, all facing the fire someone had built to keep warm. 6 of them. Same postures. Same tilt of the head. You blinked. And suddenly, one of the figures turned, fast, too fast, and stared directly at you. No face. Just a spiral. And a voice inside you whispered. You never searched deep enough. The figure began to walk toward you. 1 step. Then the others followed. 6. Silent. Smooth. Moving like thoughts you couldn't stop. You turned and ran, back through the inverted forest, the roots like hands above you, the sky churning under your boots, the memory of fire pulling at your back like a thread. Behind you, they did not call out. They didn't have to. You already knew their names. Because they were all you. Versions that had never left the forest. Part 13, the versions that stayed. You ran. Not because you thought you could outrun them. But because that's what every part of you screamed to do. Each footstep echoed unnaturally, not fading with distance but folding into the space behind you, as if the forest were recording them, holding them in place. The spiral-marked stones lit up again beneath your boots, flashing in sync with your pulse. The versions of yourself, the 6 figures, didn't chase like animals. They moved like inevitability. Slow. Constant. Patient. As if they knew you'd stop eventually. And still, you ran. Through the inverted trees, past roots shaped like ribs, across branches that swayed over a sky that pulsed and watched. You didn't look back again. Instead, you focused on something new. Ahead, the path split, not left and right, but up and down. 2 doorways, one carved into the side of a giant tree trunk, the other sunk beneath a pool of still, black water that reflected the sky like glass. From the tree, you heard a whisper. If you remember, you'll be forgiven. From the water. If you forget, you'll be free. The footsteps behind you stopped. They were near. Watching. Waiting to see which door you'd choose. You stood still, heart pounding, rain-soaked and shaking. Every instinct warred inside you, the pull of memory, the lure of forgetting. The weight of grief. You looked down at your hands. They were different. Not older. Fuller. Like you were becoming someone, or something else. Something called by the spirals. You stepped toward the water. Kneeling. You looked down. And for the first time, saw your brother again. Not the one from before. Not the one with spiral eyes. The real one. Standing at the bottom of the pool. Mouth open. Screaming silently. Reaching for you. But it wasn't fear in his eyes. It was warning. He pointed past you, toward the tree. And as you turned, one of the figures had reached you. It stood inches away. Its face, your face, blank, spiraled, eroded by time. It reached up, touched your forehead with 2 fingers. You didn't flinch. And the forest fell silent. For the first time since the dream began. The figure leaned close, and in a voice that sounded exactly like your own, it said, "You left something in the river. It's time to take it back." Then it stepped backward. And vanished. Part 14, What the River Kept. You stood motionless. The reflection in the water was still. Your brother, or the memory of him, remained at the bottom of the pool, eyes locked with yours. But his mouth had closed now. He wasn't screaming anymore. He was waiting. You turned from the water, toward the door carved into the massive tree. Its edges were uneven, gnawed by time and rot. Symbols circled it, spirals, yes, but also lines like branches, veins, rivers, all feeding into its center. The door pulsed softly. The forest behind you didn't stir. The 6 other selves were gone. But their presence lingered, as if they'd stepped into the trees, melted into the roots, become part of the path you were about to walk. You stepped inside. It was a tunnel, narrow and breathing, as though carved through flesh rather than wood. The air was thick with the scent of damp ash and moss. The walls throbbed faintly, as if remembering something painful. You walked until the tunnel widened again into a chamber. Here, the roots didn't rise, they hung like curtains, tangled and swaying slightly in no breeze. Blue-white light bled from their tips. And in the center of the room sat a pool. Not water. Memory. It shimmered like oil. It pulsed. And floating at its center, unmoving, was the object you had not expected to see again. Your lantern. The same one you'd had by the river the day your brother vanished. The one you dropped when you dove in after him. The one you were sure had been lost to the current. You stepped closer. And as your reflection rippled in the surface, you saw something else. Not just your face. The river. That day. Clear as film unspooling. You and your brother. Running through the trees. Joking. Laughing. Until he stopped. At the water's edge. And said, without smiling, "Do you hear it?" You had laughed then. Said no. But he didn't. He just stared at the river. And whispered. "It's not water. It's waiting." And then he stepped in. Not tripped. Not dragged. Stepped. You reached into the pool. Fingers closed around the lantern. It was warm. As you pulled it free, light spilled from it, not flame, but memory, scenes unraveling into the chamber, bathing the roots in golden flickers. Your brother reading by firelight. His voice shouting your name. You both laughing, soaked from the rain. And then, silence. A single moment, held too long. His eyes underwater, staring up. Not afraid. Just sad. Like he knew what the forest would do. What you would do. You fell to your knees, lantern clutched to your chest. And the room whispered, not words this time. Just breath. All around you. The forest, exhaling. Part 15, A Fire Remembered. You stayed there a long time. Kneeling on the roots, lantern in hand, while the forest pulsed quietly around you. The air was soft now. No longer cold, no longer biting, but thick with the warmth of memory. Heavy with the ache of things long held and finally returned. The lantern flickered. Inside it, the flame twisted in the shape of the river. You saw the current moving, endless and silent, pulling time into itself. But the glow was not mournful. It was inviting. The pool of memory behind you had stilled. Its surface now reflected not you, but the night sky, real stars, distant and trembling. And beneath those stars, you saw a single shape floating, a small wooden boat. It was waiting. You stepped toward it. Not through the pool, but around it, following a path of root lanterns that had formed without your notice, spirals of light growing outward from where you stood. The forest above, or below, or within, shivered, as if aware of your choice. And as you reached the boat, the lantern in your hand grew warm again. Inside, another figure waited. Not one of the silent, spiraled selves. Not your brother. It was the girl from the tent. The one whose eyes never quite met yours. She sat, still, her hands folded on her lap, eyes closed. But now, in this place, in this moment, she looked real. Her skin no longer pale and distant, her dress no longer soaked. She breathed gently. And as you stepped into the boat, she opened her eyes. And smiled. Not a welcome. Not a warning. A knowing. You sat across from her, lantern between you. No words. None needed. The boat drifted. Not over water, but over stillness, across a lake made of memory and silence and night. Above, the stars turned in slow spirals. Below, your reflection watched you go. And then, far ahead, you saw it. The fire. Not the one from the camp. Not the first one you'd built. This one was ancient. And vast. A bonfire that burned with no fuel, at the center of a clearing that shimmered like a heartbeat. Its flames rose high into the sky, not orange, not blue, but a deep, quiet white. The girl turned to you. And spoke one sentence. Everything you lost is waiting in the fire. The boat stopped. You stood. Lantern in hand. The figures were there again, the 6 versions of yourself, but they didn't approach. They stood at the edge of the flame, silent, watching. Waiting. You stepped from the boat. And walked into the clearing. And the fire knew you. It flared. And spoke. Part 16, Into the Flame. The clearing was unlike anything you'd seen in waking life. Not because of the fire, though it rose higher than any natural flame should, licking the sky in slow arcs of pale white light, but because of how the air itself changed as you approached it. It was heavy, but not oppressive. Warm, but not hot. Every step toward the fire was like walking deeper into the memory of comfort, like crawling back into a childhood dream just before it's forgotten. The forest receded behind you. The girl remained in the boat, hands folded, unmoving. Watching. Her presence still felt like a promise not yet explained. The 6 silent figures that resembled you stood evenly spaced around the fire, their spiraled faces bowed. You could no longer tell if they were separate from the forest, or part of it. Maybe they always had been. Maybe you had been, too. You stopped just outside the edge of the fire's light. It was warm. Welcoming. But ancient. The spirals in the bark of nearby trees all pulsed gently now, not chaotic, not threatening, but in rhythm. A heartbeat. Yours. You looked into the flame. And saw everything. Not in flashes. Not in chaotic visions. But in a slow, spiraling sequence of what had always been hidden beneath the noise of living. You saw your brother's face, lit by lightning on the day he disappeared. You saw his hand reaching into the river, not to escape, but to open something. You saw yourself, younger, unaware, caught between fear and denial, too afraid to follow. You saw the moment you let go of the lantern. The moment you ran. The moment you stopped returning to that part of the forest. You saw the world build itself over that wound like a scab. You saw every night you didn't remember him. And then, you saw the fire itself. Not burning wood. Burning memory. You stepped forward. The 6 other selves did not stop you. They raised their heads slowly as you passed, and bowed again once you crossed the edge of the firelight. You understood now. They weren't watching to prevent you. They were guarding what you hadn't been ready to face. You stood before the flame. And it moved for you. Opened. Like a curtain drawn back. Not to show destruction, but truth. And on the other side, he stood there. Your brother. Whole. Not perfect. Not untouched. But real. He looked older. Not because time had passed, but because you had aged in grief, and so had your memory of him. His eyes met yours. This time, no spirals. Only tears. He stepped forward. Didn't speak. Didn't need to. You understood him as if he were your own thoughts. He hadn't been taken. Not truly. He had crossed over, to protect something. To become something. And now, because you came back, because you remembered, he could return. But not alone. He held out his hand. The same way he had before, just before the river. But now you saw what you missed back then, the courage it had taken him to reach out. This time, you didn't hesitate. You took his hand. And the fire closed around you. But it did not burn. It sang. Not with voices, with sensation. With light. With 1,000 remembered nights of childhood safety, of whispered stories, of rain on canvas and smoke in the air and the comfort of someone breathing beside you in the dark. You were not afraid. You were no longer alone. The forest sighed around you, old and tired and grateful. Above you, or below, stars began to fall slowly like ash. The spirals on the trees faded, one by one. The 6 watchers lowered their heads and disappeared, their duty done. The girl in the boat smiled once more, eyes closing, her form unraveling like smoke in morning light. And when the fire finally dimmed, you were back at the campsite. Rain falling gently on your shoulders. The fire burned low. Your brother asleep beside you. Breathing deeply. Alive. You looked up at the forest. It was just a forest now. But in its roots, the spiral still turned. And beneath it all, you heard the river whisper. Return is the deepest kind of journey. You lay down beside the fire. Eyes heavy. And for the first time in years, you slept without fear. Part 17, The Hollow Beneath. The fire had burned low. Ashes whispered as they settled, curling in the air like the last threads of a dream. Rain tapped softly on the leaves above, a rhythm too gentle to wake you. The forest was breathing again, slowly, steadily, as though it had exhaled something long held in its lungs. But not everything was still. Somewhere beneath the earth, beneath the moss and root and stone, something had stirred. The spiral had not stopped turning. Even now, as you lay beside the fire, your brother's quiet breath beside you, the warmth of the world returning, a faint hum threaded through the soil. Not a threat. Not yet. But a memory, unfinished. You dreamed again. Not a vision this time, not something sent to you, but something you followed. You stood inside the forest, only this time, the trees were hollow. Not dead, emptied. The bark peeled away like paper, revealing tunnels coiled within their trunks, spiraling downward. Each one pulsed with a pale green light, like veins, like roots, like passageways made from bone and breath. The girl was there. Not in the boat. Not in the fire. But beside you now. Watching. Still barefoot. Still quiet. But her eyes no longer held distance. They held warning. She lifted a hand, slowly, and pointed to the base of the nearest tree, where a crack had opened, wide enough to crawl through. You looked back toward your camp, but it was gone. So was your brother. Only rain and shadow and silence now. The girl did not move. But you felt her voice inside you. He is safe. But the forest remembers the others. You didn't ask who. You already knew. The others who had never left. The others who had wandered too far. The ones you'd felt but never seen, those who slipped into the spiral and were never named again. You stepped toward the hollow. Knelt down. The earth smelled deep here, rich with moss and rot and old water. You touched the bark. It pulsed. Warm. Inside, something shifted, not a creature, not a sound. A sensation. Like something waiting for a question only you could ask. You crawled in. The girl did not follow. The spiral lit your path. And the tunnel swallowed you whole. Part 18, Voices in the Bark. The tunnel narrowed quickly, the damp walls brushing against your shoulders and knees as you crawled deeper into the earth. The spiral markings followed you, not carved, but grown into the wood. They pulsed with a soft green glow, casting faint light on your hands as you moved forward, slow and careful. It didn't feel like a tree anymore. It felt like a memory turned inside out. Somewhere ahead, you heard a faint sound, not threatening, but unnerving in its humanness. A voice. Whispering. Overlapping tones, not quite words, echoing against the roots like water in a pipe. You paused. Listened. The words didn't make sense at first, syllables folding over each other like broken leaves in the wind. But slowly, the pattern settled. The voice became clearer. It was a child. Repeating one sentence, over and over again. I thought you were going to come back. The voice was high and small, and each time it repeated the sentence, it sounded a little older. A little more tired. A little less surprised that no one had answered. You crawled forward again. The tunnel opened into a chamber, not vast, but wide enough to stand in. The walls here were smoother, covered in tiny holes like breathing wood. The glow of the spirals dimmed, replaced by something else. Tiny lights. Hundreds of them. Faint, floating just above the floor like candleflies, green and yellow, flickering with memory. You stepped among them. They didn't scatter. They hovered, each one holding a shape within its glow, a child's drawing. A ribbon. A shoe. A spoon. A pebble with a name scratched into it. You understood. Lost things. Not just objects. Pieces of lives the forest had taken, or been given. You reached out to one, a folded scrap of paper, hovering just above the floor. It unfolded in your hand. Your own handwriting. A note you once wrote to yourself as a child and buried in the dirt beside your house. Don't forget what we promised. You had forgotten. Until now. The chamber deepened, and ahead, another tunnel branched downward, thinner this time, choked with vines. At the mouth of the passage, a shape sat motionless. Not the girl. Not your brother. Not one of the spiral-eyed selves. But a stranger. Wearing your old hoodie. Hunched forward, face hidden behind hands that trembled as they clutched something. You stepped closer. And the figure looked up. Its eyes were wet. No spiral. Only grief. Why didn't you come back for me? Your reflection asked. And this time, you didn't look away. Part 19, The Forgotten Room. The figure stared at you, your own face, but not quite. The version of you that had waited too long. The one left behind. He sat in silence now, the question still heavy in the air, why didn't you come back for me? You didn't answer. You couldn't. There was no excuse. Only truth. You'd forgotten. Not out of malice or weakness, but because the world had layered itself over this place, year by year, dirt over a shallow grave. But forgetting didn't mean it hadn't waited. The other you turned away, standing slowly, stiffly, as if his bones had forgotten how to move. He stepped aside from the tunnel entrance, nodding for you to pass. And as you did, he whispered something barely audible. "Don't take too long this time." You left him there, not abandoned, but honored. A shadow reclaimed. And then you ducked into the narrow tunnel beyond. This one sloped sharply downward. The air grew colder. The wood beneath your palms was slick with dew or tears, you couldn't tell which. The vines along the walls pulsed faintly, retracting as you moved, as if allowing you deeper. Eventually, you slipped through a final root curtain and emerged into a space unlike the others. A room. Carved stone. Flat walls. Smooth corners. A chamber shaped by intention, not growth. In the center stood a pedestal. Upon it, a book. Bound in green leather, weathered and worn, its cover marked with a single spiral, not engraved this time, but burned. You approached it. The air here buzzed faintly, like the space between breaths. When you opened the book, it didn't reveal pages of text. It showed scenes. As if each page were a window. You flipped slowly. Each turn revealed a person, alone, somewhere in the forest. Some cried. Some slept. Some stared at the rain. One girl whispered into a jar, then buried it in a hollow tree. One boy stood beside a flooded path, whispering a name again and again until the water answered. These were the others. Those the forest remembered. Those who had come here, like you. Each of them had made a choice. Each had left something behind. As you reached the end of the book, you found the final page blank, until your hands touched it. Then your image appeared. Sitting by the fire. Your brother beside you. Eyes closed, peaceful. But behind you, just outside the ring of flame, shadows gathered. Not people. Figures. Twisted wrong. Watching. Waiting. They were never after your brother, a voice whispered from the darkness behind you. You turned. No one there. Just the roots. And a door. Set into the stone. It looked ancient. And open. A breeze came through it, cold, and smelling of river water and wet ash. The spiral in the book began to turn. And from within the stone, the whisper came again. You brought them something they'd forgotten. Now they want more. Part 20, Beneath the River's Name. The stone door was older than the forest. You could feel it in your bones as you stood before it, that sense of scale, of time folded into roots and rain and silence. The air beyond it was colder still, but clearer, like breathing night. You stepped through. Not cautiously. Not recklessly. Just willingly. The tunnel sloped downward, carved from black stone veined with pale green light. Water dripped steadily along the walls. Your footsteps echoed strangely, as if the sound moved ahead of you rather than behind. The spiral was gone now, but the memory of it lingered. It smelled like wet ash and memory. The path bent once, then straightened, and opened. A vast cavern. But not hollow. It was filled. A river. Still and suspended. Not flowing, hovering. As if time had stopped mid-breath. The water stretched far into the dark, held in a basin of impossible stone. Beneath its surface, things drifted, not fish, not debris, but moments. Fleeting flashes. A hand releasing a lantern. A child's drawing pinned to a tree. Two figures arguing in a storm. A campsite washed away. A fire in the dark, suddenly extinguished. All of it hung in the water, unmoving. And standing at the edge of the river were the watchers. They weren't twisted now. They weren't monstrous. They were tall, silent, human-shaped, but carved from bark and root and memory. Spirals covered their limbs. Their eyes were dark and deep and not unkind. You didn't feel fear. Only recognition. One stepped forward. Its voice entered your mind like wind through tall grass. You returned what was taken. Another stepped closer, root feet cracking the stone with each step. But more remained. You looked into the river and saw their faces. Dozens. Hundreds. Flickering beneath the surface like half-forgotten dreams. All the ones who had vanished into the spiral. The ones never found. The ones no one remembered long enough to call back. The watchers stepped aside. The river shimmered. The voice came again. Step in. Remember for them. You hesitated. Then removed your shoes. Kneeled. And stepped into the river. The water was not cold. It was knowing. It wrapped around your ankles and pulled gently, not down, but through. As if guiding you not beneath, but between. Your vision blurred. The cavern faded. And for a moment, you were everywhere you had ever been. The fire. The river. The tent. The roots. The hollow room of forgotten things. The girl in the boat. The spiral on your hand. All at once. You understood. They didn't want you to rescue the lost. They wanted you to remember them. So they could find themselves again. You closed your eyes. And let go. Part 21, The Drift of Names. You drifted, weightless, beneath the river's surface, but you were not submerged. You were suspended in memory. In them. Their names floated around you, not spoken aloud, but known. Each name glowed briefly as it passed through your awareness, warm and aching like the echo of a childhood friend's voice long forgotten. You felt them brushing past your arms and shoulders, not bodies, but moments. A boy who had lost his way in the storm. A woman who had followed the sound of bells into the trees and never returned. A man who had buried something under a cedar tree and forgotten why. They passed through you not like ghosts, but like regrets that had finally remembered their shape. For each name you held in your thoughts, the river answered with light. Each flicker in the dark became clearer, more whole. You did not know these people. But the forest did. And now, so did you. The more names you allowed in, the more the spiral returned, not as a symbol of confusion or madness, but as a map. A path of return. It drew itself across the river's floor, glowing white and pulsing with intention. You reached toward it. Your fingers brushed its center. And the river exhaled. With a great heaving sound, the water collapsed upward into mist, not flooding, not vanishing, rising. It drew the flickers with it, the names, the lights, the faces. All ascending into the black roof of the cavern, where they joined a spiral of stars you hadn't noticed until now. It spun slowly above you, drawing every lost one upward, upward, like smoke, like lanterns, like forgiven memories. And then the cavern was empty. Still. No watchers. No water. No sound. Just you. Standing in the middle of stone, your skin damp, your breath calm. A single spiral glowed faintly at your feet. It pulsed once. Then faded. But not completely. Just enough to mark that the path was now known. You turned back. And there she was. The girl. Still barefoot. Still silent. But smiling now. She raised her hand and placed it gently on your chest. Not to stop you. To center you. And then she spoke. The first and only word you ever heard from her lips. Remember. The spiral beneath your feet brightened. And everything turned to black. Part 22, The Ascent Through Rainlight. You woke not with a jolt, but with a hush, the kind of return that feels more like rising from deep water than breaking the surface. The forest above was quiet again. The fire had burned down to soft embers, casting a gentle orange glow that shimmered against the leaves. Your brother still lay beside you, his breathing deep and slow. The rain had lessened, now just a whisper on the canvas of the night. And yet, you felt changed. Not outwardly. Not in the way the trees looked or how your hands moved. But in the silence behind your thoughts. It was fuller. Warmer. Held. You sat up slowly, feeling the ache of your journey still tucked into your limbs like old roots. Your clothes were damp but no longer cold. Your skin carried the scent of earth and fire. Somewhere in the near distance, an owl called out once, then went still. The spiral was gone from your hand. But its memory remained in your chest, not as a wound, not as a curse, but as a song you could hum only in dreams. You looked to your brother. He stirred slightly, shifting closer to the fire. His face was peaceful. Whatever the forest had shown him, it hadn't frightened him. Not like it had you. Or maybe it had, but the difference was, you remembered. And because you remembered, he didn't have to. You rose and moved slowly through the underbrush, away from the fire just far enough to reach the edge of the clearing. There, nestled between roots slick with rain, was a single object. A jar. With a folded paper inside. You recognized it. The girl's jar, the one she had whispered into before setting it adrift. You knelt and opened it. The paper inside was still dry. Your fingers unfolded it carefully. No ink. No writing. But as you held it to the light of the dying fire, words shimmered faintly across it, written not in ink but in memory. If ever the path grows dim, close your eyes. The forest remembers. You folded it again. Set it back in the jar. And buried it beneath the roots, not to forget it, but to anchor it. A seed for the next wanderer. Then you stood, exhaled, and turned back toward the camp. Your brother mumbled something in his sleep. A name, maybe. Or a memory. You lay beside him again, pulling the blanket up over your shoulders. The fire sighed gently. The rain fell. And in the spaces between heartbeat and wind, the spiral turned, not in warning, but in peace. Part 23, Morning Beneath the Ash Trees. Dawn arrived like a whisper, not in color, but in feeling. The forest began to brighten beneath the lingering veil of rain, light seeping in slow as breath through leaves glazed in dew. The mist still clung low to the ground, wrapping the roots in gentle folds of silver. You opened your eyes to it. The fire was only memory now, a circle of blackened wood, glowing faintly with a last trace of warmth. Your brother was awake, sitting cross-legged near the ashes, staring into them as though watching something invisible burn. He turned when you stirred, smiled faintly. You were gone, he said, voice hoarse with sleep. I woke up and you were just gone. You sat up slowly. Not sure how to explain what had happened. Not sure if you should. But you didn't have to. He looked at you, then nodded, as if answering a question he hadn't yet asked. "You heard it too, didn't you?" he said softly. "That sound, like breathing, but older." You nodded. Neither of you said anything more. The forest around you seemed to hold its own breath. Somewhere far off, water flowed, not rushing, not loud. Just a steady current threading its way through the trees. The ashes of the fire stirred faintly in the wind. And then you noticed it. Just beyond the ring of stone, where last night the watchers had stood, the ground was damp, but undisturbed. No footprints. No drag marks. No sign that anything had ever stood there. Except, at the edge of the ring, something waited. A single, pale object. You reached for it. It was a tooth. Small. Smooth. Polished by time. Carved with a spiral. But not the same spiral as before. This one was closed. Complete. A loop, not a descent. A return. You held it in your palm, and it was warm. Behind you, your brother began packing his bag. The moment had passed. The forest didn't speak in words. But it had said what it needed to say. You stood together, tightening the packs, folding the damp blanket, brushing ash from your sleeves. And when you finally stepped away from the campsite, you didn't look back. Because this place, this hollow, this memory, this wound, had been witnessed. That was enough. As you walked beneath the tall ash trees, heading back toward the path, you felt the air begin to shift. Not darker. Not lighter. Just older. Like the woods were closing their eyes again. Satisfied. At peace. Part 24, The Path You Left Behind. The forest was never one path, it was all of them. And now, as you made your way beneath the ash trees, it became clear that you weren't retracing your steps, not exactly. The trail was familiar, but changed. Wider where it had once narrowed. Narrower where it had once opened. The landmarks were there, the crooked pine, the flat stone that looked like a split jaw, but they had shifted somehow. Like memories misfiled in the wrong part of the dream. Still recognizable, just gentler. Your brother walked ahead of you, humming under his breath, a quiet tune without words. There was a stillness to him you hadn't seen before. He didn't seem to be carrying what you were carrying, not the spiral, not the names, not the buried memories. But something had settled in him too. Like the fire had burned away a weight he hadn't realized was pressing down. You looked up. The sky was still gray, but the rain had stopped. Droplets clung to the canopy, falling one by one like the last notes of a lullaby. The wind moved differently now, less like a warning, more like a farewell. You came to the stream, the one you'd crossed 2 days before on the way in. Only now, a narrow bridge of smooth stones arched across it. You hadn't placed them. You hadn't seen them. But they were there. Placed by something that remembered the direction you needed. Halfway across, your brother stopped. He turned to look at you, frowning faintly. "There's something behind us," he said. You froze. Waited. And then, slowly, turned back. The woods were still. Nothing moved. But there was something. Not visible. Just felt. A presence. Watching. Not with malice. With memory. The way the forest watches someone who has carried its story and returned it. The way a tree remembers the wind that first bent its trunk. You reached into your pocket and touched the carved tooth. It pulsed once, a soft thrum, then fell silent again. Behind you, deep in the green hush, a breeze whispered through the leaves in a spiral pattern, circling once, then fading. You turned back toward the stream and stepped forward. The final stretch rose gently uphill, a soft incline lined with roots and fern. As you walked, you noticed a flicker of light to your right, and there, through a break in the trees, you saw it. The tent. The original campsite. Dry now. Undisturbed. As if you'd never left. But you had left. And now, you had returned. Not to stay. To close the loop. Your brother walked toward it, zipped it open, and ducked inside. You stood outside for a long moment, breathing in the scent of damp moss and distant fire. Then you followed. And as the flap closed behind you, the forest outside exhaled. The spiral, at last, unwound. Part 25, What the Forest Keeps. Night fell quietly. Not with a hush, but with acceptance, like a long breath finally released. You lay on your back inside the tent, staring up at the canvas, which glowed softly with the light of the moon diffused through mist and memory. Outside, the trees swayed gently, but the wind was no longer cold. Your brother had fallen asleep quickly, as if some part of him knew the journey was over. You hadn't yet closed your eyes. Not because you were afraid. Because you didn't want to miss the final moments, the way the forest folded around you, not like a trap but like a blanket. The spiral wasn't visible anymore, but its shape lingered in the world. In the curve of the ash branches. In the swirl of leaves caught in a shallow puddle. In the echo of an owl's call as it faded into the rain. You pulled the tooth from your pocket one last time. Held it up in the dark. It was smooth and pale, and in the moonlight you could just make out the closed spiral, a symbol not of descent, but of return. A completed journey. A memory that had found its place. You thought of the river beneath the roots. Of the girl in the clearing. Of the forgotten version of yourself, waiting in the hollow. Of the watchers and their quiet, patient grief. They hadn't needed you to change them. They had only needed you to witness them. To bring their names back into the world. And you had. You set the tooth beside your pack and closed your eyes. The forest listened as you drifted. It had always been listening. And now, for the first time, it was content. Rain began again, soft as breath, brushing the canvas in slow, rhythmic pulses. You didn't dream. Not of spirals. Not of rivers. Only of stillness. Of warmth. Of a campfire that would never go out, deep beneath the roots of the world. The forest kept your story. And in return, you carried its peace. Part 1, The Arrival. The rain had been falling since mid-afternoon, and by the time the old bus left the winding road and coughed to a halt beside the forest trail, the sky was a dull, pearled gray, neither light nor dark, just dense with clouds and mist. You stepped off alone, the driver offering a nod that said more than words. The moment your boots touched the wet gravel, the door side shut behind you, and the bus growled away into the fog. Silence followed. Only the gentle patter of rain remained, drumming on your coat hood and the surrounding leaves. Before you stood a rusted sign nailed into a crooked post. Lantern Deep Forest, no fires beyond the third hollow. The paint was old, the words half faded. The wood around it was dark with age and water. You weren't sure what drew you here, only that when you'd found the invitation, scribbled on parchment in a book you didn't remember buying, it had felt like a calling. You adjusted your pack, the rain soaking into the outer seams already, and stepped off the gravel into the woods. The trees closed in around you slowly, like they were waiting until you weren't paying attention. Thick trunks rose from damp earth, their roots crawling like veins across the moss-covered floor. Ferns waved gently in the cool breeze, and the air carried the scent of wet bark and distant smoke. A trail wound inward, not paved, but walked, as if by boots long forgotten. As you followed it deeper, the sounds of the outside world faded, replaced by the rhythm of your own breath, the tap of raindrops on leaves, and something else. A hush. Not silence. A hush. The kind that feels like something is listening. But you didn't stop. Hours passed, though the sun never broke through the clouds to prove it. Eventually, you reached a hollow beneath the roots of a bent oak, its base curved over like a sheltering roof. There, tucked into a ring of stones, was an old fire pit. The ash was cold, but not ancient. Someone had been here recently. You set down your pack and knelt beside it. A scattering of dry sticks had been stacked with care just out of the rain, shielded beneath the twisted roots. Whoever left them meant for someone to find them. Maybe they meant you. With numb fingers, you struck the flint. The spark caught quicker than it should have, licking up the side of the wood with eager hunger. Within moments, a fire was blooming, soft and golden and quiet. You sat back, warmed by it. Around you, the forest didn't stir. The trees loomed in stillness, the rain pattering softly on the leaves far above. It was like sitting inside a giant breath that never exhaled. The air shimmered slightly above the flame, and in its flicker, the mist seemed to pull back, revealing something deeper in the trees. A faint shape. A lantern. Hanging from a low branch. Unlit. You stared at it. And it stared back. Part 2, The Flicker in the Fog. The fire crackled gently at your feet, casting soft shadows against the roots of the bent oak. Beyond its amber light, the woods were quiet, unnaturally so. Not lifeless, but still. Watchful. Your gaze lingered on the unlit lantern swaying from the low branch about 30 feet away. It hadn't been there a moment ago, you were sure of that. And yet it hung there now as though it always had, gently rocking back and forth, untouched by the breeze. You rose slowly, careful not to disturb the fire too much. Its warmth clung to your back as you stepped just beyond its reach, boots sinking slightly into damp earth. The ground was soft, and your footsteps made no sound. Each breath fogged in front of your face, though the air wasn't cold enough to warrant it. You stopped within a few feet of the lantern. Up close, it was stranger. Old, certainly, but not broken. Its iron was stained with streaks of rust, and faint carvings lined the metal frame, symbols you didn't recognize. Not letters, exactly. more like pieces of music carved into a shape. It swung once, gently, then stilled as if waiting for your touch. And so you touched it. The moment your fingers brushed the cold metal, the lantern hissed softly, then came to life. A flame flickered inside without spark, without fuel. Just there, all at once, burning blue at its center, glowing orange at its edges. It cast no shadow behind it, only forward, into the forest. And in that path of firelight, you saw the next lantern. Deeper in the trees. Another faint glow. Behind you, the fire you'd lit crackled softly, still alive, still warm. A part of you considered returning to it. But something stronger, some quiet pull deep inside your chest, urged you forward. You lifted the hanging lantern gently from its branch. It was heavier than it looked, warm in your hand, like holding a heart that had just begun to beat again. Step by step, you followed its light. The second lantern glowed a little brighter as you approached. It, too, hung from a branch, dripping faint beads of rain down its handle. But as you reached for it, it didn't need to be touched. It lit itself. No sound, no spark, just that same sudden bloom of fire from within. Then, a third glow appeared in the distance. You glanced back. The trail was still there behind you, your footprints shallow in the moss. But the campfire was gone. Only darkness stood where it had been. Not even smoke. You felt your heartbeat quicken, but the lantern's warmth steadied it. Somehow, holding it made you feel okay. Like the path, though strange, wasn't wrong. You moved on. And soon, the forest changed. The trees grew closer together, their trunks bending inward. The branches arched above you like a cathedral of limbs and leaves. Rain filtered down in fine mist. The hush deepened. Then, just as the third lantern began to glow in the distance, something whispered from the underbrush. You stopped. It didn't sound threatening, just curious. Like wind curling through a keyhole. You listened. It came again. Not wind. A word. Follow. Part 3, The Third Light. You stood still in the mist, breath caught somewhere between your throat and chest. The whisper had been unmistakable. A single word, soft, and not quite human. Follow. You turned in slow circles beneath the dim canopy, lantern held low. The blue-orange flame pulsed quietly within its glass walls, casting an uneven light across the damp bark and lichen-covered trunks. No figure stood in the dark. No animal stirred. Nothing but the steady sound of rain and the hush of trees. Yet the word lingered, not in the air, but inside you. Like something planted. Ahead, the third lantern flickered softly from its perch in the distance. You stepped forward. The moss underfoot grew thicker now, plush and cool beneath your boots. With each step, the forest darkened, as though the trees were leaning closer to listen. Leaves clung wetly to your shoulders. Somewhere in the canopy, water dripped slowly, rhythmically, like the ticking of an ancient clock. When you reached the third lantern, you didn't need to touch it. It bloomed with light on your arrival, this one more vibrant than the others, casting soft rings of gold across the forest floor. Beneath it, the ground flattened into a small clearing, and in its center stood something strange. A stone basin. Half buried. Round. Weathered. Filled to the brim with water so still it mirrored the sky above. But when you peered into it, the reflection didn't match. The sky and the water was night, deep, inky black with stars you didn't recognize. No clouds. No rain. And in that sky, a shape floated. A silhouette. Not of a bird or creature, but a figure. Standing. Watching. Holding a lantern. You blinked. The reflection rippled, and the figure vanished. Just your face now. Pale and uncertain. Behind you, a new glow stirred in the trees, brighter, softer, like moonlight through fog. A fourth lantern, further away. Beckoning. You turned back toward the basin, but something else now sat beside it. A small bundle wrapped in oilcloth. It hadn't been there seconds ago. You crouched and opened it carefully. Inside, a note, written in thin, spidery ink. Light leads. Fire remembers. Do not stray. Beneath the note, a matchbook. Damp at the edges. On its cover, the same carved symbols you saw etched into the first lantern. You pocketed it. The lantern in your hand pulsed once, soft, steady. As if agreeing. Then, from somewhere deep within the trees ahead, a soft sound echoed, neither wind nor whisper. It was a melody. A faint tune, almost too distant to hear. Like someone humming. A woman's voice, low and slow, carried through the fog. The light ahead brightened slightly. You stepped toward it. Branches parted. The humming grew louder. And with it, the sense that something was waiting just beyond the next tree. Part 4, The Humming Tree. The humming was delicate at first, no more than a ripple in the rain. But as you stepped carefully through the trees, your lantern raised, the melody sharpened. It wasn't cheerful, nor mournful, it had no words, yet it carried emotion. Wistfulness. Waiting. The fourth lantern glowed ahead, hanging lower than the others, swaying gently from the crooked limb of a thin birch. Its flame, unlike the last, burned with a deeper hue, tinged red, almost like embers. It cast no light behind it, only ahead. As you approached, the trees began to change. Their bark turned pale, bone-white in some places, mottled with patches of dark moss. Some trunks leaned at odd angles. Others grew in loops, like something had twisted them as they grew. You passed beneath the fourth lantern. It flared gently in recognition. The humming stopped. Then silence. A breathless, hanging silence. And then a voice, not a whisper this time, but close, just beyond the ring of your firelight. Soft, crackling like it had spent a century asleep. You carry the first, it said. The oldest flame. You turned slowly, the lantern held outward. Nothing but trees. Mist. Rain falling in quiet threads. The voice came again, this time from the other side. It remembers paths long buried. Names long forgotten. You stepped back instinctively, but the light in your lantern pulsed, once, then again. As if, calming you. I don't know what you are, you said quietly, your voice strange in the hush, but I'm not here to disturb anything. A long pause followed. Then the air in front of you shimmered. A figure stepped out. She wasn't what you expected. Her face was hidden behind a veil of branches and lichen, her body tall and wrapped in long, patchworked cloth that moved like hanging moss. No feet touched the ground. She simply stood among the trees as if she'd grown from them. Her voice was softer now. No one comes here by accident. Not anymore. You didn't move. She tilted her head. Yet here you are, with the lantern. And the matchbook. You hesitated. I found it in the hollow. She nodded slowly. Then the forest remembers you. The mist around her coiled like smoke. In her hand, she held a lantern like yours, but hers did not burn. Its glass was cracked. Cold. I lost my fire, she said, almost gently. It's been sleeping since the others turned. Turned? She didn't answer. Instead, she pointed toward the trees behind her. There, half shrouded in vines, stood an archway made entirely of twisted wood and hanging stones. Beyond it, the forest grew darker. Deeper. Follow the path, she said. The fire will show you what you need to see. You glanced toward the arch. Then back to her. But she was gone. Only her broken lantern remained, swaying gently from a branch. Part 5, The Arch of Vine and Stone. The broken lantern swung gently from its branch, its cracked glass catching the firelight from your own. It made no sound. It didn't glow. Just swayed, slow and solemn, like it remembered something sad. You stepped toward it. The weight of the forest seemed to shift around you. The trees leaned closer, their bark darker now, streaked with long lines of green and black. Rain filtered down in thinner threads here, and the mist felt heavier, closer to your skin. Ahead, the arch. It was woven of living things, roots, limbs, stones too smooth to be natural. The wood twisted upward in a spiral, vines wrapped around them like veins. Hanging from the top were small tokens, feathers, rusted keys, bits of cloth, tiny bones strung together with red twine. You paused at its base. A sense of pressure built in your ears, not loud, but dense, like standing just beneath the surface of deep water. The lantern pulsed once in your hand. You stepped through. The moment you crossed beneath the arch, the air changed. Not colder, not warmer, just different. Still. The scent of wet earth and old fire grew sharper, and the sound of the rain dimmed until it was barely audible, like you were inside something that only mimicked a forest. The trees here had no leaves. Their branches were bare, slick with moisture, reaching out like arms bent backward. Moss clung to their trunks in strange patterns. You noticed the faint impression of shapes in the ground, too wide to be footprints. More like hollows. As if something large had once been laid to rest here, long ago. Your lantern flared. Another lantern ahead, this one perched on a tall wooden staff stuck upright in the soil. Its flame flickered green at the edges, flickering like it was being breathed upon by something invisible. Beside it stood a cairn, an old pile of black stones, carefully stacked. At its base, another oilcloth bundle. You knelt, brushing water from its surface. Inside, a second matchbook. This one dry. A single glove. Woven. Small. And a folded slip of paper. Faded, but still legible. The trees remember names. Don't speak yours aloud. You stared at the note, your breath fogging it slightly. The glove was stiff with cold. A child's glove, maybe. No more than that. You put it back, gently, and rose. The lantern on the staff flickered again, then pointed. Not by wind, not by chance. It moved. It wanted you to follow. You did. As you walked, the trees thinned, the earth beneath you growing soft and black, like char. Occasionally, you saw something between the trunks, shapes. Hunched. Watching. But they didn't move. Statues. Shadows. You didn't ask. Your path led down a slight slope, the air thick with that green-flamed glow. Then, at the edge of a shallow hollow, the ground gave way to stone steps, carved directly into the hillside. Wet, ancient. Leading down. At the top step was carved a single symbol, the same as the one on your matchbook. Your lantern dimmed slightly, as if bracing itself. Then you descended into the dark. Part 6, Beneath the Roots. The stone steps curved gently downward, slick with moss and rain. You took them slowly, your lantern raised before you, its warm glow casting narrow shadows along the dripping walls. The passage wasn't carved in the usual sense, it felt older, as if the forest itself had opened here, growing around a secret it couldn't bury. Above, the mist faded. Below, only damp silence. Each step echoed faintly despite the softness of the moss underfoot, as though the chamber you were entering was far larger than you could yet see. A low, earthy scent filled your lungs, wet roots, old leaves, the breath of something slumbering. At the bottom, the path opened into a cavern. Not of stone, but of roots, thick and interwoven, forming a natural dome. Some hung low like curtains, others twisted around each other into massive columns. Rain dripped slowly from the ceiling, finding its way through unseen cracks high above. In the center of the space, a circle of stones. At first, it looked like a fire pit. But as you moved closer, you realized it was more than that. Etched into the stones were symbols, hundreds of them, matching the ones on your lantern and matchbook. At the very center of the circle sat a stump, its top hollowed and smooth like a basin. Inside it, a pool of rainwater rippled gently despite the still air. You raised your lantern over it. The flame danced, and the surface of the water changed. At first, it was just reflection, your face, your light. Then something else appeared. A memory. You saw a cabin. Wooden. Rain tapping on its roof. Someone sitting on its porch, maybe you. But older. Alone. Holding a book. Watching the trees. The image flickered. Then it was gone. You blinked. The water returned to stillness. Behind you, something moved. You turned fast, raising the lantern. But it was only a root. Curling gently toward you. Not threatening. Almost, offering. In its curve rested a bundle of dry twigs, laid like a gift. And beside them, a single candle. You reached forward. The moment your fingers closed around the candle, your lantern flared brightly, then dimmed to a soft blue. The flame inside calmed, and the roots around you slowly recoiled, pulling back into their places. You understood without knowing why. You were meant to carry this candle onward. You tucked it carefully into your pack, along with the twigs. The matchbook sat close to your chest, dry and waiting. As you turned to leave, you noticed something new on the far side of the chamber. A doorway. It wasn't there before. Not made of wood or stone, but of curved branches woven together, glowing faintly with bioluminescence, pale green and blue. Mist curled from beneath its arch. And beyond it, movement. Faint. But unmistakable. Something waiting. Part 7, The Hollow Gate. You approached the woven doorway in silence, the soft blue of your lantern brushing across its surface. The arch glowed faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the distant, low beat of something you couldn't hear, but could feel. Like the forest itself was breathing. The branches forming the doorway were smooth and barkless, bleached pale by time or something older than time. They bent in impossible arcs, yet held fast together with tendrils of green light humming between them like veins. Mist clung to the threshold, cold on your shins. You stepped through. The air on the other side was warmer, denser, and darker. Gone was the sound of dripping water, the quiet rustle of the trees. Here, it was like walking into the pause between heartbeats, total stillness wrapped in earth and shadow. Your lantern dimmed. Not out of fear, but reverence. The space you'd entered was hollow. A massive underground chamber, carved not by tools or time, but by purpose. The walls were smooth and dark, curving outward like the inside of a buried bell. The ground was soft beneath your boots, layered in thick moss and fallen leaves. At the center of the space stood a tree. Or what remained of one. It was enormous, its trunk split open as if by lightning long ago, the heartwood hollowed and blackened. Limbs reached outward like the fingers of a giant, many broken, some still bearing thin, ghostly leaves that swayed with no wind. Your lantern's flame bent toward it, as if drawn. You stepped closer. Inside the cleft of the dead tree, a small pedestal had been placed. Carved from the same stone as the cairn above. Its surface was marked with the same strange music-like symbols, and in its center, a shallow depression, round and clean. The size of a candle. You felt the candle in your pack warm slightly. You reached for it. The moment your fingers touched the wax, the ground beneath you thrummed, soft and low, like a heartbeat. The light of your lantern grew steadier, brighter. You placed the candle into the hollow of the pedestal. It sat perfectly. Then, silence. And then, a sound. Not a whisper. Not a voice. A memory. The sound of fire crackling. Rain tapping on a wooden roof. The creak of an old chair on a cabin porch. And footsteps. Slow, bare footsteps on old wooden floors. Then silence again. The candle lit itself. A small, perfect flame. Its light reached up into the dead tree, climbing its hollow center, illuminating symbols carved high along the inside of the trunk, symbols you hadn't seen before. Then, with a soft groan, the chamber shifted. At the base of the tree, roots pulled back, revealing a tunnel. Low, narrow, leading deeper still. The candle stayed burning. Your lantern pulsed gently in your hand. There was only one way forward. And it led beneath the oldest tree in the forest. Part 8, The Whispering Tunnel. The roots groaned faintly as they pulled aside, revealing the dark tunnel carved beneath the hollowed tree. The sound was wet, fibrous, like something half alive was making room for you. Your breath felt shallow as you stepped toward the opening, your lantern casting soft ripples of amber light across the curved walls. The tunnel was narrow at first, forcing you to duck slightly. The walls were lined not with stone or dirt, but with a network of root veins, some smooth as polished bone, others bristling with moss and tiny silver fungi that blinked softly in the dark. As you passed, they reacted. The mushrooms flared with bioluminescence, illuminating your path like stars glimpsed through branches. And beneath that gentle light, the whispers returned. Faint. Fragmented. Familiar. The name is buried. Don't light them all. He came before you. You paused. The tunnel curved gently to the right, and the air changed again. Cooler. Wetter. The scent of ash and sap. Somewhere far ahead, water was dripping, steady and precise, like a clock with too much patience. You moved forward. The floor sloped downward, then leveled. The walls opened wider, the tunnel becoming a corridor. Here and there, objects jutted from the roots, half-swallowed relics, an old pair of glasses. A rusted compass. A single boot. A child's wooden toy missing its limbs. Each item was placed deliberately, as if left behind, or taken. At one point, you found a section of wall scratched with markings. Not symbols this time, but tallies, lines scratched in groups of 5, dozens of them, hundreds, climbing into the ceiling and trailing off into nothing. You passed them quickly. Then, up ahead, your lantern caught on something new. A mirror. Shattered. Large. Its edges embedded in the root wall, as though it had been dragged here and pressed into place. It reflected strangely in the lantern's glow, the shards twisting the light into shapes that didn't belong. Your own face fractured into a dozen uneven reflections, some smiling faintly, others blank, one or two frowning back at you. You turned your lantern away. As you did, you noticed something else beneath the mirror, a door. Not a door of wood or iron, but of bark. Woven tightly. Tall, narrow. No handle. Just a single carved symbol at its center. The same symbol from your matchbook. The flame in your lantern pulsed. You raised the matchbook. It felt warm now. Not hot. Expectant. One match. You struck it. The sound echoed unnaturally loud in the tight corridor. The flame glowed green, just for a second, then settled. You touched it to the bark. No fire spread. Instead, the symbol on the door lit up, glowing with soft gold light. The bark twisted. And the door opened. The tunnel beyond was wider. Grand. Lit by lanterns just like yours, spaced evenly along the walls. Each flame different, green, blue, white, red. None of them flickered. And at the far end, a figure. Standing. Waiting. Lantern in hand. Back turned. Still. Part 9, The Still One. The corridor beyond the bark door seemed impossibly long. Lined with lanterns that burned without sound, without flicker, without smoke. Their light was soft, almost reverent, casting long, solemn shadows against the curved root walls. Each lantern bore a different hue. Some pale as moonlight, others deep as coals. And at the far end, the figure. Motionless. Back turned to you. You hesitated at the threshold. Your own lantern pulsed gently, the flame swaying toward the corridor like a needle pulled by a magnet. It wasn't warning you this time. It was urging you on. You stepped forward. The sound of your footsteps was swallowed by the soft earth beneath. With each pace, your own flame grew dimmer, not in strength, but in attention. As if whatever presence had guided it until now had become quiet, or absent. The figure did not move. Closer now, you could see they were tall. Thin. Wearing a long coat soaked with old rain. Their lantern, held in a gloved hand at their side, burned a dull, cold blue. Their shoulders were slightly slumped. The stillness about them was so complete, you almost doubted they were alive. Then, at 10 paces away, they spoke. Without turning. Their voice was low, calm. Familiar. You're holding the 7th flame. You stopped. Silence again. Then, after a moment. Have you seen it yet? You swallowed. Seen what? He turned. The face was partly in shadow. You couldn't tell the age. Only the eyes, they looked tired. Like they'd been open for far too long. The house, he said softly. It always starts with the house. I saw a cabin, you said. In the water's reflection. A pause. He nodded. They all do. It's a memory the forest keeps closest. When the flame wakes, it shows you that first. It's not the beginning. It's the anchor. He raised his lantern, and for a moment, the corridor behind you flickered, not with fire, but with images. You saw people. Dozens. Hundreds. All walking this same path at different times. Carrying lanterns. Looking lost. Some alone. Some together. Then gone. He lowered his lantern. The vision faded. I was the last before you, he said. But I went too far. Took more than I should have. Now. He looked down at the lantern in his hand. The flame inside it flickered weakly. Almost dying. I've been waiting to give it back. He held the lantern out toward you. You didn't take it. Why me, you asked. He almost smiled. But not with joy. Because the forest doesn't choose. It remembers. You were here before. A long time ago. You just forgot. He placed the lantern on the ground between you. Then stepped back. As he did, his form began to fade. Like fog under sunlight. Before he vanished completely, he said one last thing. The 10th flame will show you the door. But only the 11th can open it. And then he was gone. Only the lantern remained. Its blue flame flickering, uncertain. You knelt. Picked it up. It didn't go out. It joined your own light, burning beside it. 2 flames now. 2 stories. Ahead, the corridor opened into darkness. And far, far off, the sound of thunder. Deep. Rolling. Not from the sky. From beneath. Part 10, The Roots That Remember. The twin flames in your lanterns dance together now, one warm and golden, the other cool and pale blue. Side by side, they pulsed like a steady breath, casting twin shadows across the walls of the corridor ahead. You stepped beyond the place where the still one had stood. The lantern he left behind in your hands felt lighter than yours, yet colder to the touch. The flame inside shimmered as if submerged beneath water. Every few seconds, it blinked. Like it was watching. The corridor stretched forward into a vast hollow, so wide and tall the lanterns couldn't touch the far walls. Mist hovered across the floor, swirling around your boots, and above you, far in the shadows, the thick roots of trees stretched downward from a ceiling lost in gloom. They pulsed slightly. Breathing. You were inside something alive. You moved slowly through the hollow, following faint markers, carved stones set in deliberate arcs, as if outlining a path only a few had ever walked. Each stone had a symbol, and each symbol grew more complex than the last. At one point, you passed a large standing stone shaped like a wedge. Upon its side was etched a single phrase. If it remembers you, it will try to bring you home. You paused. What did it mean, it? The forest? The deep? Or, the house? Your steps carried you toward the far side of the chamber, where the mist thickened. You could see the shape of a structure now, small, square, ancient. A well. Its stones were worn smooth, slick with moss. Thick vines coiled up its side like fingers. No bucket. No rope. Only darkness inside. Your 2 flames flickered violently the moment you neared it. Not in warning. In recognition. You stepped forward, peering down. No bottom. Just shadow. And then, movement. A faint fluttering, like wings brushing stone. Then a voice, low and distant, rising from below like smoke curling up through a chimney. The root remembers the river remembers the fire. You stepped back instinctively. But not far. The voice faded. From behind the well, another arch rose from the ground, smaller than the last, but more deliberate. This one was built of smooth black roots, braided tightly together in an almost human shape. A shape that bowed. You approached, and this arch parted. No sound. No resistance. Just permission. You stepped through. On the other side, the forest changed. The walls closed in. No more vast chambers, no open ceilings. Just a narrow trail lined with bark that looked like stone. Your lanterns grew stronger again, flames brightening as if glad to have direction. The trail was winding now, turning back on itself like a serpent. And every so often, carved into the walls beside you, were names. Some scratched with trembling hands. Some burned into the wood. Others carved with ritual care. You paused at one, a name you almost recognized. Too faded to be clear. But the shape of it tugged at something old in your mind. Had you carved it? Had someone else? Your hand brushed the surface, and your lanterns dimmed again. Then, without warning, the wall before you shuddered. And opened. Not with light. But with memory. A cabin. Rain on the roof. The smell of firewood and wet clothes. And someone, waiting inside. Part 11, The Memory That Waited. The wall unfurled like bark soaked in time, curling inward, opening not into another root-lined corridor, but into a room. A room that should not exist here, beneath the forest, wrapped in roots and secrets. But it was real. Your boots crossed a wooden threshold, suddenly dry. The scent of the forest gave way to cedar smoke, rain-damp cloth, and something cooking slowly over embers. It was a cabin. Not a vision, not a flicker in the mirror, but whole. Still. Waiting. The inside was small and familiar, even though you were certain you had never seen it before. A fire burned gently in a hearth made of river stone. A rocking chair rested near it, draped with a heavy brown shawl. Against the far wall stood a desk cluttered with notebooks, their pages curled from dampness and time. Rain tapped on the windows, though you could see only fog beyond the glass. You stepped farther in. The twin lanterns dimmed as you entered, as though respecting the silence here. You set them on the hearth. Their flames bowed low. The cabin welcomed you. Not with sound, but with memory. The kettle on the stove was warm. The blanket on the chair still held the shape of a resting body. A candle on the windowsill had burned down to a stub. It was like someone had left, just moments ago. And then, something strange. You turned toward the desk and saw a photograph. A faded one. Curled at the corners. A forest path. Rain falling. And you. Standing in the distance, blurry, but unmistakable. You picked up the photo with a shaking hand. Behind it, a single note was pinned to the wall, handwritten in dark ink. Don't follow the trail too long. It becomes you. Below the desk, tucked in the shadows, sat a wooden box. You pulled it into the firelight. It was old, sealed with twine and wax, carved with the same symbols from your lantern and the well. When you opened it, inside were matches. Dozens. Each labeled. each wrapped in old notes. You picked one up. The waxed paper around it read, "Match 3, the night it first came through the trees." Another. "Match 9, the candle that burned backward." Another. "Match 11, the door without a house." And then one more, lying alone at the bottom. This one had no label. But it was warm. Your fingers trembled slightly as you reached for it. Before you could lift it, the fire behind you shifted. Not the flame, but the sound. It changed. From the soft crackle of wood to the sound of breathing. You turned slowly. The rocking chair now faced you. Empty. But rocking gently. Back and forth. And back. And on the floor beneath it. Footprints. Bare. Damp. Leading to the door you entered through. Which was now closed. From behind it came the sound of something pacing. Slow. Deliberate. Then it stopped. And knocked. Once. Part 12, the knock beneath the roots. The knock echoed through the cabin like a stone dropped into still water. Just once. But it rang deep, vibrating the floorboards under your boots, rattling the cooled kettle on the stove. The fire in the hearth flinched low, cowering. Your twin lanterns dimmed in unison. And then. Nothing. No second knock. Just the creak of the rocking chair slowing. Just your breath and the hush of rain tapping faintly on the windows. You stood frozen. The door ahead looked normal, old wood, iron hinges, no lock. But the feeling behind it wasn't normal at all. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't warning. It was recognition. Like whatever was on the other side knew you. Or remembered something you had long forgotten. Your hand hovered near the latch. Another silence passed. Then a voice. Low. Gentle. And close. But not from the door. Don't open it yet. You turned sharply. No one. The cabin was unchanged. But the voice had come from inside the walls, like a memory wrapped in timber. And then, without another sound, the door opened by itself. No wind. No dramatic crack. Just a simple, quiet swing inward, revealing only darkness. A short hallway, root-lined again, but different. Sharper. Stripped of the softness you'd seen before. No glowing fungi. No carved stones. Only a tunnel. Narrow. Descending. You picked up the unlabeled match. It pulsed faintly in your hand. You pocketed it. Then took your lanterns from the hearth and stepped through the doorway. The tunnel behind the cabin closed as soon as you passed. No sound. It was colder here. More direct. And as you descended, the roots along the walls began to form shapes. At first, subtle. Faces. Figures. Twisting, half-formed images woven into the very bark. Then more clear. A lantern burning in a handless grip. A figure kneeling at a well. A cabin burning under a black sky. You walked past each. And finally, at the bottom, you found something you had not seen before. A gate. Made not of roots or stone, but of wood. Burnt, blackened, yet still standing. It was tall, arched, and bound in chains that bore no locks. Only symbols. 12 of them. Each one shaped like a match. You held your lanterns closer. Only 2 symbols glowed. 2 matches lit. 10 remained dark. But as you stared, the third symbol began to shimmer faintly, warming. Expectant. You reached into your pocket, pulled out the unlabeled match, and understood. This was match 3. The next memory was waiting. But beyond this gate, not a room, not a voice, not a vision, but something far older. Something the forest itself had tried to forget. And now, it remembered you. Part 13, the night it first came through the trees. You held the match in your hand, unlabeled, save for the warmth it carried. A heat that didn't burn, but hummed. Like it recognized the gate before you. Like it had been waiting to return here. You struck it. The sound was quiet. Muted. The flame bloomed a deep, reddish gold, and for just a moment, it flickered backward, like time winding in reverse. And then, the gate opened. The chains unraveled not with clinks of metal, but soft sighs of wood loosening after long tension. The burnt plank swung inward, revealing not another tunnel, but night. A night sky overhead. A forest alive with whispers and wind. You stepped through and were no longer underground. The soil was damp underfoot, rich with pine needles and fallen leaves. Tall trees arched over you like cathedral columns, and between them, moonlight broke through in long, thin shafts. But it wasn't silent. You could hear it. A low, rising sound in the distance. Not thunder. Not rain. A humming. Deep and strange. Like stone vibrating underwater. And closer still, the rustle of branches not moved by wind, but by something moving through them. Your lantern flames shifted uneasily. You were in the memory now. A replay of the night it began. You walked, slowly, cautiously, your eyes adjusting to the cool glow of memory moonlight. The forest around you was thick, and unfamiliar paths twisted in all directions. But one trail stood out, a narrow line of crushed leaves and snapped twigs, leading deeper between the trees. You followed. The sound grew stronger. And then, up ahead, a clearing. In the middle of it, a tree. Massive. Hollow at the base. And open. Its interior was not made of wood, but of shadow. Rippling, breathing, like something seen beneath water. From within that hollow came a sound, a voice layered over itself, whispering multiple things at once. None of the words were clear. But one feeling came through. Hunger. You stepped back. And just then, you saw it. Emerging from the tree's hollow. Tall. Not quite human. Its limbs were long, bending oddly. Skin like soaked bark. No face, just a smooth, pale surface where one should have been, and a ring of soft burning eyes around the edge of its head. Eyes that flickered like candle flames caught in a storm. It didn't walk. It floated, slowly, quietly, the trees parting around it, roots pulling aside to make way. It carried nothing. But everything in the forest leaned toward it. Your lanterns dimmed. The blue one nearly went out. And then it turned, those flickering ring eyes focusing directly on you. It saw you. Even here. Even in a memory. The humming stopped. And the thing moved, fast, impossibly fast, rushing toward you like wind down a tunnel. You staggered back. The lanterns flared. And suddenly, you were back. Back at the gate. The match had gone out. Only the red glow of its memory remained in your chest. And the third symbol on the gate now glowed fully. 9 remained dark. But now, the forest was quiet again. And behind the gate, you could hear something else waking up. It had seen you. And it remembered. Part 14, The Match That Never Ends. The gate before you stood half-lit now, 3 of its 12 symbols glowing faintly, their warmth still pulsing in the wood. Your breath fogged the air as a colder draft curled up from the soil around your boots. Not a breeze. Not quite. It felt like watching. You reached into the wooden box. There it was. Match 4. Wrapped in parchment, but different from the others. No ink. No label. Just a thin coil of thread wrapped around its middle, and a single mark scratched into the wood with something sharp. Infinity. You didn't hesitate. You struck it. This time, the flame didn't burn red or gold or blue, it burned white. Silent. Pure. And as the flame caught, your vision wavered. Like the world exhaled. The gate dissolved. The forest fell away. And you were nowhere. Not dark. Not light. Just quiet. Then, a whisper. You've been here before. You looked down. You weren't standing anymore. You were sitting. In a chair. A wooden one. The same one from the cabin. Only now, you were surrounded by dozens more. All arranged in a ring. All empty. Except one. Across from you. A figure sat there. Still. Familiar. It was you. Same coat. Same lantern in hand. But the flame in their lantern wasn't burning, it was frozen, mid-flicker. Like time had caught it mid-motion and held it there. You rose slowly. The other you rose too. Moved when you moved. Watched when you watched. Not a mirror. A loop. A closed circle. Around you, the world began to reform, like bark growing in reverse. Shapes reassembled. Trees took root upward. The forest rebuilt itself, but wrong. Paths ran backward. Water flowed uphill. Rain fell like ash. And above it all, suspended in the sky like a second moon, the hollow tree. Its roots hung down like veins. And in its center, the faceless creature floated again. Watching. Unmoving. Waiting. You turned back to the ring of chairs. They were filling now. Silhouettes. Shadows. Others. Some sat gently. Some staggered in. All carried lanterns. All burned with different flames. And then one by one, they began to vanish. Puffed out. Their flames snuffed. Their chairs empty. You looked down at your own lantern. Still burning. But flickering. Hard. Trying. And then, snap. The match burned out. The light collapsed inward. And you stood once again before the gate. Match 4's symbol now glowed white. Your breath came slow. The fourth memory hadn't shown you a moment. It had shown you a trap. And your place in it. The forest didn't just remember stories. It repeated them. Over, and over. And over again. Part 15, The Fifth Flame is a Warning. You stood before the gate, the symbols flickering softly in their carved hollows. For lit. The others, still dark. But not dormant. Your fingers trembled slightly as you reached into the box and unwrapped the next match. Match 5. This one had a red string tied to its end, like a wick that led somewhere beyond the wood. Faint black soot marked the tip, though it had clearly never been struck. The note beneath it was written in a hurried hand. Light only when alone. Do not let it see your face. You looked around. You were alone. Mostly. You struck the match. And the flame whispered to life, long and narrow, like a blade, flickering with unnatural sharpness. The moment it caught, the fifth symbol on the gate pulsed red, and the world twisted. This time, there was no gate to pass through. You were simply there. Somewhere else. A wooden hallway. Flickering lanterns. No forest. A house. You recognized it before you remembered it. The walls creaked with memory. The air smelled of candle wax and mildew. Paintings hung on the walls, their faces scratched out. Not slashed, but erased, gently, with time or fingers or rain. You stepped carefully. Every floorboard remembered your weight. The hallway narrowed. Grew darker. At the end, a door. Slightly ajar. Behind it, a voice. Soft. Singing. But the words were wrong. Backwards. You reached for the door. The match in your hand burned lower. Then, a figure stepped into view. Not from behind the door, but from the wall. It peeled out of the wood, face first. Tall. Crooked. Its face covered by a curtain of wet hair. You froze. It paused, scenting the air. Your match flared. And its head snapped toward the light. You turned and ran. Back through the hall, through a mirror that hadn't been there before, shattering into black water, and emerged gasping into the root chamber. Back at the gate. Your match was gone. Burned out mid-run. And still, the fifth symbol glowed. A warning. You sat down. Breathing hard. Not just from the sprint. From the thing you left behind. It hadn't chased you. But it had seen you. It was in the house. And now, it knew you still carried light. You looked at the remaining matches. 7 left. 1 step closer to the center. 1 step deeper into the forest that remembers. Part 16, the sixth knows your name. You sat still for a long moment. The glow of 5 lit symbols pulsed gently from the gate before you, like a steady, ancient heartbeat. Warm, but alert. Aware. The kind of awareness that came not from eyes, but from memory itself. The forest was remembering more now. And it remembered you. Your hand hovered over the box. Match 6 was wrapped in dark parchment, tied with thin white twine. The paper was brittle. When you unwrapped it, the parchment flaked apart like dried leaves. The note underneath was short. Written in faint charcoal. It already said your name. You just didn't know it was yours. A chill traced your spine. You struck the match. It sputtered, resisting. The flame flickered green. Then black. Then settled into a soft, flickering amber, glowing like a lantern lost at sea. The world dissolved again. But this time, not all of it. Your body remained. The forest remained. But the sky, gone. Above you, only water. A thick dome of rippling, weightless water, hanging impossibly over the trees. You could see objects floating above it. Shapes. Stones. A house. A cabin. Your cabin. But upside down. Suspended above this forest. And hanging from it, barely touching the surface of the water sky, a rope. You followed it. It led to a clearing. In the center was a stone well. Different from the one you'd seen before. Older. Wider. And tied around its edge, hanging just above the blackness, dozens of name tags. Each one burned around the edges. Faded. All the same shape. All nailed into the stone lip. You stepped closer. The match in your hand flared brighter, sensing something ahead. And then you saw it. The tag at the center. The one not yet burned. Still whole. Still fresh. And it said, your name. Exactly as you remembered it. Except, it wasn't the name you had been using. It wasn't the name anyone had spoken aloud. But it was still yours. Like a name someone whispered to you in a dream, and you never forgot it. And the second you saw it, the rope above the well tightened. Pulled taut. Then something rose from the darkness below. Not a creature. Not even a voice. But a sound. A slow, syllable-heavy chant, repeating your true name, over and over, in tones that were never meant for human throats. Your flame guttered. The sky river above rippled. And from the treetops came a light. Not a lantern. Not a star. But a single, watching eye, massive, unfocused, peering from within the sky water. It blinked. And you woke. You were back at the gate. Lanterns shaking. Match burned away. 6 symbols now glowed. But your name, your true name, still echoed softly in the trees behind you. And the forest had begun to whisper it too. Part 17, Beneath the Fire, the Path Opens. 6 symbols now glowed on the gate. Half lit. Half still cold. The lanterns beside you swayed, though there was no wind. The flame inside the blue one quivered. The other, yellow gold, had begun to flicker out of rhythm, like it was warning you of something it couldn't say aloud. Your fingers moved toward the box again. Match 7 waited. This one was wrapped in waxed cloth, smooth and slick to the touch. There was no note, just a small stain where water had touched the cloth and dried in a perfect ring. You peeled it open. The match was blackened, already charred at the base, but whole. You struck it anyway. The flame burst upward in a pillar of saffron light, then narrowed like a focused beam. You looked up. And the beam pierced the earth itself. You weren't taken into a vision. You weren't drawn into the gate. Instead, the ground beneath your feet fell away. Not violently. Not like a trap. But as though it had always been meant to open at this moment. The dirt, the stone, the roots, all folded down, revealing a spiral staircase of carved wood, burning faintly with the same saffron glow as your match. You descended. And the world changed. The air here was dry. Still. No rain. No cold. No movement. Only the creak of your boots on each step and the low moan of old timber holding up something massive above you. The stairs ended at a chamber. An immense one. At its center, a fire. But it burned wrong. No heat. No smoke. Just a column of flame stretching floor to ceiling, suspended in midair, never touching the stone circle beneath it. The flame flickered in reverse, its motion unnatural. You stepped closer. and saw that inside the fire, there were paths. 3 of them, running through the blaze like trails through a forest. Each path showed a memory. The cabin, burning. The hollow tree, split open with light pouring out. A circle of chairs, all empty now, every flame gone. Your match pulsed. Not with fear, but with choice. For the first time, the match did not take you into a memory. It waited, letting you choose which memory to return to, which one to look deeper into. You reached out, and the match hissed. Not extinguished. Absorbed into the fire. The saffron pillar froze. And with a sound like breathing stone, the fire peeled open, revealing a hidden stair beneath the column. It descended straight into darkness. No more images. No more flames. Just stone and root. You stepped through. Behind you, the fire sealed itself once more. And above, the gate pulsed with a 7th glow. Part 18, The Mirror Route. The stair behind the fire spiraled down for longer than it should have. Time thinned. Light narrowed. The deeper you went, the more your lanterns pulsed in uneven rhythm, like they were adjusting to a rhythm not your own. Or perhaps, remembering one they'd forgotten. When the stair finally ended, it did not do so with a landing, but with a room grown around you. You hadn't entered it. It had risen around your final step. Walls made of root and bark, twisted in ways wood doesn't naturally move. Overlapping rings of tree growth covered the ceiling. And in the very center, where the floor dipped slightly like the bottom of a bowl, a mirror. Or what looked like one. It wasn't glass. It wasn't metal. It was still water, perfectly contained, perfectly unmoving, floating without bowl or frame. Your reflection stared up at you. But it was wrong. It didn't move with you. Didn't mimic your breath. It blinked first. You leaned closer. The matchbox buzzed faintly at your side. You drew the 8th match from its sleeve. It was cool to the touch, colder than the others. Wrapped in black ribbon, no note, no symbols. You struck it. And instead of catching fire, it sank. Right through your fingers. Not falling to the floor, but down into the mirror. And your reflection swallowed it. The figure in the water smiled. Then moved. Climbed out. No splashing. No sound. It simply rose. Dripping with black water that vanished as it touched air. It looked like you, but not tired. Not worn. It had never walked through mud or stumbled over roots. It had walked a clean path. The one you never chose. The one where you turned back at the gate. The one where you left the box unopened. It carried no lantern. Its hands were empty. But its eyes shimmered like freshly struck matches. You backed away. It moved forward. No aggression. No rush. Just a kind of hunger. A quiet need to take your place. You turned. But the room had changed. No doors. No stairs. Just you. And it. The figure spoke your name. Not aloud. But inside your head. Not your name now. The name from the tag at the well. And when it said it, you felt something inside your spine shift, like your bones recognized the sound before your mind did. You held up your lanterns. Both flared. And the mirror behind the reflection shattered upward, exploding in stillness, the pieces not falling but rising, swirling like petals. A wind you didn't feel picked up, pulling the mirror self backward. And just before it vanished into the light above, it whispered, "We'll trade soon. You can't burn forever." Then it was gone. And you were alone again. The root room uncurled itself. The stairs rose beneath you. And you walked upward into the chamber of flame. Back through the column. And back to the gate. The eighth symbol burned silver now. But faintly. Like it was still deciding which of you it belonged to. Part 19, the ones who walked backward. 8 symbols burned behind you now, 8 lights in the old gate. Each one hummed with quiet memory. The 7th still glowed warm, but the 8th flickered. Like something was wrong with it. Like someone else had touched it too. You felt it. You weren't alone anymore. Not in the forest. Not in your mind. You opened the box. Match 9 was wrapped in paper so thin it had nearly disintegrated. You didn't unwrap it. It simply fell away in your palm. No note. But the matchstick itself was carved. Tiny footprints ran along its side, etched by hand. Every single print pointed the wrong direction, toward the base. You struck it. The flame bloomed backward. It didn't spread upward. It unfolded inward. A quiet tug in your stomach, like gravity slipping for just a moment. You blinked. And you were moving. Not walking. Dragged, gently, in reverse. Through forest. Through night. Through time. Back through paths you'd walked before, only, they weren't yours. Not exactly. The cabin was different now. Its roof whole. The door open. A kettle hanging above a still fire. You saw a figure. Not you. But familiar. Dressed like you were once, before the mud, before the storm. Their lantern burned steady. They walked backward too. Every step a retreat, but their eyes stared forward, unblinking. Focused. Not lost. Not afraid. Just returning. Behind them, others. All moving in the same reversed rhythm. An entire procession of those who had lit matches before you. Some wore clothes of different times. Old coats. Handmade cloaks. Some carried objects you didn't recognize. One walked backward carrying a chair. Another held a bundle of sticks tied with string and feathers. But all of them walked the same path. Back towards something behind you. You turned. At the end of the trail stood a hollow. Circular. Shallow. A bowl carved in the earth. Inside it. Ash. Charred pieces of lantern wood. And in the center. The box. Unopened. Waiting. Your match flickered. Then died. The flame retracted into the stick, like it had never burned at all. And you were back. The gate stood before you again. 9 symbols now glowed. The 9th one, deep brown, like scorched earth. You stared at the box in your hands. It felt heavier now. Like it had held all their matches too. Like every flame you struck had once belonged to someone who'd walked this path. Some had moved forward. Some had walked backward. And some had burned in place. Part 20, the 10th flame remembers the fire. You sat beneath the gate for a while. 9 symbols burning gently. And far above, the sky no longer felt so far away. The trees leaned slightly closer. The rain had quieted to a distant mist. As though the forest, too, was holding its breath for what came next. You reached into the box. Match 10 was not alone. It came wrapped in a band of cloth, thick with soot and faintly singed along the edge. When you unrolled it, it revealed a blackened patch, like it had once been part of a cloak or curtain that caught flame. A slip of parchment was tucked inside the cloth. But it was charred beyond reading. Only one thing remained clear. A handprint. Small. Human. Pressed into ash. You struck the match. And the world flared red. Not blood red. But embers, the color of coals long buried beneath ruin. Everything around you was gone. No gate. No trees. No air. You stood in the remains of something ancient and enormous. A courtyard. Open to a sky that had no stars, only faint drifting shapes like dying sparks. Ash fell from above in a steady drift. You stepped forward. Your boots didn't crunch, they sank slightly into the layer of cinders coating the stone floor. You weren't alone. Around the edges of the courtyard stood statues. Dozens. Each one tall and faceless, draped in cloaks made of solidified smoke. Some held lanterns. Some held matches. A few held only their hands, outstretched toward the center. You followed their gaze. At the center of the courtyard was a single flame. No wood. No fuel. It simply hovered there, no bigger than a candlelight. Yet everything, the ashes, the statues, the sky, seemed to revolve around it. You approached. And with every step, memories returned that didn't belong to you. A woman lighting the first match beneath a blood moon. A child whispering secrets into a lantern. A man who wept as he buried a still-burning match into the roots of a tree that no longer exists. None of them were you. But the match in your hand pulsed like they could have been. And as you reached the central flame, it reached into you. Not painfully. Not even suddenly. Just, completely. The flame didn't burn your skin. It burned through time. For a moment, you saw your own flame, far in the future. Where it would end. Where it would be buried. And something whispered. You are the memory. That someone else will strike one day. Then the courtyard vanished. The ash, the sky, the statues. Gone. You stood before the gate again. Your hands empty. But your chest felt warm. Not fire. Not comfort. Recognition. The 10th symbol flared golden, then settled into deep orange, like the final flicker of a match just before it goes out. And you realized. Each match you struck wasn't just lighting the way forward. You were lighting the way back too. For whoever came next. Part 21, the 11th was never meant to burn. The 10th symbol faded to a steady glow behind you, deep orange like the last flicker of a fire seen through closing eyes. You stared at it for a moment longer than the others. You could still feel that small hovering flame from the courtyard, somewhere deep behind your ribs. Still burning. Then, the box again. The 11th match was odd. It was the shortest of them all, only half the length of the others, almost like it had snapped once and been carefully mended. A ring of silver wire held it together in the middle. The tip was soaked, not in wax or pitch, but something else. Something soft. Faintly green. Almost alive. There was no note. But the box felt colder when you held this match. You struck it. And for the first time, It didn't light. No spark. No warmth. Just a single high tone, like a breath drawn inward too sharply. Then the light around you shifted. It didn't bloom, it pulled away. You were in a forest clearing again. But the trees here were pale. Not bleached. Not dead. Just wrong. Like they'd never grown in real light. Above you, the sky was blank. No stars. No movement. Just a sheet of endless dark gray. In the center of the clearing was a large, circular mirror. This one was made of glass, but so tarnished and fogged you could barely see your shape in it. And standing on the opposite side was you. Not the reflection. Not the mirror self from before. A version of you who never struck any match at all. Still clean. Still full of wondering. But their eyes were empty of what yours had seen. And they didn't move. They watched you. As if waiting. As if knowing this moment would come. Your breath fogged the air. Their breath did not. You stepped forward. They stepped backward, in perfect reverse. Match 11 pulsed in your hand, unlit, but hot now. Almost unbearably. You raised it. And the you across the mirror raised theirs too. Except theirs was already burning. And you watched as the flame consumed them, quietly, peacefully, until they were gone. No scream. No shadow. Just a faint curl of green smoke that passed through the mirror without breaking it. Then you understood. The 11th flame was not meant to burn because it already had. Long ago. Long ahead. And the memory was only now catching up. You looked down at your match. It had turned black. Cool again. Like a story that had finished telling itself. The clearing around you folded away. The pale trees bent down. And the gate welcomed you back. The 11th symbol now glowed with the color of smoke, light and gray and trembling. And behind your teeth, you could taste something. Like an old, forgotten name. Not yours. But maybe. What you become. Part 22, The Tolling at the Hollow Tree. The gate behind you now shimmered faintly, not just with the light of the 11 glowing symbols, but with movement. The rain had returned, but slower, more deliberate, as if it was choosing when to fall. You could feel the deep hush of something approaching. Not fast. But certainly. You reached for match 12. This one was bound with twine and something harder, a ring of tree bark, shaped like a coin. There was a hole burned straight through its center. The smell of smoke clung to it, older than the storm. You touched the match to stone. It didn't strike. You tried again. Still nothing. But then, a distant sound echoed through the forest. A low, heavy chime. Not metal. Wood. Something ancient and hollow being struck once, somewhere far off. You looked up. The trees had changed again. Their trunks bent slightly inward, as though leaning to listen. Then came the second chime. Closer. And the third. Just beside your ear. The world turned dim again, not with dark but with depth. A soft golden glow now hovered ahead, through the woods. You followed it. Step by step, the path seemed to build itself beneath you, each footprint sinking into moss that hadn't been there a moment ago. And soon, you reached it. The hollow tree. You'd glimpsed it before, in one of the earlier visions. But now it was real. Towering. Split at the center, its bark peeled open like pages of a burned book. Within it, a bell. But not like any bell you'd ever seen. This one was grown, not forged. Woven from root and branch, suspended in the hollow by curled vines. Its center was not metal, but a lantern, dark and dormant. Your unlit match twitched in your hand. Then lit itself. A cold, slow flame crawled down the stick, glowing amber green, casting spiral shadows. The bell stirred. Then rang. A fourth chime, from within you. The match pulled you forward. You stepped into the tree. And the lantern ignited. Not with fire, but with memory. A surge of voices filled the hollow. A traveler asking for directions but never returning. A whisper traded for warmth beneath a dead sky. A lantern passed from child to elder, then buried in a mound of feathers. Each voice faded into the next. Not stories. Not warnings. Just echoes. All lit by the same kind of match. Your flame sputtered, not in weakness, but completion. And the hollow tree hummed. Not loudly, but as if in approval. You stepped backward. Out into the forest again. The tree had closed behind you. Your match was gone. And on your palm, burned gently into the skin. A ring. Not jewelry. But the same bark pattern as the tree. A mark. The 12th symbol blazed into light behind you. Green and gold. The color of old growth remembering flame. Part 23, the match without a forest. The 12th symbol glowed behind you, pulsing gently with a greenish warmth. The mark in your palm remained, cool now, but unmistakable. A ring of bark and memory. You opened the box. Match 13 was different. Its stick wasn't made of wood at all, but of bone. Pale, porous, and cold to the touch. The sulfur at the tip was the color of dried blood. Wrapped around the match was a fragment of cloth, brittle as frost, printed with an image too faded to see, though you thought you could make out the vague shape of a tree, or maybe a tower. You hesitated. The match did not. It struck before you touched it. A spark leapt. And everything vanished. Not into darkness, but into emptiness. No trees. No gate. No ground. No sky. Only you. And a floor of glass beneath your feet, stretching in every direction. Far below that glass, a forest, upside down, its canopy reaching toward you like roots. Dead silent. Unmoving. Frozen in black and white. A strange hush pressed around your ears. You weren't standing. You were suspended, held aloft by nothing you could feel. The match burned cold and steady in your hand, casting no shadow. Then, from the forest beneath the glass, a single figure stepped upward. Not climbed. Rose. Effortlessly. Until they were standing beneath your feet, face to face with you, but upside down, on the other side of the glass. They wore your clothes. They carried your lantern. But their eyes were entirely black. No whites. No iris. Just the glint of reflection. They lifted their own match, also bone, also burning. And placed their free hand on the underside of the glass. You felt it. A pressure on your own palm. A perfect mirror touch. They opened their mouth. And the sound that came out wasn't words. It was wind. The howling of wind through dead trees. the groan of branches too burdened to bend. It rushed through you. And in it, you heard pieces of things. The forest that once was. The part of you that walked alone. The flame that should never have been found. The figure tilted their head. Their flame dimmed. And so did yours. Then they vanished. Fell backward into the forest below. But they didn't fall away. They fell into you. And suddenly you were standing on forest ground again. The gate loomed nearby. Your match had gone out. But you didn't drop it. You couldn't. It had grown into your fingers, part of your grip. The bark ring in your palm was still there. But now, beside it, a second mark. A root. Thin. Sharp. Pointing down. The 13th symbol lit up behind you, pulsing red and white, like blood caught in a reflection. And your lungs filled with the sound of a wind you hadn't noticed until now. Part 24, the clock beneath the soil. 13 symbols burned behind you now. The forest no longer felt entirely outside of you. You'd walked it. Lit it. Inhaled its shadows. Let it press itself into your skin. You were no longer a visitor. You were something else. The box was heavier when you opened it again. Match 14 had no wrapping, no inscription, no strange texture or artifact. It was the most ordinary match you'd seen so far. Plain. But beneath it was something new, a piece of stone, flat and worn, engraved with tiny, deliberate lines like a compass, but off-center, as if pointing to somewhere that wasn't north. And etched below it, if you find the ticking, bury your flame. You stared at the match. Then struck it. A muted flare. Dull orange. Almost sleepy. The light it cast didn't bloom outward, but curled low to the ground, illuminating only your feet and a narrow ring around you. That ring began to move. Not the light, but the earth itself. A slow, grinding circle of soil and roots around you began to rotate, noiselessly. And underneath the motion came a quiet tick. Not metallic. Not a clock. But something old. Mechanical roots. A ticking made from hollow logs and dripping sap and stones tapping together beneath centuries. The flame in your hand pulsed once, like a heartbeat. You crouched down and pressed your palm to the ground. It was warm. Alive. The match flared hotter. Then bent, like it was being pulled downward. You didn't resist. You dug. Your hands, your nails, your breath thick with churned dirt. The ticking grew louder. Until you struck something. Wood. Old and soft. You scraped more away. It was a box. Buried long ago. Almost identical to yours, but bound in root instead of ribbon. You opened it. Inside. Another match. Already burned. And a tiny metal pendulum, still swinging, despite there being no clock. Your own match began to go out. The ticking slowed. You placed your burned match into the old box beside the others. As you did, the pendulum stopped. Completely. And the silence that followed was deeper than any night. Like the earth had closed its eyes. You rose again. And the forest was quiet. Still. But something had changed. The air tasted faintly of rust. And time. You returned to the gate. The 14th symbol glowed. It ticked once. Then held. Bronze, like old gears that no longer turn, but still remember motion. Part 25, The Flame That Walks Backward. The ticking was gone. But its silence lingered, like something that had been counted now waited to be answered. You turned to the box. 15. The halfway point. The match was long, twice the length of the others, and dark along the shaft, like it had once been soaked in oil and then left to dry. Its head was a deep violet, almost black, with the faintest shimmer when tilted in the light. Attached to it by a loop of thread was a sliver of glass. And inside that glass, a memory. You didn't recognize it at first. But when you held it to the light, it changed. Became clearer. It showed you, walking down a forest path. But backwards. With each step, leaves returned to branches. Rain leapt from the ground to the sky. The lantern in your hand grew brighter with each retreating moment. And you smiled. But not in a way you remembered. You struck the match. The forest inverted. The sky fell up. The earth rose backward beneath your feet. And you were no longer walking. You were being undone. Every step took you deeper into a past you didn't know was yours. Not memories, but remnants. You passed a tree where your name was once carved, now uncarved. A fire pit filled with ash that sucked its coals back into logs. A creek running uphill, whispering conversations you'd never spoken but somehow remembered. The match in your hand didn't burn. It grew. Longer. Heavier. As if fed by the moments it reversed. Then you saw it. The first gate. Not the one you knew. An older one. Half buried, rotted, strangled in vines. It was open. And within it, a small child holding an unlit lantern. Barefoot. Soaked. They looked up as you approached. Eyes wide. Familiar. You held the match out. But the child shook their head. They turned and walked away into the woods behind the gate. You followed for a moment, but your feet became heavy. Rooted. The match had stopped growing. It trembled. Then broke. Snapped in two. And the vision snapped with it. You stood at the gate again. Breathing. Your hand still clutched half a matchstick. The other half was gone. Absorbed into something older. And on the stone beside the box, a new mark had been etched. Halfway through, the way begins to fold. You turned back. The 15th symbol flared to life. A deep violet light, pulsing like a second heartbeat. And just beneath it, a sound. Footsteps. Faint. Distant. Getting closer. Part 26, The Voice in the Hollow Rain. The 15th flame had left a strange echo behind. Not in the trees. Not in your ears. In you. You felt it with every breath now, like something had been left inside when time walked backward, a passenger that didn't belong but wouldn't leave. The forest around you darkened, though no light had changed. You opened the box. Match 16 was dripping. Not water. But something thicker. Clear, syrup-like, slow and shining. The match was wrapped in dark cloth, tied with a knot you instinctively knew not to undo. Etched into the side of the match was a spiral of text so fine it was unreadable until you tilted it just so beneath your lantern. One phrase stood out. Do not speak until it rains inside. You struck the match. Nothing. You tried again. Still nothing. Then, a droplet. Not from the sky. From the air beside you. Then another. And another. You turned your hand outward. Your palm rained. Tiny droplets formed on your skin, slid off your wrist. It was raining from within you. The match ignited. And the world turned silent. Not quiet. Soundless. Even the fire had no crackle. Only a pulse of light. You stepped forward. The trees moved apart like they were afraid to touch you. Then, you heard it. The voice. Coming not from around you, but from inside the drops as they fell. Each one whispered something different. So small. So fragile. But together, they formed a single thought. You're not the first. Your heartbeat slowed. The match flickered blue. We all walk here, once. Another drop. Another word. Some never leave. Then, the trees split. And you saw a pond. Perfectly still. No ripples. No wind. At the edge, a single stone seat. On it sat a figure. Not quite human. Shaped like one, but composed of tightly woven bark, feathers, moss, its face wrapped in dark cloth, just like the match. It didn't move. But you knew it was aware of you. The rain inside you grew stronger. Now pouring down your arms, off your shoulders, soaking the earth. The figure lifted one hand. And pointed. To the pond. You stepped forward. The match flared one last time, and as it died, you saw your reflection in the pond's surface. Not you as you are. Not you as you were. But you as you'd be. If you stayed here forever. Then it rippled. And the vision was gone. You turned back. The figure had vanished. Only the stone seat remained. Dry. As if nothing had ever sat upon it. You returned to the gate. Dripping. But the forest was dry. You were reigning alone. The 16th symbol lit with a soundless shimmer. Pale blue, like light seen through water that never touches you. And behind it, your matchbox felt heavier. Like it now carried something more than matches. Something waiting to be used. Part 27, The Ones Who Never Closed Their Eyes. The forest was wrong now. Not in any one way. But in all the small ones. The angles of the branches were slightly too wide. The moss grew in shapes that looked almost like symbols, curling into crude eyes and half-faces. The wind no longer moved around you, it circled, like it was studying you. You opened the box. Match 17 was carved. Not by human hands. Its surface bore marks, etched not with tools but with teeth. Tiny grooves and notches, like something had tried to chew it away, but stopped before the flame could be eaten. Attached to the match with a hair-thin metal wire was a tooth. Small. Almost childlike. But far too sharp. You lit it without breathing. The flame hissed. Not a burn, but a warning. And then the ground shifted. The trees pulled back. And ahead. A structure. A tall, jagged tower made entirely of bones. Some animal. Some not. Its walls woven with bark and twine, bound together by dried roots that pulsed faintly with light, like veins still trying to remember a heartbeat. At its entrance stood a row of figures. Tall. Wrapped in forest-colored robes. Their faces covered by bark masks, each carved with wide, staring eyes. None of them blinked. None of them breathed. The match's flame leaned toward them like a compass. You followed. They parted. Inside, the tower was hollow. And in the center, a well. No rope. No bucket. Just depth. And on the edge of that well, placed carefully, was a mirror. No dust. No cracks. Only stillness. You leaned in. But saw nothing. Not your face. Not light. Not even shadow. Just a faint scratching sound from within the well. And then whispers. We see the ones who burn. We see the ones who watch. We see the one who walks with fire in the hollow. You looked down again. This time, the mirror didn't show you. It showed the masked figures, standing behind you, but they weren't moving. They were unblinking, yes. But now, in the reflection, they were closer. You turned. They hadn't moved. You looked again. Closer still. One stood directly behind your shoulder. You didn't turn. You whispered, "What do you want?" And in the mirror, the figure opened its mouth. So wide. Too wide. And out of it fell a match. Identical to yours. But already burnt. The mirror shattered. The tower groaned. And the figures disappeared. All that remained was your match. Still burning. But shorter now. And wet. Like it had been inside something. You stepped away from the well. The ground beneath it was already collapsing. You walked back to the gate. Behind you, the tower folded in on itself, silently. One less place for the forest to store its forgotten names. The 17th symbol lit. Bone white. Cracked through the middle. And in the matchbox now, between matches 18 and 19, lay the broken mirror's tooth. Wrapped in bark string. Still pulsing faintly. Part 28, The Buried Moonlight. 17 flames behind you now, and each one still flickered in some way, not just in memory, but in the shapes of the shadows that followed you. They weren't only behind you anymore. They were beside you. The air had taken on a faint, metallic scent. Something like blood. Something like silver. You opened the box. Match 18 was warm. Not from the fire. From within. As though it had been lit already and refused to die. The wood glowed softly from under the bark, like a coal wrapped in splinters. A thread of silver was embedded in its length. You could feel it hum, like it remembered the moon. There was no striking this match. It lit itself as you lifted it. The forest responded. All light vanished. Total black. Even your lantern died. Only the match burned. Bright white. Casting no color. Only shadow. You moved forward. And the world moved with you. Not beneath your feet. But inside your head. You were no longer in a forest. You were inside a cave. Yet the floor was moss. The ceiling, roots. You passed through chambers of stone with no source of formation, as if carved not by time or erosion, but by want. The match flickered once. And the sound returned. A heartbeat. Not yours. A deeper one. Older. It pulsed through the walls. And then you entered the main cavern. There, a pool. Still. reflective. But this time, it reflected the moon. Even though no moon could shine here. You looked up. Nothing. Just ceiling. But in the pool, the moon hovered, full and bright and bleeding pale light. It shimmered with something beneath it. You leaned closer. There was a face under the surface. Eyes open. Staring up. Unmoving. Lips parted just slightly. As if whispering something you couldn't quite hear. Your match began to hiss. The flame turned liquid. Then dropped. Straight into the pool. You didn't mean to follow it. But you did. You reached down, into the reflection. And your hand passed through. Cold. Then colder. Then the kind of cold that feels like it remembers fire. You touched the submerged face. And its eyes moved. Just slightly. Toward yours. Then. They closed. The water lit up from within. Blinding white. When the light faded. You were back at the gate. Your lantern relit itself. The match in your hand was ash, except for the embedded thread of silver, now coiled around your finger like a ring. The 18th symbol glowed high above. A perfect circle. Pale light leaking from its center, trailing off like smoke. And in the wind, barely audible, a single whispered word. Soon. Part 29, The Gathering Beneath the Roots. The box was quiet now. No hums, no heat. But the forest wasn't. It watched. Every leaf, every knot in the wood, every patch of moss held breath, tension so tight it made the silence throb. You opened the box. Match 19 had no stick. Just the head. Resting like a seed in a nest of tangled black hair. It pulsed when you touched it. Not with light. But with feeling. Anxiety. Memory. Weight. The air pressed against your chest like a hand, gentle but firm. You didn't strike it. You swallowed it. You don't know why. But it felt right. It melted on your tongue like ash. Warm. And then you fell. Not down. Inward. Through yourself, through time, through every fire you'd ever seen. The forest vanished. There was only root. Endless root. Twisting like veins around a dark spiral staircase, carved of petrified wood and bone. You descended. Each step echoed like a breath too long held. The walls pulsed, like you were walking down the throat of something ancient and dreaming. Eventually, you reached it. A vast, circular chamber beneath the roots. There were no torches, no flames. And yet, the room glowed. Around its edges stood 19 figures. All faceless. All cloaked in fragments of the forest, moss, feather, fur, bark, stone. None moved. But you knew them. You'd met pieces of them in every match. In every whisper and pond and mask. At the center of the room, a pedestal. On it, the box. Your box. But different. Full. Unopened. Unburned. Whole. The same red ribbon. Uncut. A choice. You reached out. And all 19 figures turned toward you. Simultaneously. Still faceless. Still unmoving. But the gesture was clear. Choose. Burn the full box. Or keep your own. You looked at your hand. still wrapped in the silver thread from the moon. Still faintly damp from the rain that came from within. You reached out and took your box instead. The chamber darkened. The 19 figures bowed and vanished into root. You blinked, and you were back at the gate, still holding your worn matchbox. Inside it, match 20 waited. The 19th symbol lit up overhead. It flickered like a dying campfire, but didn't go out. Not yet. You felt it in your teeth now. The end. Or the beginning. They weren't so different anymore. Part 30, The Fire That Remembers You. The forest had stopped moving. No wind. No insects. Even the shadows had ceased their twitching. You held the box like something sacred now. It felt heavier than when you began. Not from weight, but from memory. Match 20. The final one. It was unlike the others. The wood was blackened, but unburned. Smooth. Polished like river stone. Its head shimmered not with color, but with motion, tiny flickers like flames trapped just beneath the surface. As you lifted it, your lantern dimmed. Not from weakness, but reverence. You didn't need to strike the match. You just breathed. And it lit. Silently. Completely. The fire was neither red nor gold. It was a color you couldn't name. Like all the lights of all the other matches had folded into it. Rain light. Root light. Moonlight. Mirror light. Violet thyme and bone white ash. Even the color of soundless sleep. You stepped forward. But the forest didn't move. You did. You walked into flame. Not burning, not painful. But transforming. Every step pulled the match deeper into itself, until the match was no longer burning in your hand. You were burning. Not to ash. To memory. You saw them all. The quiet path by the gate. The child with the unlit lantern. The tower of bones. The pond with the buried moon. The silent figures beneath the root. The voice in the falling rain. You saw yourself, walking backwards again. But this time, you weren't alone. All your former selves walked beside you. Every version that had lit a match. Every choice. Every hesitation. Every breath that carried fire. And up ahead. The first gate. Open. Waiting. You passed through it, and the forest exhaled. The sky rippled. Rain fell upward and downward all at once. The lantern in your hand dimmed until only its outline remained. You turned one final time. And behind you, all 20 symbols had lit. Hovering in the branches like old constellations. Remembering you. Not because you finished. But because you carried each flame. One by one. Into the dark. The match burned out. But the light stayed. You closed the box. Empty now. But warm. Forever. You sat down by the gate once more. No need to pass through again. This was the ending. But not the last time. Because somewhere, not far from here, a box waits. And someone else will light the first match. And maybe, one night, that someone will be you again. The end of The Lantern Deep.